All right, good morning, everyone. I'm joined with Sos here for Core TCG's online February One Piece Treasure Cup, and we are getting set up. It's going to be starting in the next couple minutes. I'm really excited. How you doing, Sos?
I'm doing great today. I'm super excited to get in today's tournament. I think right now we've had such a really good meta, so it's really excited to see what actually ends up winning today or even topping.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, for sure. And I think OP09 has been a pretty good format. We haven't had like a lot of different ways to play in this since, you know, we did have like the holiday season. We had Bandai Card Fest, which you were present for. And, you know, this is a pretty good meta. So this will be kind of like the last month of this for February. Every weekend in this month, there's going to be a different treasure cup. And this is the first one for us here with Core TCG. So honestly, just being able to see more of this meta, I think is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I think we're at a certain point now where we established a top three best decks in the format, but a lot of people are now saying, you know what, let me try to, be away from the path a little bit. Let me try to see what else is really good in tier 2, tier 1.5, and see if it's actually viable. So yeah, I'm really excited to see those off meta decks come into play today.
Yeah, 100%. And this is also in the sense that, when you go to Bandai Card Fest, right? It's a tournament that you had to qualify for, that you have to travel for most of the time, right? There's a big sunk cost. For these events, though, the sunk cost is spending a Saturday, right? And so because of that, generally we see more players on different decks, which is really cool. I think there's more opportunities for kind of off meta decks to do better just because more people are on it because the ceiling's a little bit lower. So that's really interesting to me. And I'm looking forward to seeing what does well today.
Yeah, me too. I think being like a Dofi main or a BY main and today being like random, you know what? I'm going to play Pudding today. I'm going to play Boa. I'm just going to have fun today and see how far I can go. So I'm really excited.
I 100% agree. And so you kind of mentioned that we have three kind of meta decks, right? I think Doflamingo, Rob Lucci, and BY Luffy are probably best three decks in the meta, right? Yeah. So I will say, double prong question. Who do you think is if we're going to say who's going to win of those three decks, who are you feeling today? And then who would you say is like your underdog, right? To, if not, win at least top for this meta or for today.
Yeah. I think those three decks I think can easily get top and most likely will top. There's just no way they don't. Yeah. We're at this certain point. I think BY is a deck that's really hard to kind of perform really, really well. Currently in this meta, just because there's so many different matchups you have to understand and know how to play. I feel like Dofi is just off the bat, just insanely good, extremely consistent. Covers almost every single matchup. And then Rob Lucci, I mean, it's Rob Lucci. So I think with those three, I think if I'm a betting man, I'd say probably BY is going to take it. I think the most consistent answer, which probably is, will probably be Dofi. I think Dofi is probably the easiest one to win today.
Sure.
But I also think Shanks has some legs too. I think a lot of people love Shanks, and everyone loves Red. So
Sure.
definitely not surprised if that could even take it today. So.
For sure. And I would say, yeah, I think BY is a pretty safe choice. I know it's been pretty strong, and just really depend on this. If we are facing a little bit more of a wider meta, is a little bit tougher for BY to adapt to all that sometimes, but I think it has a really good chance. And then if I was to say something outside of the top three, one, I really want Red Purple Luffy at the top. I need some validation, just a little bit. All right, I won't go crazy with it. Just a little bit of validation that deck is not the worst leader in the game. So
Yeah,
that is my big hope for today.
I think RP Luffy is one of those decks where some days you feel that the deck is running really hot, and you're like, "This is the best deck in the format." Why
Yeah,
isn't everyone? Why is no deck topping like this? I mean, it's crazy. And then there's some days where like, oh yeah, this is
I get it.
Purple Luffy is just a pretty good deck too.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But we are going to get into round number one. It looks like it's been paired, so we're going to get that pretty quickly. We're going to just do a quick BRB just so we set up the first table for that one. So we're going to see what we're going to get. We're just going to start in like 2 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Round number one starting very shortly, and we'll see you guys over there. So give us one moment. All right, we've got for you guys our first round is going to be Purple Luffy versus Perona, and we've already gotten started. We had a quick turn one from Luffy, no Trafalgar Law 1-drop, and then we had a Momo from the Perona side. All right, and getting out of the 5K, we're sending the life from Purple Luffy, Go into 4, and then let's see if we got a Zoro. We sure do. All right. All right. And looking at top 5 for Zoro here. All right, and passing from there, this is kind of a an interesting matchup as well. Pro is definitely like a leader that hasn't seen a lot of competitiveness. It does have like a good color combination with green and black, and you know, we can use Gecko Moria, right? And we are going to rest the Zoro, and if we do have, though, we do have the Ryuma. That's super nice for us. All right. And we're at 6. And normally, like when we, in most matchups, that Zoro is pretty safe once it hits the board. But being able to remove it so easily for prone is like definitely one of the benefits from that leader.
Yeah, honestly, really exciting to see Peroni here.
All right, so we are at 6 Dawn right now for Luffy. You know, this is definitely, if we have the 7-drop Luffy, we use the effect to go for it. And instead we have the Sanji, which isn't too bad, right? We can use it to either just force the removal of the Momo, or we could use it to like rest the Ryuma. Yeah, looks like we're going into the Ryuma.
Yeah, so this is a 7K going into Ryuma here.
And easy 2K out. Yeah, we definitely want to save that. And we are going to now, what, 6 Dawn? Yeah, 6 Dawn. Now, we don't really have an immediate way to remove this. We can like use Piranha's effect to like reduce it to a 6 cost, but even then, we need like an Ice Age and like some additional removal if we wanted to try to get rid of the Sanji.
Yeah, I think as a Perona player, you always want to clear the board as much as possible. Being able to control your opponent's board is like one of the best things about Perona.
All right, looks like we're going to start with a simple 6 in the leader, 6 into 5. All right. And we're doing another 6. Just trying to force 2Ks out of hand. I mean, Purple Luffy does have like a pretty good hand size, especially since we, you know, take cards from life early. And that Zoro got that. Another 2K, all right. And what are we doing for 5? I mean, we can still use Momo's effect if we want to. Play something for 4. We could Ice Age Ryuma as well. That'd be pretty nasty.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty good play here.
Okay, so we got Suru, which is going to reduce it by 2. We can use our leader effect to reduce it by 1. And if we have another Ryuma, that would be pretty clean. Oh, yeah, we do. That's nice. Really nice for our Perona player.
Yeah, Perona seeing that back-to-back is really, really good.
Now, the only issue is that we're down to 2 life already, though, which it's so rough in this game, right? Because there's so many good control leaders, but they generally have a low life total. So it's really hard to stabilize in a lot of spots.
Yeah, definitely. Now, in this matchup, who do you think actually takes this?
Generally, I would say like Purple Luffy generally has enough aggression, but we've been able to remove both the Perona, like both the 4-drop Zoro and Sanji the turn they're played. The fact that they didn't play Luffy Taro, which it's a little bit tricky for Perona to remove 2 cards in the same turn. So I'd say this is a pretty strong start for Perona as is.
Yeah, so 6K here. I think obviously you have to kind of counter this, even if it's in character or at life, regardless. Yep. So giving him the 2K. And yeah, we do see the 7 cost Luffy Taro dropping the Sangoro there. And I think we just have to pass. There's nothing else we can do now. And the presence on the board coming from Prone is really strong.
Yeah, and just the issue now is like obviously if Luffy Taro was played, I think the previous turn it would have been a lot stronger. Being a turn later might make it a little bit too slow, but it's definitely I think the card they needed to see right now. And Perona is really good at getting rid of the 4 costs, which is why I think it can be good in like a Doflamingo meta that we're in right now. But when we're so good at playing out 5 costs as we've seen already, we don't really have a lot of great ways to get rid of those. All right, we're going to start with the Momo top 5, though.
Yep, searching top 5. What do we find? Obviously, we're going to grab another Momo.
Another Momo.
Yeah, right. This isn't too bad, honestly. Even if leaving the Momos up, I think we're at a certain point where we probably don't have the opportunity to swing over the Momos anymore. I think at this point of the game, we have to probably go for life now as Luffy, as a purple Luffy player.
Yeah, and the other thing for Perona is that generally a lot of its defenses kind of depend on Rebecca and Sabo blockers, where Luffy has a lot of different ways to answer those now, right? We've got our Usohachi, we have the Sanji that we saw earlier, and it looks like we're going to play out the Belmir, which I haven't seen in a hot minute. I'll bring that card up for you guys.
Yeah, Belmir was actually, I think, a card that introduced kind of late in the progression of like the deck building for Perona. I feel like that wasn't a card right off the bat that people were thinking of, but a really card in general. Giving it -1 cost to that Sangoro that was really strong, and then bumping up the Ryuma to a 7K body.
Yeah, and now we can rest it with the leader effect. If we have a third Ryuma, right? Like we are.
There's no way, though,
yeah,
right?
I mean, we've been searching, right? Like it'd be pretty strong. I mean, even if we had something like, I don't know, some people play like Sakazuki, I think, still in their builds, or go kind of like a little bit Navy focused. So we could see that. We could see maybe like a man. If we're spending this 2 though, we must have another Ryuma.
Yeah, so this looks like an 8K swing now going into the Sangoro, which we do let it go. I do think definitely if we were to give him another 2 cards, that'd be pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, dropping down to 1 card in hand would be kind of rough, but going and taking this
5.
life.
Dang.
Yeah.
And then maybe Rebecca, perhaps? Just Borsalino. Borsalino's, yeah, super solid too.
Yeah. And interesting enough, too, you don't really see these cards too often anymore in the meta.
No.
Borsalino is a card you don't really see too often. So, saying, I got a Borsalino. It's a blocker. You can't get rid of it. I mean, you can rest it, which is another reason why we probably don't see it too much in the meta. But regardless, still a really strong card.
All right, Luffy's at 9 Dawn right now, so it's a bit of a tough spot. The fact that we've been able to just kind of do the thing where we play a card and remove your card every turn has been really strong. Dawn stays on to the start of your next turn too. Not that I think it matters, but it is the correct procedure.
Yeah, there are some cards in the game where that does matter, but I think in between these 2 matchups, I don't think so too much.
Yeah.
But 5K swing it. This isn't a free block here with Borsalino, which honestly I might give, but no, instead giving him the 1K Momonosuke there.
Yeah, I'm guessing Borsalino might be blocking a larger swing. I don't know. It's gone from where Borsalino was like unremovable, untargetable kind of thing to just very interactable, I think, in this meta, which is I think good for the game, but it's definitely not the Titan it used to be. Oh man, big 8. Are we gonna give double 2K? We are with the Izo and the Otama 2K from OP07, OP08. I can't recall when that card came out.
Yeah, we also got the PRB as well.
Yes,
the
we do.
Yeah. But it looks like Luffy doesn't have too many options. We only have about like 4 cards in hand now.
Mm-hmm.
And this is probably the worst position you can be in as purple Luffy, just because at this point in the game you should be having a full board,
Mm-hmm.
just like so much advantage building on. But in this particular situation, it's the complete opposite.
Yeah.
We could see another big body coming. We can see another 7 cost Luffy coming down. But
Yeah, because I think like even like 9 cost Luffy, I think would be really strong here too. But without doing as much damage as you wanted to do, with being at 2 life and not being able to have 1 Dawn open for like Gum Gum Giant. No, okay. Oh, it's Linlin. It is going to be the Linlin.
okay. Yeah, I do like the Lilin here. We pitch a card, we get to recover 1. This helps us stay longer within the game. Plus, putting up a big 9K body on the board. The question is, what do we want to put back to the bottom of our opponent's life?
Sure.
And it looks like Ryuma might be the choice. Yep. Ryuma going to the bottom. Now, he could have chosen to put on the top as well as an option, but instead putting it to the bottom. Not giving the opportunity to grab it once again. And just passing the turn.
Yeah, I love being able to put like, non-counter cards in my opponent's life, because I just know like if this one's going to hit, right, like the knowledge that they're getting no more counter at a life on swings, like the last life is, I think, really big.
Yeah.
Oh, a third Ryuma?
A third Ryuma, plus essentially a free card added to hand for 1 Dawn is quite nice.
Yeah. Big issue though is like with leader effect and with the Belmir, we can make Luffy a 5 cost, so we're 1 Dawn short from doing kind of the play to actually remove the Luffy. And if we had something like Ice Age, we'd be able to get there, but we also haven't seen a Gecko Moria hit board either, which, I mean, Perona doesn't get like the biggest Gecko Morias, but they can be still pretty impactful.
Yeah, I mean, currently we could. I don't think there's a 4 cost in our trash that's really too useful, but looks like we're gonna start things off here with a 6K swing going into life. I think at this point we have to take it. We took the 5 earlier, so yeah. But another thing we can do too is we can also go. We can go Ice Age. We can rest on Linlin. Linlin is a 9 cost character, dropping down to 4. We could rest it, play down the Ryuma as well. But it looks like we are going to activate that Bellamere ability, resting the character, giving plus 1K to our leader, and then choosing to do the -1 cost on one of these 2 characters here.
Yeah, but the fact that it's ambiguous means that they probably don't even have a plan for that. Oh man, taking 2 like a 5K or sorry 2 6K swings like that, man, I am tempted to just put a lot on Borsellino and pass. Maybe just to set up 1 more blocker, because that's a lot of knowledge.
Yeah. It's also possible too that we just have quite a few giants in our hand. So, but no, just a 5K swing actually.
All right, getting a useless kid out of hand. For 1, yeah, Ice Age on, I guess, the Linlin, and then we can use leader effect to rest it. And then if we do have Moria, we can do the thing where, I guess we know we have another Ryuma in hand, right?
Yeah. All right, so resting the Linlin, playing out, which I imagine is the Moria.
Yeah,
here.
at this point, right? Yeah. Go to a Moria. All right, what do we have in the trash right now? Do we have a Ryuma in there? I don't think we do.
I don't think we do.
Yeah. So I hope we have like a Hiyori, right?
Yeah.
Because I think they might have thought that they had a Ryuma in there, but it's actually in life right now.
Yeah, this also could have been a misplay.
Yeah, the fact that they're thinking about it. Okay, no, we have Hiyori. Oh. Yeah, no, we do.
Okay, yeah. Very nice. I'm such a huge fan of Hiyori.
Yeah.
I think it's so great in a lot of decks. Unfortunately, getting rid of 2 really good targets.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we're going to be able to grab a card off of the Otama as well as 1 off of the Hiyori. So that's really strong. Yep, searching top five for a line of Wano character or card.
It has to be green, right? And it can't be
Hmm.
Otama.
Yeah. We have a lot of options. We have Izos and we have another Ryuma.
Yeah, I think that should be the fourth copy, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gecko being able to play this Hiyori though, and the thing is that you could play this in rest, and then you could play something else in active. Yeah, you get to play out the Ryuma there. We got the fancy art for it, and being able to get rid of the Lin and get the card draw from the Hiyori, super strong. And I don't know how Purple Luffy's gonna be able to get out of this, right? Like the Lin kind of made it so winning was a little bit farther away, and Perona's board just keeps growing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the board is just insane for Perona right now. I mean, at this point, we have to leave at least 1 to 2 Dawn up for Gum Gum Giant.
Mm-hmm.
There's just absolutely no other way we can survive otherwise. I mean, I'm trying to think of a possible out here. We can go like 7 cost and 2 4 cost Nami. Kind of cycle some cards.
There might be some math with like 10 cost Luffy, being able to do like an 8, then a 6, and then take your turns again. But because we still have 1 life, right? So we can still use our leader
Sure.
effect to go from 0 to 1, and then 1 to 2, and then start the turn at 4. But
Yeah, and we do know this Perona player has a dead card in their hand. Right?
we do know that, yeah, because one's a Ryuma
that's-
that we added. So I mean, if they have 2 dead cards in hand, right? Then, or if their whole hand is dead, which isn't outrageous, but all right, never mind. We got another 2K. That's gonna be pretty tough.
Yeah, and I imagine that was going to our life as well. I think at this point we're just trying to race it as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is one of the best things I like about Purple Luffy is the fact that it's just a generically really good deck. There's just so many different options you can build this deck. So, in my initial thought, probably doesn't run 10 cost Luffy, but at times it's very possible that they can.
Yeah.
Because why not? It's still a really great card, and it looks like we have another Lilin.
Yeah, and this is fine, right? I don't know if we keep adding things to their life, right? Like Perona's back at full health, right?
Yeah. It kind of feels like Purple Luffy's playing against Dofi right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Just a huge board, and we're just slowly trying to chip away at them by adding cards back at their life. But the only difference between this deck and that deck is that Prono has a lot of really good ways of grabbing knitting cards out of their trash, like Echo Moria.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as we saw, like I'll still say like Rob Lucci and BY, like they use Moria for 2 separately powerful things, but they're probably the best ways to use the leader. Perona can get value and can get removal. It's a little bit clunkier at times, but and I think the biggest thing is that the removal from Perona is generally only like 1 card a turn, right? The fact that Rob Lucci can remove, like do a double remove in the same turn, is what sets it apart.
Yeah. Yeah, now on the flip side, though, being able to rest a character once per turn is insane.
Yeah.
It's insanely good in a lot of really good matchups. But it looks like we are pushing the aggression here. It's a 6K swing with our leader, or possibly.
Oh, maybe thinking about it. 7. All right.
7, yeah.
This will kind of just force their Gum Gum Giant.
Yeah.
And then honestly, like, hey, we could put like 7 Dawn on Otama, right? And just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we have 4 life. It's very possible. We know we have a Ryuma in hand, so we could establish another Ryuma, but at this point, there's kind of no point. I think if we also give us as a giant here, we could possibly clear the Luffy Taro with our Gecko Moria and then play Ryuma.
All right, it is the giant using the 9 cost Luffy as the discard. Oh yeah, and we're at 7 Dawn now because we had to lose 1 from Linlin's effect.
Yeah. All right. So this is a big 11K. Imagine going into the Luffy Taro. Because I mean, at this point, why not just swing 9
Yeah,
on
I would
life,
swing
right?
9 and then everything on Otama, I think, right? Because it'd be 9 and I guess 7 and 9. Oh, okay, we save.
Okay. Saving the Luffy Taro. Do we have another Ice Age?
Oh,
We do. Oh,
another
this is
Ice Age.
huge.
And uh yeah,
Yeah.
5 and then yep. And then Ryuma, yeah,
Yep.
because we've seen every one of them. Man, brutal.
Yeah, just Perona
Brutal.
having the possibility of being able to pivot like that. It's just really, really strong.
Yeah.
So now we are back where we were last time. The Luffy Tower on the board, the only Luffy Tower back at 1 life once again. This is literally just rinse and repeat coming here for Perona.
Yeah. Well, biggest difference is that we're at 9 Dawn though instead of 10, so we can't play a 9 drop and have one up for Giant. Moria is susceptible. There's only one card in hand of Perona, so if you want to go for boards, you can definitely go for it. But yeah, you're still just running out of resources.
And mind you, too, Perona's at 4 life.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks to Purple Luffy.
Yeah, it's been super helpful.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. For a second, I thought it's like big 11. No, it looks like we're going 6 into likely Ryuma.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Saba's gonna get out of it.
Right. Yeah, this is tough.
Yeah, very
This is tough. At this point, we don't even have to put any Dawn onto Luffy Tower. All we need is just one.
Yeah, we get the force clear of a Gecko Moria is never feels bad, right? Like getting that is nice. 4 for a blocker. Okay. Law. Okay. Yeah, you have a couple less than 7 cards in hand, so that doesn't do anything. And unfortunately, one more thing. What's Perona's effect?
We rest at 4 costs once per turn.
Yeah, which that Trafalgar Law is does get affected by that.
Yeah, and I really wish that was a 4-cost Nami as well. Being able to cycle, be really good just in the easy rest.
Yeah, and I think from here it's just numbers now. I would probably start with like maybe a
10 Otama. Yeah, me too.
You're right. I think honestly, okay, yeah, 9 isn't terrible because like it forces Giant and then maybe one more card.
Sure. It's 9/9.
Yeah. I mean, you could get out of it.
You could, but then you just take a 5, right?
Yeah. You get to yeah. And then just 5 with Perona, and then the rest on Ryuma. Yep. Because you want to minimize their hand before they use their Giant. And this will be 7 + 6, 13 on a 5K leader.
I am hoping we don't have to use Giant. Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah. I mean, we could Giant into Giant. I've seen crazier things.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, 9.
Oh, 9. Huh. Okay. Just
wait.
10. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, wait, hold on. A 13K.
All right, we get to 9 with Giant. All right, let's see what these next 2 cards are. It has to be essentially another Giant.
Do we find it? I don't think so. Based on the hand holding.
Based on the hand holding, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not quite. Nope. Pretty close though. Pretty close number wise.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if Purple Luffy had a better curve there early in the early game, but even then, just Perona having so much control that whole entire match.
Yeah, and it really started with just being able to have the answer. Oh, we had a Hody Jones available to us later in the game too. That's a pretty strong card. Yeah, that was a fun show. I know it's we don't see Perona very often, and I still like Purple Luffy, despite having all the support it's gone, still has like some minor consistency issues. But if you're able to keep up with their tempo and remove their cards, I can definitely see why a matchup like this swung into Perona's side.
Yeah, definitely. I think, and this is what we were talking about earlier, right? That there are some decks in the 1.5, tier 2 kind of area where actually really, really good.
1 second. Sos has disappeared into the aether since he had to rejoin real quick. My bad. Sos, can you hear me? There he
I
is.
can. I'm back.
There he
I'm
is.
back.
All right. Thank you.
I'm back from the pitch darkness.
No,
there.
you're good. You're good. But thank you for one coming back.
Didn't have to, but we're here now.
I know the contract was pretty lax about what you had to actually do today. No, but jokes aside, if you guys are just joining, we are here for the Core TCG online treasure cup for the OP09 meta of the One Piece card game. That was round number 1. We'll have some more rounds in a little bit, but we'll hang out for a bit too and hang out with you guys. But yeah, we have 1,000 players today, so it should be 10 rounds, unless any like even with pair down shenanigans. I don't think there should be. Because I think we're at like exactly 10:24 as well, which is exciting. But that was Purple Luffy versus Perona. Are there any leaders or matchups that you want to see, Sos, in particular?
Oh, don't ask me that.
I know.
There's too many decks in the tier 1.5, tier 2 that I'm just a huge fan of right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan of like other green decks other than Bonnie. Give me another green deck other than Bonnie, please.
Fair.
Yeah, I've been actually toying with a lot of Katakuri recently. I think Katakuri is actually quite good in this meta right now. Has a lot of really good matchups, and I think people forgot how good 10 cost Big Mom is.
It still does work. I will 100% agree. It is a strong card, especially if you're playing a leader with 3 life.
Yeah,
that quickly catches up to you.
Yeah, it's really nice being able to just go for board and never for life, and I'll just have my 10 cost Big Mom just take all the life away from.
Yeah,
it's quite nice.
So yeah, I don't mind Katakuri. I know those matches generally go a little bit quicker, but that's fine by me.
Sure, yeah. I just recently, like a lot of the other like yellow decks too, like Pudding is another one that I'm actually a big fan of right now. I mentioned before all the green decks, but yeah, honestly, a lot of really good, diverse meta. And you know what's crazy too is that we've been in OP09 for some time now, and having 1024 today is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I agree. Like we mentioned at the kind of the start, but this has been out for about 2 months. Our first event was scheduled as Card Fest. We had a rescheduled Treasure Cup in December, which was essentially the first event for this. And then, with holidays, New Year stuff, I get it. But we're jumping into this meta now where I know a lot of people are just itching to play, right? They've gone these cards. They're ready for it. They want to play the deck that they've been trying to play for a while. And now that they have, this is going to be, I think, a pretty competitive month for people testing with the OP09 meta.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's crazy to me. I mean, so many people. It's so late in the meta. It's insane. But you love to see it no matter what. So I am very happy about that. A lot of people love One Piece. So
yeah, it's still a really solid game. I know. I think we're like approaching a bit of the apex of like Black Yellow Luffy, Rob Lucci, and Dofi's been pretty present for a while now. So we'll see if anything changes, and kind of the reason I say that too, because we see a little bit in Japan right now in OP10, those decks are still doing pretty well. I think Teach is a little bit more relevant from what our initial like first half of meta has been for OP09, but I know it gets better in OP10 as well. So
sure,
I think that's like the biggest difference that I've seen is that we definitely like a little bit more like the aggressive leading decks, and there's been a little bit less of a space for Teach currently from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, what I do really love too is that as the meta develops, I feel like I've seen in the very beginning everyone try Teach and then not do so great with it.
Yeah,
and now I feel like I'm starting to see a lot more people ramp toward it. Like I just see a lot more Teach players at locals.
Yeah,
a lot of people online talking about it. So it's definitely getting a lot more traction. At the same time, I feel like I've seen a lot less like red decks in the meta lately.
Sure.
Shanks has kind of fallen off a little bit, and like in my particular area, obviously does so fantastic online and at different events as well. So I love to see the how the meta develops.
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing is that as you said, like Shanks was definitely a strong deck at the beginning of this format because you kind of have to play against it a little bit differently. People kind of have to figure out what the range is of the deck, and then once that happens, I think you lose a lot of your free advantage essentially, right? Once people kind of figure out how to play against you, and then kind of in inverse, I think Teach two things. One, I think like a lot of people went from Sakazuki to Rob Lucci, right? That was a pretty natural transition. Yeah. And I think a lot of people, the same people, were like, "Oh, I'll just go from Rob Lucci to Teach, the new black deck that's hit the market," and they play completely different. I think that's something that Teach, you have to have like a really good knowledge of what the meta is and what the ranges of people's decks are. And I think some people didn't like that. But as we get more and more of this meta, more people are adapting to it and figuring it out. And I'm thinking Teach will get a better finish at the late end, and Shanks will have diminished off a little bit, as you mentioned.
Yeah. I think another deck that has fallen victim to that as well is I think Purple Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
I think Purple Luffy in the very beginning, I felt like I saw a lot of people on that deck, and then kind of people realized that Dofu's a really good deck against it, and has a really hard time. So you've seen a little bit less Purple Luffy, but it's still holding on there pretty strong. So
yeah, it's still good. I think I think a high roll Purple Luffy is a little bit better than a high roll Blue Dofi. It's pretty close. Both decks can high roll pretty high. The biggest difference is that they're both aggressive decks, and Dofi can be aggressive without taking cards out of their own life. Right, that's the big clincher in my mind.
It also feels like a really consistent high roll with Dofi.
It is a little bit more consistent on their high roll. Yeah. It's a medium roll, right?
Yeah. Wow, you high rolled crazy. No, that's
this is I got one extra card than I was expecting. So. But that's going to be probably it for round one for us for right now. We're going into round number 2 in a moment. This will be, again, 1,000 players, should be 10 rounds today. If there's any leaders that you guys want us to try to cover for round number 2, please let us know right now. We'll try our best. We don't immediately have access to pairings and leaders, so it's a bit of a gamble, but if there is one that you want, we'll definitely do our best to do so. But as overtime's starting, we're going to take our little break. We'll be back with round number 2, and we'll see you guys over there. Be right back. All right, hey, we're back. We're waiting for round number 2 to get paired, so that should be pretty shortly. We did see some of you guys say what you guys want for this round. I did see, some black purple Luffy, Robin, red purple Luffy. There's definitely some Teach stands in the chat today too.
Mm.
I'm pretty good with. I definitely want to have Teach on stream at least once, right?
Yeah.
The only issue is that like I don't want it against Dofi because that's usually pretty one sided, right? Or
Sure.
you can definitely overcome it, but listen, I don't want. imagine you're in a tournament, right? You get queued up into your worst matchup. You're like, all right, great, fine, and then you hear the noise that someone else joins the chat call, and you're like, oh, cool, great. We have 1,000 eyes watching me try to go through my hardest matchup. So.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah,
That's
so
very true.
I try to find matchups that aren't until like the end where we have like 8 undefeateds left. I try to find matchups that can definitely go either way. But I'll definitely make sure to try to get Teach on at least once today.
Yeah. So I have to know before next set. Are you a Teach fan? Are you a Teach believer? I should say.
I would say I'm a believer in it for sure.
Okay.
I've almost made a video for it, and we'll see if I'm waiting for these next 2 weeks at least to see results for tournaments. But
Sure.
the kind of paraphrase of the title would be something like, is Teach bad or are we bad, right? Like it has to be one or the other.
Mm.
And my current kind of hypothesis is that we play a lot more like aggressive decks here in North America in comparison to what I've seen in Asia, and that makes it a little bit tougher for Teach to survive in a format like this. But I'm a believer in the deck. I think it's something that people can pick up Rob Lucci and be pretty successful before hitting a plateau, right? I think Teach is something that, like, kind of like BY Luffy, you have to kind of full commit a lot of the time to find the success that you're looking for.
Yeah. I definitely agree. I think in the very beginning, I was a huge Teach stan. I was like, Teach is going to be it. I've seen it. I've seen the future.
Yeah.
And then it like didn't give me the results that I needed. And every time I played Purple Luffy, I was like, oh, this matchup is for sure good. And then they just double drop every turn, and I'm like, wait, what does Teach do good against again?
Yeah.
So I think based on that, I think now I believe that highly skilled people that have spent a lot of time with Teach can do really, really well with Teach. But if you kind of just jump into it, it's a little tough.
Sure. I think it's definitely, as mentioned, that you have to. The biggest decision maker for me is if you need to discard a card from your hand or not, right? I think there's a line where people do it when your opponent wasn't really going to get a lot of value from it, or like losing the cards more expensive, versus like you should have done it and you didn't. So that's kind of the expectation from my side. So I think people are kind of figuring that out, and it really just kind of goes to knowledge of what's the best on play card my opponent can play right now. Do I care? Is it worth shutting it off? Like that's where I think people are kind of figuring out the line you have to kind of walk with Teach and OP09 right now.
Yeah, definitely. So. Yeah, I think I don't know. Regardless, it's the deck's only gonna get better for sure next set. So if you're a stan, you're very, very excited and very hopeful as well. So but we also saw a lot of other pretty cool recommendations that people want to watch. I saw a Buggy in the chat. That's kind of interesting. I don't know when are we getting that promo? But
yeah, right. Yeah. I did see on table 3 we do have. I am just looking through real quick. I did see Lim versus Shanks, which I know no one asked for Lim, but that one you don't see very often. So that caught my eye a little bit.
Big fan.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting one. So I'm looking through a couple of these tables real quick, seeing if there's anything before I kind of just commit to that one. But that one I think would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think Lim is actually a really, really fun deck. I also think it's kind of a sleeper. It's also a green deck that's not Bonnie.
You are correct in a lot of ways. It does get some support in set number 10, the next one we get. So that's something I know a lot of people are seeing that in Japan, but also like getting excited for it too. So yeah, I think we're gonna do that one. We're just gonna go to, I think, table 3. So let me get that set up. We'll be back at like 2 seconds, right? Let me get it set up and we'll be back with round number. Which round? 2. Yeah, round number 2.
Two.
Yeah, we'll be back. Oh boy. All right, we are here. We are at table number 3. It's going to be Lim versus Shanks. They start a little bit early, but we'll be fine. Lim's getting their start, and Lim's a really unique leader. If you guys don't know how it works, so let me get the leader up there as well. But essentially, every time you play a card, no matter what, it's played arrested, which generally is pretty bad for this game, but you do have like a really consistent ramp effect, and a lot of your archetype is based around restanding your stuff at the end of the turn to kind of play around the cost for playing this leader.
Yeah, you're also able to its main effect being able to rest 3 Dawn to play a 5 cost character that's with the type of Odyssey is actually quite good. There's a lot of really good 5 cost characters, like as you see here on the board, it's the Doflamingo.
Yeah.
Being able to restand at the end of your turn is quite nice. Being able to cheat out a 5 cost character with 3 Dawn is quite good. As well as there's just generically a lot of really good green and purple top end cards like you just kind of forgot about, like 9 cost Zoro, cards like that,
Yeah.
So really interesting to see here how ends up playing out. I think if you're able to drop a 9 cost Zoro, this game is quite good. On top of the multitude of top end for purple against Shanks in particular, I think could go the distance.
All right, looks like we're gonna go 8 into lead here.
So I believe that he did use a leader effect on that.
Yeah.
So we could give him a 2K, 1K now.
Yeah, that still seems like really expensive though, right?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So even though using the ability, we are still going to go ahead and take it. Dropping down to 3 life. Using a leader ability, we're going to tap 3 Dawn. We're going to ramp 1 rested and then play out the Sabo.
Mm-hmm.
And that Sabo is actually a really good card. When you have 2 Odyssey cards rested or 2 characters rested, when attacking.
Rested. Yeah.
When attacking, you get to draw a card.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a Songoro.
It really is. And then we have like this, the Dofi is probably like the strongest card in this deck. I'll be like, you feel really bad whenever you don't see that card. The fact that it's a blocker that restands at the end of every turn is really big. Being able to, just get like an attack and restand. It's very, I feel bad whenever I don't get to see that on like turn 2 or 3.
Yeah, definitely. And Sabo being another card that you really want to see. I think seeing that draw power is really huge because you're playing an extra card every turn. But we're going to go ahead and give him just a 5K, so we can give him 1K counter. That Rosinante, another fantastic card. There's just a lot of really good pieces in the Odyssey build that, I think for the most part can catch a lot of people off guard.
Mm-hmm.
So we currently have 2 bodies on the board, of course, and if we play out another one, since it does come in rested, we can actually just let ourselves a card off of that Sabo effect, which is quite good there. All right, 6K swing going into life. Gives them a 2K counter. And I think we're already actually at 9 Dawn already.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the fact that like most effects to ramp are kind of like you have to see some certain cards or like conditions. Like Lim just gets to do it every turn, which is super strong.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and we do have the Sakazuki here, which I think we
Yeah.
just played to have another body out. Um, we do get the
Yeah.
removal of the Marco,
Yep.
but we can bring it back with discarding a Red Hawk. And then we will be able to draw a card off the Saba, which is really good if we're able to get that set up.
Yeah, so 6K swing, most likely going into life. We're going to draw ourselves a free card there and giving him yet another 2K counter. And Sakazuki is an interesting choice. I feel like you don't really see it too often in a lot of decks, but nonetheless, still a really good card. It's 8K swing now. I think this might be going into the Marco or life, but no, going into life and then just drop it down to 2. And do we have a trigger? No, we do not.
Yeah, 2 life though so quickly for Shanks is a little bit low. Especially for a deck that's supposed to be like, a little bit more defensive, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually I feel like at this point, Shanks is almost never at 2 life.
Yeah, no, it's
as much as I want it to
Dofi,
be.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I guess that's just like that just shows you how good these 6K bodies are coming from Lim, right? So just consistent amount of 6K bodies. I mean, they are a 5 cost character, so I hope they are 6K. But it looks like we're gonna go ahead and tap 8 for the Rayleigh. We're gonna be able to get rid of one of these characters, one of these 6K bodies, as well as possibly swing 5K into the Sabo. So I think if we're able to get rid of this Dofi. So yeah, getting rid of that Dofi minus 3K, getting rid of that, and then giving minus 2K to either one of these 2 bodies. I think which was at Sabo. So this should be a 5K going into a 3K here. And yes, it does go down.
Yeah, and that's like the biggest issue with Lim is that you're so dependent on having bodies on the board, not even just for their presence of like attacking and stuff, but just for your effects to go off.
Yeah.
So removal like this is pretty strong. Silvers is probably one of the strongest cards against that deck. This deck in this matchup. And I don't know. This card just gets better. I feel like every time I play it, it's such a good card.
Yeah, I think honestly that's one of the biggest things kind of carrying red right now as a color. Rayleigh is just that good of a card. You can really throw it into Marco, Shanks, literally anything, and it's really that good.
Yeah. It's good aggressively. It helps you be defensive too, because even like if you can't get the removal of something, just to make it so that they can't attack as big next turn or without any Dawn investments, really strong. Yeah, really, really strong card.
Yeah. And so we're now finally sitting at 10 Dawn, and this is a big 9K swing going into life.
Looking like leader effect and then double 2K to get out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, being very aggressive here. This 7K swing going to life. We probably will take this since we're back at 5K. Yep.
And 3 just outright to play the Lim Super Rare, which does let us look at the top 5 for an Odyssey card.
Yep, searching the top 5.
Just confirming.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, on both sides. On either side. Grabbing an Odyssey card, quite good. Usually kind of a little late, but I think we have about 3 Dawn active as well, so we'll be able to spit out another 5K 5 cost character is quite good.
Yeah. And especially because Lim has this effect, if you have 3 or more rested cards, which we will, we'll be able to set Lim active. And then, Doflamingo will be able to set itself active too. So both these effects, super strong. Yeah, Lim active, and then Dofi 2 or more. Yeah, active. And Sakazuki's a 7K. He can stay rested.
Yeah, and now it is really important too that you actually do those actions in order. Correctly. You have to do the Lim first, because then Dofi then reads if there's 2 or more rested characters, you can then restand it. So it's Lim and then it goes into Dofi.
All right. Well, one Silvers is pretty good. Second one might be equally good. Now it's, what's the decision? Do we go, where's the other -2 go? Does it go on the Sakazuki so we can get rid of it easier? Is it against the Lim so it just can't do anything? It looks like we did against the Sakazuki. So starting with the 5/5.
And now this is really rough. I want to counter out of this. At the same time, I really don't, just because there's an 8K as well as a 6K body on the other side, plus with 2 Dawn active. That's just a lot of firepower there.
Yeah, we're going 6 into 5 now. All right,
Wow.
2K out. All right, we going 10 to 5. Do we need 2 open for potential Red Hawk to get rid of a limb? Yeah, just
But
big 8.
no. Yeah, big
We
8,
saw
yeah.
Red Hawk earlier, so we know our Shanks player is playing it.
Oh man, do we let it go? I think nonetheless you kind of get your opponent off your life regardless. So
yeah, I mean, nothing's really stopping you from going like 9K, 11K next turn. So like
yeah.
another 5K body would be nice, but we'd have to give us 4K worth of counter here to save the Sakazuki.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and at this point of the game, Lim always wants to have a couple more bodies on the board. So keeping Sakazuki on the board is beneficial for your late game just because of your other Odyssey characters. Just because they obviously all require you to have multiple bodies on the board that are rested. So I understand wanting to keep the Sakazuki. At the same time, I know that we have to pitch at least 2 cards out of our hand. And it looks like we're going to go and do so. 3 cards, actually.
Yeah, 2K, 1K, 1K. So another attack could be a little bit rough. Yeah, we are still a 5K thanks to the dice usage there.
Yeah. And I think at this point, I think we have to just kind of go for it here. Do as much damage, and then if we don't win this turn, possibly hope to win next turn.
Yeah, the issues, we've got 2 cards in hand, right?
Yeah.
With the board that with the 2 silvers, the Marco and leader, very unlikely you're going to be able to survive on the next turn. So I think you just kind of have to, putting the Dawn here. The reason we're doing this is because with the leader effect and Red Hawk, we can get out of an attack and remove another body. So making sure they're at least 6K going into these attacks. We're going to start 7 into the Shanks here.
Now we have been giving our opponent a ton of 2K counters, so it's very possible that Shanks just doesn't have that many. So we are going to go ahead and use leader effect, give him a 2K counter.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, he didn't have possibly too many.
All right. We've got 7 Dawn left, and right now we have a 5 and a 6. So, and we can go 9/9 if we want to. 5 cards in hand.
But we know he has Red Hawk too, right? And so
I don't think. I mean, likely has Red Hawk, right?
yeah.
They could just be bluffing too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think the 2 Dawn would have been just better invested to try to get rid of the Sakazuki, but I digress. All right. Big 7.
All right, do we have it? I think if we have it, we do it now.
Mm-hmm. Let's hear that. Are we forcing the hard commit?
Yeah, really unfortunate part that Lim only has 2 cards in hand. I feel like obviously our possibilities are just that much more limited. So we could be hoping for a blocker. And yes, we do have the Red Hawk. So plus 4K to our leader there, getting out of that 7K swing. And is this just an easy 5K?
It could be 8 and play like a Dofi. We're playing Trafalgar Law, man. I rarely see this card in decks right now.
Yeah.
To the point where let me confirm what it does.
Yeah, you return a character on the board, your own character, and then you play up to 1 Odyssey character with a cost of 3 or less other than Trafalgar Law.
Gotcha.
So being able to replay the limb is pretty strong.
Yeah. Agreed.
So then grabbing the ace.
Which is a 2K, so that is helpful. We essentially converted our 1K to a 2K, but we still don't have a blocker, which is a little bit rough here.
Yeah. And we still have 3 active Dawn as well. So we can't swing 8K into life. We can swing 8K into our Marco. And we already use leader effect, so this would be quite good, requiring a 2K and a 1K. And this is quite difficult, but no, just a 5K swing going into life, possibly having a 3-cost Dofi, or not a 3-cost Dofi, a 3-cost Rosinante to play. And it looks like Shanks only has about 4 cards in hand, so getting a card out of his hand would be, giving a Ben Beckman.
Yeah. Okay. So 3, 4, hopefully a blocker. Yeah, is the Rosinante as mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm actually a really big fan of this character. It states when your opponent is attacking, you get to restand this character. So essentially, you get a block.
Yeah,
you're able to block. So
yeah, it's just like you don't get to block like the first attack, or like sometimes it pre-blocks the first attack because people attack into it while it's rested.
Right.
But yeah, it's a pretty solid card, I think.
Yeah, it looks like a 7K swing going in possibly into life.
With knowing that there's only a 2K in hand, right? That makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah. An 8K swing now.
All right, and then 10 Dawn across 5 and 8 is 13, so it's 11 and 12. Or we can just have a dragon. Okay,
a dragon. Yeah, this is looking, it's a little over here. 8K swing going into life.
Yeah, 3 8s. I don't think there's a way for us to get out of that. So another 8 here, gonna have to block it. And then with 1 card left in hand, we can like maybe 2K, but not quite. Not quite.
Really close game, honestly. I think if there's, I think the back-to-back really was just too much for Lim.
Agreed. Yeah, that just puts a lot of pressure, and the fact that it made like the Sakazuki attack just a little bit less strong, I think it was impactful. I do think that they did the right thing where I think protecting the Sakazuki to make it easier for you to go to game the next turn was correct, but they just weren't able to have enough pressure to get there still.
Yeah.
So, well, let's go back to us real quick. We've got about half the round left, so we'll see if we can find another game for you guys real quick. I'll be jumping around trying to find one. Worst case, I find a game that we can just, depending on the winner. Oh, I see a red, purple Luffy. I'll try to contain myself. Okay. Jumping around. But yeah, I think that match was pretty solid though. I think Lim does have like some issues. The biggest thing is that like it's a ramp deck, right? But you don't really have too much to ramp to. Like 9-cost Zoro, which we didn't see, but can be in the deck. At least most builds is strong, but if it's removed, like you just got nothing going on, you know?
Yeah, I think Rayleigh, man. I think Rayleigh, such a strong control card. You mentioned before, it's aggressive, it's defensive. I mean, there's just it's really, really good.
Yeah.
I think the top end that deck currently has right now is just 10-cost Shanks and 8-cost Rayleigh is just really that good. So honestly, quite unfortunate for the Lim player, but nonetheless, I'm pretty sure they're going to have a really good run here. I think it does pretty well into BY as well. Just because we have that 9-cost Zoro.
Yeah, it's just like if
pretty good.
It's worst matchup in my experience has been Rob Lucci, right? If you can't play any 5-costs that stick on the board, you're gonna have a rough go. But otherwise, I think you have a lot of potential for some success.
Yeah. Now there is a little bit of counterplay against black decks for Lim, and that's the Robin.
Yeah.
Being able to give protection to your board. It is only once per turn, or like the turn that it's played on, so on play effect. But nonetheless, you can have some pretty pivotal turns where your opponent not being able to KO anything on your board is quite strong.
And real quick, just so it looks like I'm just staring off into space. I'm trying to find if there's any other matches kind of worth jumping into. Something that just has like a little bit more gameplay left and a little bit. Yeah, I see. So there. You find a game you like this one?
I mean, I'm not sure how much time is left on this game, but
BY Mirror. Here, I'm gonna go.
BY versus Vegapunk.
Oh, it is. You know what? Yeah, let's just.
Yeah.
We can. This game will likely have a. a little bit more time into it. Let me
Maybe, yeah.
quickly. I'll get the players' names once we get there. But it is going to be Vegapunk versus. Yeah, if a Vegapunk player wins, we can definitely go there. But yeah, BY is a bit of a tough matchup because you don't always have like the top end you need to get there.
Yeah, I think Vegapunk's also in a very interesting position. I think it's a deck that late game where you're just kind of top decking every card, having 2 to 3 cards in your hand can be kind of difficult. And then the flip side, BY late game always has a ton of cards in there.
yeah, always has a ton. Agreed.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and see if the Vegapunk can survive this one. And we have 2 life. We have the event on the very top. That lets you grab any Vegapunk character from your trash and have the on play and play it out for free. It's quite nice. And yeah, so it looks like our BY Luffy player here is a 9K leader. We have, as you can see, 4 blockers on the board. 3 5-cost Sabos, as well as that Nami, which I am a huge fan of. I know a lot of people are playing the Shirahoshi, but you can still play both, as we see that this BY player is playing.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's been a new. I know it sounds lame because like I've mentioned before, BY. There's like one new tech card that comes out every couple weeks, right? Right. The newest card is, I think, I still have my crew, right, which is a draw 1 and gives something plus 3 cost, I think, for the turn. But yeah, every time, like, sure, Hoshi's been like a little bit of a new tech. Nami, a couple months ago at this time, but was one of the newer techs for the deck. And it's every time someone's like, oh, this card's good in the deck, I'm like, oh man, I need to re-sleeve it. I need to test it out again, even though it's like 46 cards the same still, right? It's been really cool just to see like minor optimizations for a deck like this one.
Yeah. Another thing to note too is that we have the Egghead stage on board.
We do,
which is quite nice, honestly. Being able to restand one of your Egghead type characters, 5 cost or less for free at the end of every turn is quite good.
It's very good, yeah. Especially since most of the cards we play in this deck are 5 cost. Luffy generally is really good at getting rid of 4 costs, so having to invest an extra card to get rid of a 5 cost feels really bad when it could also have been used to get rid of an 8 cost.
But this is where we start to see a couple things happen. We have the Nami at the very top, so this is going to be an AK swing going into 5, and we don't have any blockers up. That's a cost category from the PRB set. But if we do take this, the Nami can KO something, which looks like we're going to go ahead and do. We have to give him a trigger card, which is that 2K Frankie. And what's nice about this is that we are able to draw ourselves a card. The question is, what do we want to remove? We can get rid of some pressure in the form of Sabo, which we do end up doing so, but another option could have been that 5 cost Luffy.
Sure. And the fact that we haven't seen a Moria, like it's seemingly Moria's hit the board maybe once. I don't know. We haven't seen one in trash, right? Those are Sabos.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
So that I think helps keep the game around a little bit for us, but.
Oh, and this is a really this is pretty good here. Being able to replay the Nami off of the trigger as well as recycling ourselves a card is quite good.
Yeah, I think we're gonna. Yeah, but there's our first Moria though, and our opponent's just like, cool, thank you for freeing up space on my board. Now I can play out these 2 drops without having to lose anything. So super solid there. We still have our Nami blocker. We'll have 3 blockers that can't be KO'd now. We're going to play the Luffy, use the effect 2K, use the Sabo there. 9K leader, 3 blockers up, and I think we're going to end the turn with 4 cards in hand.
Yeah. We do see that Lucy on the board, but I'm not too sure exactly how relevant that card will be in this matchup.
Yeah, here, I'll bring it. I'll bring that up too. It's been a tech I've been seeing a little bit more in like Anel lately. Yeah, let me bring that card up as well. I think it's supposed to be for the Kyros leader, right? That was the purpose of this card because it came out in OP07 and it's a Dressrosa card, right? But yeah, when attacking once per turn, you can add 1 card from the top or bottom to your life to your hand. Rest up to one of your opponent's characters, cost of 4 or less. Then if you have 1 or less life cards, which is pretty easy when you're a 2 life leader, add up to 1 card from the top of your deck to the top of your life card. So it just essentially lets you draw 1 And especially like if you know like what the top life is, you can take the bottom one and then cycle it around. So not too bad. And it looks like we're getting out of that attack. And they're going to use their Luffy effect to make it an 8K and just kind of pass from there. So Lucy can attack. It's going to let us draw a card. We might want to pop one of our Luffys if we feel like we need the card draw as well. And yeah, it's a bit of a
7K
tough spot.
7K leaders look kind of hard.
They are. Oh, wait, are we only 7K? I think we should be 9K, right?
We should.
Right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we should be 7K leader, unless we missed that. But
no, because they used Luffy and Sabo.
I mean, honestly, even at 7K, it's still a little tough. Just the fact that we do have, now 2 blockers up.
Oh, we must have not sequenced one of their 2 drops correctly then. Yeah, that's kind of major, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it does happen,
Yeah.
All right. So taking a look at our trash here, we have a couple different options that we can do. Like you mentioned before, we can get some nice draw. We can also kind of just add a ton of Dawn to some of these characters.
Yeah, because we
only have 2 blockers.
An 8K Katakuri. 5-drop Nami will likely just attack in the blocker Nami just to make it, exit the board. 4 cards in hand for BY. Vegapunk leader can't attack too. Well, not that I think you would be doing so anyways, but yeah, we're gonna use Luffy there. We're gonna use the effect to draw a card. So we're pretty hefty hand size right now.
Yeah, sitting at I believe 4 cards in hand now for the Vegapunk player, and hopefully we have some sort of way to heal. But it looks like we're gonna go ahead and tap 7.
And 6 for Raigo. Oh, but they have protection, so okay. All right.
Sabo.
Yeah.
5 cost Sabo. 5 cost Sabo.
Very strong card. Still very present. Still very strong. We're going to go 8 into leader. 8 to 7. Now, we still have a chance to be able to heal as well by using the Vegapunk effect. For 3, we're going to play out the Lilith. So it's going to look at top 5 for a Vegapunk card. Or, sorry, an Egghead Island card, rather.
Yeah. So we are going to go ahead and grab the 2K Frankie. I oftentimes forget that is a Egghead character.
Yeah, because it's used it's so easily, right? Like,
it's used in everything.
Yeah, it's such a good generic effect.
Yeah. So, and that's her hand. We are able to, like you said before, heal 1, since we do have 1 Dawn open there. And we can also draw ourselves another card with that Luffy, which we do end up doing so.
And then our last Dawn's going to go to putting Shaka, which turns into a blocker.
Yeah, quite nice there. And it's also a 5 cost, so no real way to for BY to easily get rid of it. You'd have to go ahead and go play like, Reducer plus something else. But if they have the Gecko Moria, just really depends here.
Yeah, I think it's still surprising too just how good Shaka is. It's just a 5/6 blocker, right? Like it reads pretty generic, right? But the fact that it's like a backbone of this deck is really amusing to me.
Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of really great pieces in the Vegapunk deck in general. There's a lot of really good, generically really good cards. There's just something that's kind of missing with this deck to make it, tier 1 or a little higher than that. But this is a 9K swing going into life. We were able to get out of that 8K swing. And with only 1 card in hand, we are going to go ahead and take that with activating the trigger effect. Get a free blocker on the board. And do we have another Gecko Moria?
And the amount of times I've like internalized that question or like had to like ask my opponent, uh, triple digits approaching quad digits amount of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we do have
Yeah.
another one. So
Mhm.
not too surprising here. We're gonna get rid of the Luffy to be able to play a 2-drop Luffy and a 2-drop Sabo. 2 Dawn underneath leader. Discard a card. I think it would have been not terrible to maybe put Nami there if we are feeling about it. Use the
Yeah.
effect +2 there. We're going to use the Sabo effect to give the +2 this time. Make it a 4K. Use the effect to draw 2, trash 2. And it looks like we're going to pass from there.
Yeah. I think at a certain point, having that extra card draw and being a 7K leader, but still with 3 blockers up would have been really strong.
Yeah.
So,
All right. Well,
yeah.
Shaka gets the easy block again with Lucy still surviving. We do get that constant card draw, which is really nice. So it looks like we have a good amount of value from Vegapunk as well. I just don't know who's going to outvalue the other, right? That's kind of where we've boiled it down to.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Vegapunk does such a great job on making the game last for so long. The difference is that BY does the same thing, but establishes a Gecko Moria
Yeah.
plus 2 friends on the board every turn. So quite good there. And I guess this is like the biggest thing about BY, right? This is the thing that sets BY against the other decks, and just to say, you know what, I'm a tier 1 deck, and honestly, if Gecko Moria does ever get removed from this game, I think it'll good chance for a very long time that BY can be a name that you don't forget about.
Yeah, I mean it's been topping still in Asia in OP10. Asia recently just transitioned to the EBO2 set being legal, so their meta is still kind of developing once again. But guess what? Giving BY a way to search yellow and black cards pretty consistently is pretty good. Helps the deck quite a lot, I think.
Yeah. So it looks like we do find 2 Vegapunk characters there, or 2 cards there.
Yeah, the Dirashishishi, which lets us look at the top 5 for 2 cards with trigger. Pretty nice.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, a really good addition to the deck, and a really good addition to yellow decks, period.
Yeah. And I think like the trigger for it is just like draw a card, right? So you're not even like that upset if you hit it off life,
Right.
because you can you at least get a cycle.
Yep. So 9K swing, and we do see the 2K counter Hiyori coming out of hand, which is quite nice. You want to see that if you're the Vegapunk player there. And with 5 active Dom, we could see another pretty big swing coming with Katakuri. We still, of course, can use our leader effect as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can establish any more 9K attacks this turn, right? Like we only have one more, which gets an easy Sabo block. So
Right.
instead, looks like, okay, we're going to play Lilith to look at top 5 once again. We are also approaching our now in overtime. So that does affect this. This is going to be turn 0 as we try to end this. And this is kind of a weird matchup where both players can, end, like heal at the last moment.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see how this closes. But at the same time, there's no blockers right now present for Vegapunk. And we can do like a 9K attack with Katakuri, but we can get out of that. I think BY might be able to just, depending on triggers, right? We always got to say that. But depending on triggers, I think they can just likely wrap it up on this next turn.
Yeah. We do have the event card in our hand as well, so we can put that at the very top. But no, putting the Nami instead.
Oh, okay. So that's pretty big. That means that like if you attack with like Luffy, you can use Nami to play it to KO one of the Sabos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and I guess in return, it's the same thing as the.
Yeah, we're zooming now though, right?
Yeah.
Attacking 9. Yeah, gonna play it over. Use the trigger. Discard a trigger, a hand, another Nami. Get rid of one of the Sabos. Draw a card.
Yeah, and now we have a pretty big board here. 9K swing with that Sabo going into life. We have to take this. That's what it looks like. And do we have a trigger?
No trigger. Yeah. Now it's just numbers. Yeah.
Yeah.
9. I think we have like 4 9s, right? Yeah. All right, using the 1 Dawn, 11 here. Yeah,
Yep.
that'll be it. All right.
Yep.
BY takes another game. definitely not saying that for the last time either. So
yeah. Vegapunk just, you know what, being able to put out a couple bodies out on really unfortunate part is they're all 5K.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
you
if
know,
there's ever a
kind of tough.
time where Black Yellow Luffy runs out of like, if you can out sustain them where they run out of Morias or they run out of like 2-drop Luffy's and Sabos, you can definitely push for game. But with the amount of consistency that the deck has right now, it's very tough for Vegapunk to be able to find that opening.
Yeah, I mean the biggest benefit for Vegapunk right now, if you're a player, is the fact that you have such a really good matchup against Dofi. I think that's probably the most appealing part,
Yeah,
as well as a couple other matchups as well. On top of the fact that it's just a really fun deck.
it is a really
Um,
unique deck. I 100% agree. I'd be curious to see what the Blackbeard matchup is. That's not one that I've really internalized before because you play like a lot of bodies, and you can get rid of like their 10-drop Teach with like a Rygo. So like, there's I think some play. It's really interesting though. I'm unsure how that goes.
yeah, I think you honestly might just lose that matchup just because your leader can attack.
That yeah. I don't that might be the clincher
That's a
for
little
it.
tough.
Yeah.
That's a little tough.
So, anyways, we're pretty much at time for this round. So we're gonna go to round number 3 pretty shortly. We'll try our best to find some more unique matchups too. If there's anything that you guys would like to see, let us know. We will try our best. We don't really have like a player chart with how they're doing versus what leader they're playing, so it's we're kind of spitballing on it, but we're going to try our best to do so. And I expect to be back within 10 minutes unless there's anything crazy in between rounds. So we're going to get that set up. Let us know what you guys want to see, and we'll see you guys going into round number 3. All right, we're here with round number 3. We've got Flantastic on Smoker versus Ian on the OP05 Monkey D. Luffy.
Yeah, I think Smoker is a deck that a lot of people are pretty big stands for. I think rightfully so. I think the deck is one. The deck is extremely old, right? The leader has been around for some time now, but we keep getting really good Navy cards being introduced to us. So it's pretty fun to play Smoker right now. I think it's also has a pretty good matchups that Lucci doesn't have as well, like BY. So
Yeah,
pretty good.
it's an oldie but a goodie. He's
Mm-hmm.
he came out in pretty much the first wave of black being a color in this game. And he was, moderate success on release, and then kind of got sidetracked for a little bit. And the new Star deck definitely gave it a lot of tools, but it's been definitely tricky to see what merits it has over Rob Lucci. There are merits, but most people I think still are more on the Rob Lucci train.
Yeah, just because I think Rob Lucci has just pretty big highs. So
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that you can get a Dawn minus or a cost minus without spending any Dawn. That's
yeah.
I think the largest thing for a matchup like this.
What is really nice about Smoker in this matchup is that Smoker has a really easy time getting rid of tall characters.
Mm-hmm.
So and Purple Luffy obviously loves to set up really really big tall characters. So I'm really interested to see how this plays out. Purple Luffy has insane aggression. So looks like we're gonna start things off here with leader effect. Here we're gonna ramp 1 Dawn, take our own life, and now we're at 4 Dawn. Do we have the 4 cost Zoro? Possibly swinging 5K first.
Yeah, and already though, one minor thing is that Smoker essentially has like 8 turn 1 plays, right? We've got Sengoku and we've got Brand New going second, and not seeing either of those is a little bit slow for us. But we're gonna get a Zoro on the board for Luffy. Look at the top 5 for a purple straw hat card.
Yeah, if I see 7 cost Luffy Taro, I cry, which we just saw one hit the board.
grab the facial tissues.
yeah, and now this 3 cost Luffy leader has a pretty insane turn next turn. So looks like Smoker's swinging 5K into life. We have to counter out of this since, like I did mention before, essentially is like a 3 life leader. We have to ramp twice usually. So giving him the 4 cost Anami and then tapping for that 4 cost Kuzan, which I'm a huge fan of.
Yeah, that card can make it easier to remove the inevitable Luffy Taro at this point from coming down. And like it's funny, like Smoker got better with the star decks that we got in October, but Purple Luffy additionally got a little bit stronger with that its own star deck as well.
Yeah, essentially got like a whole new 50, which is quite nice. But it looks like we are using leader effect. We're ramping. We have 7 active done now. Now we do know we have the Luffy Taro, but we have different ways to pivot at this point. We can play 7 cost Sanchi to rest the Kuzan as well. So 6K swing going to life. We see another counter. So 2 cards out of hand. Quite nice. And do we have the Sanji, which honestly I'd be tempted to play here.
Yeah.
But no, just playing out the Luffy Taro. We're going to go ahead and -1 Dawn. Play a character from my hand. 5 cost or less. And we see another Zoro.
Yeah. And it's really like the decision point, right? Do you get the almost guaranteed draw immediately with Zoro? Is Sanji like better? Even though like it's a 5 cost, so it's a little bit harder to remove, but it's also counter in hand. As tempting as like the draw from Sanji Goro can be every turn, I think if you just have another Zoro, it's just the better target.
Yeah. Also, just having another dead card out of a hand is quite good too.
Yeah.
So. All right, it looks like Smoker does have quite a few cards in hand, so obviously that Kuzan will be quite nice, being able to get rid of that Luffy Taro. But I guess the question is, what removal do we have? Like, what are the ways that we can actually get rid of this Luffy Taro?
Yeah, the best answer is easily, at least for the amount of Dawn we have right now, is the Tashigi 5-drop that we did get out of our starter deck. It would let us also have like a 7k attack, which could go against leader or against one of these Zoros. But it looks like we're going to start with a simple 6 into I'm guessing the Zoro at this point if we're attaching an extra Dawn.
Yeah, I imagine so. And just go and give him the 1k counter, which we did have the Sangoro there in hand as well. So attaching 1 Dawn to our leader, using possibly our leader effect here, we are going to go ahead and minus the cost of something, but gaining plus 1k. So this is a 7k swing now.
Yeah, probably into the Zoro once again. And then for 4, Rebecca grab a 2k and then play Brook from hand, likely to remove the Zoro. Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Yeah, and this is really strong here coming from Purple Luffy. Just the fact that Luffy Taro stayed on the board is quite good. So now I think at this point we have to go for the Kuzan.
Yeah, that card is so good at removing. Oh, and this is going to make it way easier for us to do so.
Yeah, honestly, one of my favorite cards coming into this new set, 7-cost Sanji, being able to -1 Dawn, gains rush, resting a 5-cost or blocker or character, and rush 7k rush is quite good.
Yeah, it puts you in a lot of like it extends the range for Luffy, not only like going up to 10 Dawn, you get like a really good removal here, but it lets you go for game in a lot of scenarios where you wouldn't otherwise.
Yeah, being able to get rid of 2 bodies off the board. We're swinging 5k into the Rebecca. Yep. Then just a big 9k into life, dropping down to 3 and just passing the turn. Funny thing to note too is that Smoker hasn't done any damage to Purple Luffy. We're at 3 life because of our leader effect.
Yeah,
which is always kind of funny to me.
Yeah, the fact that I need less reasons to talk about Red Purple Luffy. I know I keep bringing it back to the table, but I mean, look, we're 3 life leader now, right? Like, hey, that's where Red Purple Luffy starts, right? But I digress. We're going to start with the Sengoku, which clearly would have been a stronger card if we saw it a little bit earlier on like turn 1. But being able to get an additional card draw, that Sengoku is again one of the main reasons you play Smoker, is that you get to find your Gecko Moria a little bit more consistently than something like Rob Lucci.
As well as, kind of setting up your trash for a Gecko Moria play is quite good too. So characters like that Hina being like, oh man, this card needs to be my trash and it'll be so good. Well, Sengoku can help you get there. And yeah.
But I do think we're seeing a little bit of a difference in quality. You were kind of talking about how Purple Luffy has, a quite considerably, high ceiling for how good their start can be. And I would argue this is one of the stronger starts for Purple Luffy currently in this game, especially being able to answer what Smoker's been doing. But we're going to go Suru with Tashigi, so gives the Luffy -6. We're going to use the leader effect to make it -7, and then we can use the Tashigi to pop it, and then we are also in a 7k leader. So yeah, that Tashigi also really good. Likely would have been a little bit better to see it last turn, but seeing it at all is good enough, I think.
Yeah. And this is a 7k swing here. We could go 7 into 6 or 7 into life. It looks like we are going 7 into 6, which is that Zoro, giving him a 2k counter, and then just passing the turn. This is kind of unfortunate. Consistently going for these 6k bodies is quite good. It's really where all these 4-cost, 5-cost characters kind of shine. And even though we're getting that free 1k for that leader, just it's not making too much of a difference here. But 5K swing going into life, we do see the Sabo coming out of hand there for counter. And yeah, it looks like Purple Luffy is just kind of running away with things right now. Setting up, having two of these bodies stick is quite good.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, if we were able to like get rid of the Zoro as well, it might have been like a little bit more advantageous, but we're still a bit on the back foot. And again, like some of the reason I think Purple Luffy is so strong right now is decks like Rob Lucci and Smoker. They really depend on their Rebecca and Sabo blockers to help them, get another turn or two, which you don't get as often, I think, against Purple Luffy with all their interaction with that. But we're playing out our big 9-drop Luffy. I love this card. This card is so strong.
Yeah, in the very beginning, I was like, I have to use on my Dawn to play it. I draw one card, and then I realized, wait, I get to use on my Dawn. I draw one card, and I swing. Like, wait, hold on. Wait, what are the downsides here? Hold on.
They're very minimal, especially since you get to like this is a card worth ramping to. I think Purple for a long time had all these tools to gain Dawn, but there wasn't really anything to use the Dawn once he got up there. This Luffy is generically just one of the best ways. If you get to it early, it's a 10k that usually gets at least 2 swings. It draws you a card, and if you're at 9 Dawn, you don't care about losing one because you're going to go to 10 next turn anyways.
Right. Now, even on the Smoker turn here, even Gecko Mora just feels a little rough here. Being able to get rid of one character on the board was quite nice, but it's just... at the end of the day, it just doesn't really do too much. I mean, Purple Luffy is still at 3 life.
Yeah, it is. And so being at 1 life yourself is tough. Like you can, and this is, I think, where Smoker falls behind a little bit. You are a little bit better at playing things on tempo, right? Like Tashigi's like a really good 5 cost that you can just keep playing every turn. But the fact that you really are only good at getting rid of 1 card a turn stinks when... they are... Purple Luffy is one of the better decks to play, multiple cards that are impactful every turn.
Yeah. Another reason why I think 3-cost Brook is so good in this deck, or good for black anyways, is just being able to have that constant removal every turn is quite good. So it looks like this is a 7k swing going into 7.
Yep. Eustace Kid counter. And then 8 for, we do have the Moria. And we can, we'll be able to use Rebecca with Suru to get rid of the Zoro with the addition of Brook as well. So not too shabby. Yeah, add Brook to hand, play it from hand. Yeah, I think the biggest difference though is that most Smoker players aren't playing. Rob Lucci, if we were playing that deck instead, I think we could have, like Ice Aged and gotten like a double removal, right? Which would have been a little bit more impactful. But only being able to get 1 removal here is pretty tough. So 1 life to 2. If we're able to survive, there might be a route for Smoker to be able to go for game next turn. But oh man, another Sanji. Yeah, this card is just so good in these scenarios.
So much aggression coming from Purple Luffy's side. The 2 Sanjis and 7k bodies is huge. So 7k going into 5. This is going to require 2 cards out of our hand. A 2k counter, as well as do we have Sengoku.
And we'll try another one. And then, I mean, if we even want to go super greedy, taking this one.
Oh no,
very tough.
Yeah, it's 13k.
Casual 13.
13, easy 13.
Not quite there. Yeah, seeing the brand new a little bit late. We got 2 Morias in hand, which if the game was a little bit slower, I think Smoker could have definitely gotten the advantage from that. But Purple Luffy's not a slow deck. It likes to go fast.
Yeah. Now I will say I don't think Purple Luffy at all, not a single turn this game, missed a beat.
No, it was pretty oppressive this game.
Yeah. I think the only thing that maybe you didn't see the turn 1 Trafalgar Law.
Sure. Okay. All right. You're right.
Literally every other turn than
Spot the Purple Luffy player. Could have been a little bit better. I'm just saying.
I mean, we didn't see the law, man. You know what I mean? I don't know. But yeah, Purple Luffy definitely seeing its ideal curve every single turn, which was really good.
It's super strong. And we've got a good amount of time left. So we're gonna try to jump into another game. You guys have to hang out with us though for a moment though while we do that. But we did see a couple Foxy decks as well. That I was hoping one of them was going to win, so we could maybe jump into that next game. But let me casually jump through some of the games that we got right now.
Yeah.
All right, we've got some BY Luffy. Oh, we've got a Boa.
Oh.
I wouldn't mind. It's Boa versus Teach. It's a little bit in the end game. I might just mark this table. We might be able to see Boa next turn.
Okay.
Or next round. That might be worth it.
Yeah, we did see a Nico Robin earlier as well on the table. So
do you know if they were able to
they're
get
still
there?
Out right now. It's looking a little scary. But
yeah, let's go to table 27. This might have a little bit more. I don't know. Of table 27 versus 30, it was both of them are looking almost done, so right?
Oh yeah, I think this is
some of these cards can't attack, but I think they just or can't refresh.
Yeah, I think this is just
all right, yeah, they're going in. Yeah, we'll get over there and the game will be over. All right. I'll see on that. Table 27 is about done. Teach versus BY. I mean, this
a lot of Teach today.
I'm actually kind of like this game that we have right now seems like there might be some cool interactions and back and forth. I'm actually going to go to table 22 if you're okay with that.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
So let me just go here. Let me just update the names real quick. Here, I'll just remove all this, and then we'll just go over there. Cool.
Yeah, no, I actually like this game.
Yeah, it's in a weird spot.
Yeah, so we have Teach as well as a BY, and if we look at the Teach's board, we have 2 Burgess as well as the 10 cost. And if you look on the opposite side, we have, of course, our BY player with a Gecko, 2 Violas, and the 5 cost Luffy. So
yeah, and it's particularly the Viola, which I've been seeing. The Oceania finals happened last weekend. The top placing BY Luffy was running, I think, 2 Violas in their build. So it's really cool to see like a deck with atypical things pop up. And then seeing more people experiment it like the couple weeks afterwards.
Yeah, I think Viola is. I've heard a lot of people say it's good counterplay against the Teach deck.
Yeah.
But overall, it's a really good card. I think BY with the deck builds can be very experimental early on in the meta when it first came out. Obviously, right now there's essentially like 4 cards that are slightly different than every deck, but for the most part, the deck list is already cemented. But for this BY player here, I imagine we go kind of aggressive here. The issue is that the Burgess is quite scary. We're also not at 0 life yet, so that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, that's kind of like the balance for it, because like obviously BY wants to be at 0. They want to be able to control when they get there, and Teach can turn off like half of those effects, right?
Right. Yeah. That's why early on in the game, you have to make sure you find your 5 cost Luffy. You have to make sure you find your Flambe's, your Hiyori's, things like that. It's extremely important. So this looks like a 9K swing going into life here, and we only have 2 cards in hand, so we can block this with our 10 cost Teach. But no, it looks like we are going to go to just take it. Yep, drop it down to 1 life. And we're just going all in on this with this Gecko Moria.
Yeah, and you either go down to 0 or you lose your Teach, I think, at this point, right?
Yep. Yeah. And it looks like we're gonna go ahead and go down to 0. Yep. So we have 4 cards in hand now, and we just passed the turn. We can attack since that 5 cost Luffy was frozen thanks to that 10 cost Teach.
Yeah, but this is a bit of a tough spot, especially since they have their Viola blockers, right? The fact that because you have these blockers, you can control if you want to go down to 0 life or not, right? I think honestly, like at this point, BY might have stabilized enough, but we'll see.
Yeah, this is actually looking quite good for BY now, and we also have quite a few cards in our hand as well. Teach has couple different options. I mean, we have two Burgesses that are both 9K bodies. Looks what it looks like. So that's also quite good. But with, like you mentioned before, the two Violas, it's just kind of rough. And we see the second 10 cost Teach hitting the board. I imagine we stun the Gecko Moria.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The issue with this too, though, is that Luffy's effect will let us go down to the to 0 life, right? Whenever we want to. Mm-hmm. We're at 2 life right now, so if we take 1 more damage, our like a Kingdom Come plus Luffy's effect will let us, also do that. So it's might be a situation where BY is stabilized enough.
This is also a thing too, where I think the type of player that you are really goes to show the type of Teach player you are. Mm-hmm. Having the decision point to make, okay, I am going to stun the Gecko Moria versus the 5 cost Luffy. Those are very small things, small details that can happen that can completely change the game.
Yeah.
So
honestly, at this point, I think I might have still gone the Luffy. Try to bully them down to 1 life and then just keep them there. Because at this point, they're going to take the life, right? Like if you attack with Burgess again, which is fine. Because then you can just use there's no reason to not do at this point.
Yeah, and we did use our leader effect as well, so we cannot play. I mean, we can still play Gecko Moria, things like that, but I think at this point we might just.
Yeah, I mean, we've drawn so many cards, right? We definitely have at least 1 2-drop in our hand.
Sure.
I'd be very surprised if we had 0.
Mm-hmm. And I do see that it doesn't make sense now why we stunned the Gecko Moria, because we already knew that we weren't going to already just swing for the fences there. We're just going to go for life no matter what. So, honestly, I know a lot of people say that this is a really easy win for Teach in this matchup, but I think BY can still play correctly. We mentioned about the counterplay cards like Rygo as well really helps in this matchup.
Sure.
So, let's see what happens here.
Yeah, the scariest part is how many dang cards Luffy has in hand. Like, I mean, they just presented us that, we have at least a 2-drop Luffy, right? We might not have a 2-drop Sabo, which could be terrifying. But even then, we have these Violas.
No. We have the 2Ks. We just have to give them up here, right?
I mean, I think this is just a block, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's right, because the Gecko stunned.
Yeah, the Gecko stunned. Yeah, I think we just do the block here.
Unless you have the Ace.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, Ace is an on-play gain rush.
Oh, so that's true. Yeah, that's true. Oh, sad.
Yeah, very sad. Yeah. It's so unfortunate.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, this is free block right here.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Block 1's out of the way.
I was trying to think of any more rush cards that we could run.
Yeah. Katakuri 4-drop gains rush. Ace 10-drop gains rush.
Oh, that's awesome.
They're all on plays. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any. I mean, if there's an activate main to gain rush, right? You better just have rush natively, right? At that point.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So it looks like a 7K swing going into live. This is quite surprising here.
Yeah. Yeah. If we had Rygo, we could have maybe gone for it.
We just block here.
Unless, all right, hear me out. 8 on Viola. 8 on Viola, right?
No way. There's no way, right?
Man, what are we using our 8 Dawn for then?
There's no way. I mean, we have to have a 2 cost in our hand. We're thinking about it.
We are.
We are thinking about it. There's no way he has 2 more 2Ks, right?
No, I think I mean, I guess it does not matter, right? They either block or not, but
if we can get out of this AK swing, I mean, I don't know if we lose. We have so many cards in our hand.
Yeah, I think we just
plus 2 blockers.
I think we kind of have to play Sabo, even if it's not protecting stuff. Getting another blocker on board is great. Oh, but they're thinking.
They are thinking.
Oh, just playing
Oh,
Moria outright.
okay.
And then yeah, as just a card. Yeah. So there's no on plays. But you know, at this point, being a 5K leader with 2 life, I think is fine with this board. But you know that these violas are not the strongest blockers in the game, right?
Yeah. We also, you were able to kind of peek in the hand a little bit. We do have a couple 2 cost characters in our hand as BY, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm really interested to see why we didn't do that. I guess we go down in hand size, maybe. Yeah. All right, using stage effect here, we're going to go ahead and pitch a card. Look at the top 3.
Yeah, I don't know if this is our backup play. Like, I understand like why we're thinking about it. Ada Viola might have just been the better play. Like, not even
Uh,
like as a meme, right? Like,
I think you're right.
because I don't know if we're gonna be able to survive this, right? Like, this is,
Yeah.
I
It's a
mean,
little scary.
it's a little scary, right?
It's a little scary.
If they have like any removal for these violas, it's rough. Um,
Like a liberation or something like that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they
Mhm.
have 5 attacks, and assuming that these blockers don't get KO'd, all 5 of them have to be impactful or blocked, right? Like, which
I
is
mean,
asking for a lot. But we've got 2 10K swings and 2 12K swings without any Dawn attached either.
even if we go liberation plus pistol, finger gun, I mean, that would be strong.
That would, yeah, I would cry.
That would be insane.
Because
We just
finger
lose,
pistol
I
by
think, at that
itself
point.
would buff both
Yeah.
these Burgesses to 11Ks, I believe.
Yeah. Using leader effect here. Leader effect again.
Oh yeah, because you can do it as much as you want. So
Yep.
yeah, it's not a once per turn, which is great. So you can make these 11Ks. Yeah.
All right. Do we have the liberation?
That would be huge. Yeah, there's just a lot of cards that would be able to remove blockers that, I don't know, at this point, like again with no Dawn investment, right? Like we have 11 11 12 12 15. If you put the last 10 on Teach, right? Like that's so much Dawn.
Yeah.
So much
Looks like we're
power.
like 7 cards in hand is a lot though. And all we need to, if we don't have any removal, all we need to do is just counter out of one of these attacks. Ooh, okay. So the big 10K into life, 11K into life, 11.
I mean, here's like the other kind of weird thing about this is that these attacks are like Luffy's got not getting any more counter power for any of these attacks, right? These
Sure.
2 life are going to the bottom. You've got blockers, right? So if you can get out of one of these attacks, you win the game.
Yeah.
Okay, 6, 7, 7
Okay.
to get out of that. Now
We
what?
need we need liberation now. Now that's the only way, right? Okay.
Yeah, we need to either be able to pop these or we're on the defense as well, and we're just trying to get rid of the Luffy's, which again, just 2 blocks will be able to prevent that. Yeah, this is tough.
Oh man, so rough. Okay, 11K swing
Yeah.
into Luffy.
Yeah, probably another Viola block, right? At that point.
I think regardless, we just win, right?
Yeah, because like even if like if they swing like a 10 drop teach into the Luffy, that's still like eating up a blocker if you want to think of
Yeah.
it that way.
And we also pitched an extra 2K out of our hand for the Burgess.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, which feels
Oh man.
a little bit bad. Yeah, I think we should have. I mean, yeah, we should have probably started with the leader
Yeah.
attack afterwards. But 1 card in hand for Dawn. What are we?
And we pass.
Yeah, I mean, just 3 7K swings should be able to get there, right?
I mean, 4 or 5K swings get there.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, I think this is it for BY.
Already marking it on the
Yeah.
on that. All right. Yeah. Start 9K swing.
9 to lead. Block.
Free block.
9 to lead. Yeah, because there's like, you can get a lot of people are playing like Shockwave, right? But yeah, that's just a 2K.
Yeah.
Man. Super close. Super close game.
Super close. Yeah, like I said before, a lot of people think that Teach just auto wins this matchup. That's not the case. There's a ton of counterplay that comes into BY, as well as a lot of math that has to go, your way as well.
A lot of math. And I think that the other thing is that, BY is really good at adjusting to decks and bad matchups, which I think like a build that we saw for this one, it definitely kind of, I think, prioritized being able to have a chance against Teach.
Yeah. Yep. Quite unfortunate if you are a Teach stan, but don't worry, there are a ton of different Teaches and multiple tables. There's
I would be surprised if that's the last time we saw Teach on stream today.
Yeah, no way.
But we've got like 6 minutes left in the thing. We did have, from what we saw, we had a Nico Robin, 2 Foxies, and there's someone else. Let me see. Let me try to get the results for these tables and see what won. But that's likely if we can get Nico Robin or our Foxy next round, that would be what I would be inclined for.
Yeah. I do big fan of Nico Robin, so that'd be quite fun to have that on there. I was just checking out some of the other tables that are still going on because there are a few tables that are just closing out games now. So it'd be too late to join anything, but just interested to see what's still going on. And it looks like there's quite a few Dofi mirrors happening. So.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. That matchup's like surprisingly grindy, right? For a deck that's kind of known for more aggressively leaning. It's really just like you have so many resources to bounce your opponent's cards and vice versa that you just kind of have to chip away a lot of the time.
Yeah.
All right. And okay, cool. Well, all right, I'm going to look at this data. I'm going to see if any of the decks that we flagged for round number 4 were able to get the win for it. So that's what we got coming up for you guys. And probably Foxy, Nico Robin. There's one other leader. I don't remember what the 4th leader we tagged for it, but
Boa.
Boa, right? Yeah, I think Boa might have won. I'll check. I'll see from there. So if you guys have a preference between Boa, Foxy, and Nico Robin, let us know in the chat right now. We're gonna see if they've won their matches too. So we'll have to go through the player data for that. But we'll do our best for that. We'll find which ones are undefeated and let us know which ones you guys are wanting to see as well. So we'll do that. We'll be right back. We'll see you guys in round number 4. A little bit of extended break for this one. Also because this is like the round where people drop. So I would expect this to be the longest break between rounds that we see. So I'm going to put a little bit of extra time on there. But then we should be pretty smooth sailing for the rest of it. So extended break for this one. Should be shorter. Moving on forward. We're going to do that. And we'll see you guys in round number 4. Be right back. All right, we are back. Thank you guys for being patient on the little bit of extended break, but honestly, it went pretty quickly. I think we got round 3 done, so that should be again the longest break we have between rounds. And a miracle, I would say, is that we had 4 decks that we were watching: 2 Foxies, a Boa Hancock, and a Nico Robin, and all 4 of them are currently undefeated still, which is really cool. So
Yeah.
I saw a lot of people, including within this call, asking for the Nico Robin to be the match we follow. So that's what we've got. We still have like 2 Foxies and a Boa undefeated going into this round. So we'll keep an eye on them and see if they are undefeated going into round number 5. And I'm really excited to see this matchup.
Yeah, I'm honestly a big fan of the yellow and purple combination. I think there's just so many good cards on both colors, and there's quite a few counterplay for Nico Robin against this against Dofi, which we're going to see that match. Yep, but Dofi can still be Dofi. I mean, we can just see just like the most insane Teach into Jinbei into Weevil. We can see all that. It's a little harder to do for Dofi, but I'm hoping to see if maybe Nico Robin can stabilize mid to late game. So exciting stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. And just so you know, so for the Doflamingo player's life, it is a little bit off screen, but that's just for you guys. It's a little crop from there. It is on screen for the call too. And then also our Nico Robin players, is their call quality is jumping a little bit, unfortunately. So I'm sorry about the green flashes we're seeing. That is completely on their side. I don't think we can do anything different, unfortunately.
Yeah, hopefully it gets to settle down a little bit. But...
yeah, I hope so too. But looks like they're getting started. Let me get the timer started as well. I think like the kind of a good format. One of the things is like how impactful are time rules, right? And generally speaking, I think most games are able to finish within that 30, 35 pretty quickly. Like to the point where, if you take an extra minute or 2 setting up, it doesn't really impact it. So that is nice.
Right.
And we have Robin going first, seeing nothing, and we see the Perona from our Doflamingo player going second.
Yeah, what's quite nice too is that Robin definitely wants to go first, I think, in most matchups. Obviously, Tofi can go either way. Generates a little bit more, a little bit of extra stuff going second. Pretty good for Dofi going second. But with Robin being able to start to ramp turn 2 is really, really good. So we're going to see exactly what we can do here. And this Perona search is actually taking just quite a second, setting up our future plays. I do think Dofi is still one of the more difficult decks to pilot at a high level. So you have to set up your next few turns off of one card. That's kind of crazy,
Yeah, so. And in case you guys don't know, Nico Robin is one of our newest leaders. I would say it's like one of the... Is it on the top 3? Is it like the 3rd best leader from OP09 in your art, or is Lim maybe a little better? Be Purple Luffy?
I think at this moment, I do think Nico Robin is a little bit better than Lim right now.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It is a purple straw hat, which is good for some cards, and we're using our first one attacking. We get to discard a card from our hand with trigger, and that will let us ramp 1 Dawn rested. Attacking, also banish into leader, which I think is actually pretty impactful for this matchup too, where Doflamingo usually doesn't mind taking life early since that's more resources to defend your board. But when we're in this spot, that free banish attack is really, really nice.
Yeah, and that's the really great thing about Robin is that you're playing very aggressive, and then your opponent has to kind of defend because they don't want to lose a life or just go straight to the trash, right? Since it does have banish, like you mentioned before. At the same time, you have cards like 6-cost Nico Robin being able to pitch a card. So it's like you kind of have to play it just kind of like, okay, do I want to take a life off banish? Does he have the Nico Robin? There's quite a few things you have to play around, and just the leader having banish whenever with Dawn or without Dawn attached to it is just really good.
Yeah. And so I think there's a reason why it took, Josh so much time to decide on that Perona, right? Because it looks like the card we played off was Gecko Moria, which we would have had no cards in our trash. But weirdly enough, by attacking banish into life, we hit a 7 Warlords with Moria being able to add that back to hand. And it was Law, which is one of our better ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So now we have 6 Dawn active here. I mentioned before we have cards like 6 cost Nico Robins, which is I think the most ideal play we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
So we can swing 5k, use the effect, pitch a card. Unfortunately, we have to lose cards out of our hand in order to use our leader effect. Of course, in exchange of ramping a Dawn is quite good.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, so swinging a big 9k into life, we're going to pitch a card, ramp another one, rested, and we're swinging actually into the Gecko Moria. And playing out the 2 cost Shirahoshi, which is quite good. Unfortunately, against this matchup, it's a little less relevant just because we have that 4 cost law, which we do know that Josh has in his hand. So.
All right. Yeah, so we have the Jimbei, and we can use the Jimbei with, it looks like Boa, since, we knew Law was in hand, right? Which would have been able to interact with the Shirahoshi, but looking at top 3, and opting for more, establishing more bodies on board. So this will attach a leader, Dawn, add a second 1/7K, use leader effect, and looks like we're likely going to 2. Oh, and the Weevil, super nice here as well.
Now I would block this actually.
Yeah.
Only reason why saying about the block is just because we know he has 4 cost law in hand, and that Shirahoshi just probably will not get too much value later down the line.
Agreed. Agreed. And board's super wide here. Mm-hmm. Maybe a little bit too wide.
Yeah.
So we've got a 6k Newgate, we've got Boa, we've got Jimbei, and we're down to 4 life as our Doflamingo.
All right, so drawing another card in our hand. Hopefully we do not see Pudding next turn. That'd be quite unfortunate, but I believe, 9 active Dawn. We can play out the Yamato to clear a body off the board if we wanted to. Probably another reason why Nico Robin probably wanted to go down in life.
Yeah, we're just starting with a 5. We're just going to get the Boa block. And then looks like we've got, thinking
Nico
about
Robin?
6. Yeah, Nico Robin,
yep.
okay.
Nice.
So that will get a, I believe that's a 2k law there.
Yeah. And then dropping a 3-cost Brulee. So we have a good amount of defense now. What's nice about the Nico Robin, the character, is that it's a 6k body. So going even into the bow and extreme is quite good. Unfortunately, we know we have 4-cost law in our hand.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only benefit here that Nico Robin has is that their board is really full.
Yeah.
So
if
no
you want to play the law, you got to lose something. Yeah. What a cost.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for Dofi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, I have too many bodies on the board.
Yeah. Dang it. BY has like the same issue, Rob Lucci, right? I'm starting to detect a pattern.
Yeah.
If you're able to get like 5+ on the board consistently, right? Maybe your deck is good. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Who's to say?
Yeah, so this is a strong 7k. We're gonna go ahead and block with the Brulee. And we do still have the 2-cost Hoshi as well, so that could help us eat up an attack. But another 7k swing. All right, so like I mentioned before, hopefully we get to block this swing here.
And okay.
Yep.
Yeah, 2k, 1k. Yeah, it did hiccup a bit. We do have a judge in the chat. Yeah, unfortunately, our Nico Robins, the connection they have is a little bit subpar right now. All right, yeah. Look at just how many cards Dofi has in hand and board, and just our only advantage is that like Nico's going to 10 next turn. So I mean, if we can start doing the chain of like doing like 10-cost aces and Yamatos would be good. But even if we weren't healing, I think Yamato being played last turn would have been slightly better.
Yeah, look, honestly, the math ain't math, and we have like 7 cards in hand with a full board. How's that? What's going on here?
we're using the teach effect to put 2 Dawn there by
Mm-hmm.
putting 1 card to the top of our deck, which is going to be what?
4-cost law.
I guess so. I mean, this is
Yep.
a little bit greedy hand size wise, but it makes it more aggressive because you're essentially playing this law for like what, 1, if you want to think of it that way.
Right. Yeah, choosing to prioritize the teach over the Sengoku.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So 7K swing, of course, bouncing the character there. We are going to take our own life, dropping down to 1. And we have the
Oh,
Brule
another
trigger, which
Brule
is
trigger. Okay.
quite nice.
Oh, that's going to be, that actually is probably one of the best triggers we could have asked for now, right? Because
Yeah.
it's going to be difficult for, you're going to be able to kind of stabilize that 1 life. Again, if we have Ace or the Yamato, we feel good about it. Looks like yeah, and 3 left for Josh.
Yep, we still can attack with our Jinbei as well.
Yeah, but at this point, like you're just gonna, it's gonna be very hard for you to press any damage. Yeah, so just going 6. So maybe using the last 2 Dawn to reestablish your teach.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I haven't seen this play before, but being able to bounce teach back and then play it again and then use its effect a second time in the same turn, that's nasty.
Yeah, that's really good. So giving 2K, 1K. I'm sorry, just 2 1Ks.
2 1Ks, yeah. Okay, so 1 card in hand. That better be Ace or Yamato, or you're in a rough spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then replaying the teach, just passing from there, and a pretty formidable. Oh, sorry, 2 cards in hand. So a pretty formidable board for our Dofi player.
Mm-hmm. And this is what I was talking about. We have to rely on our mid to late game to kind of stabilize a bit. This is huge coming from Robin. So 6K swing. I imagine this is going into the Law or the Jinbei.
Yeah, if we have a way to remove the boa, yeah. So yeah, 2K likely into one of the 5. Ooh, okay, 6K into just double 2K, and then Yamato
2Ks, yeah.
likely. Yeah. Oh no, Big Mom. Ooh,
Big Mom.
that's a little bit worse. Right?
It is a little bit worse. Being able to lose a card of her hand, yeah.
And you don't even get like the full removal of something either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a little bit worse.
Yep, Dofi going back up to 4 life there. On the positive note, of course, Dofi player did lose 2 2Ks out of their hand that turn, so kind of slowing down the hand just a little bit, making that hand just a bit smaller. But overall, still looking kind of rough. Nico Robin only having 1 card in hand too.
Yeah, 1 card in hand, 2 life. I mean, we've got a Brule blocker, which hanging on for dear life, but
yeah.
Okay, yep.
Okay.
Starting off with the Law, likely bouncing back the teach. Bouncing itself back, that's fine, because you won't be able to attack with it. You now have 2 Dawn for like teach effect to put to somewhere, but you're going to start with a simple 7 to life here.
Yeah, we got to take this.
No trigger.
And this possibly could be it for Nico Robin, just depending on the math here.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, we still have teach.
You still have teach effect, yeah. So like another 7. And then we can go 8 and 7. Probably not in that. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
3 1Ks.
No. Now this should be game. Unless this is a 0 cost or a blocker.
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah.
And then
quite unfortunate.
Yeah, you don't even have to use the effect. 1 card in hand. Oh, we have the. I mean, not that we need it, but just I may think to signify even if you had the Brule off the top of your life, we had an answer to it. So. One of the quicker games we saw today, but just definitely shows the power of Dofi. We've been, avoiding Dofi for stream for most of it, and this deck is still incredibly
Now you know
strong.
why.
Yeah. Now you know why, for sure.
Now you know why. Yep.
So Joshua able to go 4-0 so far, so almost halfway through this tournament. And I do think that the I honestly like. I think Robin can stabilize in a matchup like that.
Yeah, of course.
But Joshua saw like Jinbei, Boa, like he had I think a little bit above average start as well, which helped a lot.
Yeah, I think unfortunately in that matchup you have to kind of hope that the Tofu player low rolls, and you kind of have to high roll
Yeah.
to have a good fighting chance.
Yeah, I mean, like if we saw Yamato instead of the Linlin, I think we might have had a chance for some better removal. I also think it was better to go 5 than 7 to try to get rid of one of those 5 drops instead of 2 6s.
Yep, I agree.
Just because it kind of forces 3 cards out of hand compared to 2. I think Josh had it no matter what. I think he was saving the board no matter what. But it just kind of forced it a little bit better. But that's where it is. So we're going to jump through a couple additional tables real quick, see if there's any other games. Do you find anything?
Still looking now.
Okay.
There definitely is a ton of different games to choose from, since like you mentioned before, that round was pretty fast. That match, so quite a few Shanks on the top tables as well.
Ooh, there's a black and purple Luffy. I think this game is. Are they playing against Anel? Interesting.
Eesh.
I kind of want to see. I'm just going to mark the table, just for future,
Yeah.
We haven't seen Anel or black and purple Luffy yet today, so.
Yep. Yeah, and now's another big one that I think a lot of people are now starting to go back to.
Yeah.
Just because of how good it could be.
Yeah, it's really good against Dofi. It doesn't have. This is a. Do you want to just go? We can just go here. It's our Boa player.
Oh wow! Did we?
Yeah,
at the same
we
time.
At the same time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just go here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let me just update these. Cool. Let's go over there. All right. So we have. It's going to be Boa versus Anel. Yeah.
Boa versus Anel. Boa has a ton of different tools to make this matchup pretty one-sided. Just have so much removal. At this particular situation, though, a little unfortunate not to see a wider board coming from Boa, but looks like we're going to start things off here with a 3-cost Dofi. Be able to reorganize our top 5. Still pretty good. I know a lot of people say this is kind of like toolboxy Dofi.
Yeah. You get like a little bit more. You get like more late game value, right? You have less chance for aggression, but like we see it on board right now. That 10-drop Kaido, some decks see that and you're like, I have no answer to that. that is staying on the board for the rest of the game. I think 4-drop Law is actually like unsurprisingly a really good card in Boa as well, which helps a lot. And being able to kind of stabilize, and late game you just like draw an additional card almost every turn. It's very easy for you to be able to get that.
Right, yeah. Choosing not to swing with Kaido, which of course I do agree. We don't want the Anel player to have a free cycle for Boa. And what I really like about Boa is that although the matchups are a little different than Dofi, of course, since it's not as aggressive, it actually has a winning matchup against BY. Just having so much removal and being able to control the board way more than Dofi ever can is huge. So 9K swing gets blocked there.
Yeah, and we've got 6 Dawn active right now, so we know what that means.
That is a lot of red rocks and trash. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there's so many other blue cards that I just kind of forgot about, and yet we do see the removal there. The Kingdom Come. All right, so clear board either way. I don't think Boa's going to be attacking this turn. Other than Usopp, can't think of a rush card that Boa has access to.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's like, I mean, thank goodness. I think at some point, right? If there was a 7 Warlords cards with rush, oh boy, the game state for the meta would be completely shifted for that. So
yeah,
I think that's likely for the best right now.
Yeah, I think if we're Boa, we're just kind of praying we have Dragon Kaido. Dragon Kaido right now would be so good. But we will see. Looks like we could also go very wide as well. It's one of those turns where I think we're kind of at the tail end where, I mean, Boa cannot regain life. So this isn't a yellow deck. So unfortunately, once we go down to 0, we stay at 0.
Yeah,
And
and
yeah.
this is definitely like one of the blue has like this kind of weird identity sometimes where you get card draw, but only if you're at low enough. So if you take damage and you draw cards, like you not only do you have too many cards in hand to be able to draw, but you're at less life. So you're generally really inclined to do a lot of like early blocks and you kind of over counter from some scenarios because you get the card draw back later.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, at this point, if Anel is just able to just there's some scenarios where like double 15 off leader just wins you over the next 2 turns because you know that Anel knows it can't lose this turn and likely it's going to be kind of pressed to not lose on the next turn too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the biggest things, the most appealing things about Anel, obviously, and on top of the fact that if we're unable to go wide enough, if we just drop a 10 cost ace, a Yamato, I mean, so many different options that we have to heal. It can look really unfavored here for Boa.
Yeah, and it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is really interesting. So, we're just playing out these two. There could be a world where you could bounce the Croc back if you wanted to get like an additional card draw, but you want to be able to establish 3 attacks for next turn. But man, if they have like a Yamato, if they have like a 10 cost ace to get up to 2, pretty tough. And then 8 for what? I mean, even Katakuri to put your own Katakuri into life just means that they can't win next turn.
Sure. The 7 cost and that would be quite good here.
Sure. I don't think it's gonna. Yeah. It'd be a little bit risky for it to go for game.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact that we have the 7K on the board is quite good, but we have the 5 cost Nami, which is equally as good. Being able to pitch the 0 cost, get rid of that character, then I think if we have 3 cards, we can draw a card.
And I think we have 4, so I think we're just out of it. Maybe we have 3. I don't know. I don't think it matters at this point, right? Like they have 4. They do have 4. Yeah.
Okay.
So now we have to like answer this and be able to play a blocker, which can happen. Like Boa, we play like the 1-drop Trafalgar Law blocker at sometimes, which like Anel doesn't have like really efficient ways to get rid of that, and like maybe like another Jozu to bounce it back to hand.
Yeah. This is I mean, this is a little tougher, Boa, just for the fact that we're at 0. Yep. We need to have a blocker. If we don't, we're just getting 15. It's looking kind of tough. It's looking a little tough. We can't go for tough. Game here at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, going into this matchup, I definitely thought that Boa seems pretty dominant in this matchup, just with all the removal. But the brand new tools that Anel has in this set is, I think, benefits this deck a lot.
Yeah, I would argue that Boa has a better chance of this matchup compared to like Dofi, right? Just for the fact that we're able to, we have like better late game cards that are sometimes hard for Anel to deal with. But I'd still say like, yeah, Anel kind of invalidates what Boa tries to do at the end of the day, where you're just trying to outvalue and just chip with these 12Ks per game, which Anel just won't let happen. Man, just going down to 0 life. Very confident here. All right, Rush Usopp. Do we see it? No, just a triple
blocker law. Okay, do we have removal?
Oh, okay. So this is 7. Good. The only issue is that
this is good and bad.
It's good and bad, right? So we put them down to 0. If we had like another blocker, it'd be good. But yeah, we gave them back a Nami that can just remove this law.
Yeah. So we can't heal and remove at the same time. So that's quite big. So if we play out the Nami, we have to go 10K into life, and we hope that it connects. So counting some of the 2Ks that we have, that's a lot of 2Ks.
Yeah. Yeah, I think most, without being in this game the entire time, I think we're moderately safe just to try to go for it with a 10K. But they have 4 cards in hand right now, so 2K, 2K, 1K, 1K gets there. But from my experience, Bo also plays a lot of cards that are bricks too. So
it does, yeah.
I think this can go either way now.
It does. The only reason why I would think they're not bricked is because on the previous turn when they did it 6-4, I feel like if they had like a 10 drop or something a little larger than that, I think they probably would have done that instead. But obviously going wide is just as good too. So
yeah, and I think we've publicly shown there's a crocodile in hand, right? Because we had to play that to bounce it. Never mind. We didn't bounce it back. They KO'd it. My bad.
Oh yeah, with the Nami.
Yeah, my bad. All right, yeah, just thinking. All right, I do like this. I know it's a win for us, no matter what. As people are watching, right? We just want to see someone win. But just to have the temperament to say, you know what? I don't think they have 6K worth of counter and 4 cards in hand. Let's just go for it.
Yeah. I mean that is asking for a lot.
It is asking for a lot when one of them, was a top deck card, right?
Yeah. I guess the bigger question here, if I'm the NL player, is that okay? If I play Yamato, I'm able to KO nothing at all, but I set up myself so I can survive 2 more attacks. Can I survive an extra attack after that? Do I have enough counter? How lucky can I get with my triggers?
Yeah. 10 cost ace is additionally a card we can play, right? Like, oh, okay, it's 6. Okay,
it's safe.
We are a little bit afraid. There's a 2K. We're gonna play the Flampe into Katakuri. Wow.
Okay. I love the confidence coming from this NL player.
Yeah.
We literally threw down the 1 cost. We knew exactly what we were going to do. We took the time to think about it, and now let's see if it pays off.
No, this is just scary though, because we know, like, I mean, you have scary. 1 chance for like an impactful card out of life. We know that they're like 1-2K less right here. I mean, 0 cost can get out of this attack if they have it. We know that they have 2K. Okay. Oh, and we still know they have Nami in hand.
This is scary. This is really, really scary now. 5K?
5K? Man.
What is in this Boa's hand right now? I need to know. This is
I mean, even 10 drop Kaido doesn't help you because, like, again, we still know. I mean, listen, they have 2 cards in hand, and one of them we know is Nami. If it's something without a trigger, like, we can't get rid of it. Yeah, it's 10 drop Kaido. Okay. We are just saying, I don't think you have a card with trigger in hand, and you can't answer this law. It's crazy, though.
Oh, man.
Also, the fact that Kaido came down means that likely we could have gone for game last turn.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we did get the extra draw off of that bow, which is quite nice. So 4 cards in hand right now, and I think we're asking ourselves the same question we did last turn.
It's the same, but here's the thing. Does Kuzan have a trigger? I don't think so, right?
I believe it does, doesn't it?
I don't remember. I don't
Let me see. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. No,
it doesn't. Yeah. So,
yeah.
Okay, we just had Raigo. Okay. All right. We're going for it this time. 10 and no dice. Yeah, and based off that, it looks like we could have gone for game last turn too. But the fact that we were able to get 2 2Ks out of hand, I think was impactful enough. But
yeah,
what a close game. I definitely could have gone either way.
Yeah, really could have. Wow. Yeah, that was a really good game.
All right. Well, we're going to be done with this round. We got 5 minutes left as well. So, that was our one Boa player that we were watching. We also had like Nico Robin. We did see a matchup where it was black and purple Luffy. So we'll have to see how that matchup goes. And 2 Foxy players. If any of those 3 players won, we can definitely try to get one of those for round number 5. But yeah, I don't know. That was a super close game. I'm happy we were able to catch the tail end of that one.
Yeah, really close game. Like I said before, I totally had my money on Boa winning that matchup, but I guess not. I guess a Nell player was able to take it, and if you're a Nell player at this time around, being undefeated is quite good because you most likely could possibly pair into a undefeated Dofi.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the main reasons why you're probably playing it now right now. So,
and as like if you're trying to play against Dofi and you played against Boa, right, you're not too upset, right? Like it's there's a lot of similar qualities. Again, I do think it's not as one-sided as like the Doflamingo matchup, but yeah, definitely super close. And yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. So we're approaching the halfway mark. Next round is going to be round number 5. If you guys are just joining us, this is the Core TCG online treasure cup for the OP09 meta of the One Piece card game. We've got over 1,000 players today, so should be 10 rounds near guaranteed. And we're approaching round number 5, which means I think we have like 64 players undefeated, I think, at the end of this round. I'd have to double check the math. So once we get to the end of like round number 6, I'll be able to get a better idea of which leaders are undefeated, and then we can get that data. But honestly, I've been really enjoying the games we've been able to find today.
Yeah, we've had a pretty diverse couple rounds, so that's quite interesting. And all the matches have been pretty interesting too. You know, they've kind of either gone the distance, or there are a couple plays where like, man, that's kind of crazy. So yeah, it's really exciting stuff.
Yeah, 100% agree. So I think we are approaching the point where the diversity thins a little bit. It's going to be harder to find, I would say, decks. There are matchups that don't have Dofi, Rob Lucci, RBY. I haven't, honestly though, I don't think I've seen any Rob Lucci, like very minimal Rob Lucci players from just even jumping through tables. At least compared to Doflamingo and BY. Definitely a lot more of those two today.
Yeah, I definitely think like while I'm going through the tables, a deck's really popular when it's like you see a lot of mirrors.
Yes.
Dofi mirror, BY mirror.
I saw a lot of Shanks mirrors too. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a lot of Shanks mirrors too. So big representation for Shanks today. But for the Lucci, not many.
I think likely I've jumped through probably like 30 plus tables so far, maybe closer to 50. I think I've seen Lucci less than 5 times across 100 players between both sides. So I'd be curious to see how many people actually sleeved up Lucci for this event. I should be able to get that data for you guys. I know that's a little bit trickier to do, but whenever I can get it, I'd love to see what that looks like too. But we are about to hit overtime. Yeah, we got like 1 minute left in regulation. So I'm going to say 12 minutes. I'm going to try to get some info on what leaders are still undefeated. We'll see how our Foxy players and Black and Purple Luffy players are doing. I don't think any Red Purple Luffy players are undefeated. If they are, I would love it. But I've not seen one. The issue with that deck too is that their games are usually a little bit quicker. So if we're trying to find games after like 20 minutes or so, it's harder to find them like still playing, whether they win or lose. So it's going to be tough. But yeah, I honestly, I've been seeing a lot more Blackbeard compared to Lucci as well. He's been a lot more present today, I think.
It definitely feels, which is I feel like a crazy statement to make. I think there's more Teach players than Lucci players from what the tables we've seen so far. So that's honestly quite interesting. I'm not too sure if Red Purple Luffy is going to make it today, but we'll see.
Yeah. But we are going to take our break. I'm going to say it's going to be closer to 10 minutes. We'll see again how our Black and Purple Luffy and Foxy players are doing. We're about to hit the halfway mark. Excited to see what that looks like. And we'll be back with round number 5. See you guys then. Okie doke. We are back. We've got round number 5 for you guys. And what's the matchup for this round, Sos?
All right, looks like we have Foxy versus Teach.
Okay. All right. We've
Yeah.
got Foxy versus Teach. You guys asked for this. And honestly, we were talking, like, as we were setting this up, like, what does this matchup actually look like, right? Like, neither of us are Foxy players. I'm sorry to let people know. I promise I know how the deck works. But I don't think we have like that many on plays a lot of the time. And it's going to be interesting to see how this just kind of rolls out.
Yeah, I think the biggest things we miss out is on like Tony Chopper on play, then just like Porsche on play. I think the rest of the cards are pretty safe to not use any other on play. Everything else is activate main, so we'll see here how it all pans out. But looks like we are taking the first 5K swing and then just dropping the what's his name?
Yeah, one thing to note is like okay, this guy is essentially like the Onigashima, so we just get a Dawn rested every turn, which is nice.
Yeah.
On a body, it's Ito Mimizu. And then here, let me get the Foxy leader up there because I know some people have probably never seen this leader before.
Yeah, and what is nice about that character too is that you, like you said before, you get a ramp every turn, but getting rid of it with the black hole, quite good here. Kind of slowing down the deck just a little bit. Another important fact is that in order for you to use your leader effect, you need to have 3 Foxy pirate characters on the board. So you're asking for kind of a lot coming into this matchup. So we're gonna see what happens. We use leader effect. We're gonna go ahead and pitch the 2-cost blocker and then pass the turn.
Yeah, and sorry, they're playing pretty fast, which I kind of get, right? Like their opening plays are pretty automatic, but man, yeah, just dropping 2 cards, Khalifa and also our additional 2K. But yeah, if we're able to attack with Khalifa, Dawn -1 to get to draw 2 and trash 1, so that's good. But it really comes down to like if Foxy's able to establish bodies on the board and they can't be removed, you get a lot of benefits from doing that. Teach does have some removal cards, but they're a little bit more expensive sometimes than others. So that's something that's impactful. And yeah, we're just going down to, I believe, 3 life, and I'll play the Burgess now.
And then do we have using leader effect? We're just having to open. Unfortunate not to have the
Dock Q.
The Dock Q, yeah. Dock Q to get rid of Gino would be really strong here.
All right, we're starting with a 5K at lead. Man, so many cards in hand for purple right now, too.
Yeah.
All right, we're playing our big Foxy as well. Let me bring that card up. So this does let us get an additional Dawn every turn, and it does make it harder for your opponent's cards to attack in. It gives everything like a -1 for the turn, too. But yeah, honestly, like 1 extra Dawn consistently is really, really nice.
Yeah, and this Khalifa is very, very strong. Draw 2, trash 1, and when attacking is very good. I don't think it'll last for too long since we do see... was that Shockwave?
It was Shockwave, yeah. So,
wow.
That's been one. I think that unironically is a really good card for this matchup. I don't think you're putting in Shockwave for specifically this matchup.
No,
but you'll definitely take the additional bonus from this. But this is a pretty old card. This is from Star Deck 6, so like 2 years old at this point. It's a plus 4K block, and then it gets rid of an active cost 3 or less when you activate it. So it was able to get rid of that.
Yeah. Yeah, really strong here, actually. I'm assuming that's there for the Dofi matchup for Teach.
Yeah.
But yeah, with looks like 8 Dawn active, we can swing, so it's like 8K into possibly the Khalifa.
Yeah, and you are fine with letting this go. It kind of did its thing already. Looks like, oh boy. Oh, this is where like the math
7?
for this card. Yeah, so it's 7 -1, so it's a 6K. But we're taking it anyways. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh boy, another one, and using leader effects.
Yeah.
We need to tap 4 Dawn for it, just so we know, because we did play it for 4. Oh, double Foxy though.
Okay, now now we're cooking.
Now we're cooking, and now we get the chopper. We're at full Dawn, so it doesn't really matter. But this is going to let us do the -3. So that's going to make it so we can't attack with the Burgess or the leader next turn.
Another Shockwave. Wow.
But at least we're able
Okay.
to we got the removal at least. Like the chopper got its effect off at least to use the leader effect, and then we get 2 active Dawn or one Dawn back because we used it for the other one.
And we are firing off on all cylinders right now. I mean, it looks like, of course, the character as well as the leader should be stunned.
Yeah, yeah, and leader.
Yep.
So everything has minus 2k due to both these Foxies. So currently these Burgesses are base stats at 5ks again.
Hmm.
Yeah, man, they've got this game's been going on for like 6 minutes. They don't they don't gotta go so fast.
Yeah. I mean, look, Foxes are here, and we mean business.
If we give them
And
enough time to know how my cards work, I'm in trouble. But we've got our 10 drop Teach hitting the board. Pretty obviously good card for this deck, and hopefully going to be enough to help stabilize quite a bit. And
6K swing?
6k swing, yeah, due to the only one -1 is act. Oh, it gets so so complicated. Like with Shanks and Silvers activating with Burgess too, that happens quite a bit. But the double Foxy, you don't see that as often.
Honestly, I don't see a world where Teach can win this right now. Double Foxy, I know one of them is stunned with no effect, but we can still stun something on the board as well as the leader off of the leader effect.
Yeah. We need another Foxy Pirate card though. Oh, we've got the slow beam, which I hope they were. Oh no, sorry, that's right. It's the it's Laws one. Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah, it should be Gamma Knife.
Gamma Knife, you're right. So giving minus 5k. We're attacking 7k into that, which with the Teach blocker being also a 7k, I believe. Okay, getting rid of that. We're going to attack into, I'm guessing, life. Would have been nice to be able to stun the Teach blocker, but we're not able to. We're going to get a Dawn back from, man, I'm just trying my best here.
This is so
they're
aggressive.
playing like they got 5 minutes left, not like 27.
Wow.
And
all right, so this is the speed run challenge for Foxy.
Yeah. They're going for it.
Yeah, I think he's trying to set a world record of trying to Teach as fast as possible.
They're trying.
Yeah, second Teach on the board is going to slow things down just a little bit, and then unfortunately we have to just pass.
Yeah. So one of these Foxies, assumedly, don't have their effect anymore. But again, we still have 3 Foxy Pirates. So yeah, this is where it is. So 5k here. If you block with any of your Teaches, one of them will get stunned. We're gonna go 7 here.
Yeah. Oh man, how do we get out of this stun lock? We're just like constantly doing this cycle. We're just constantly stunning the characters, having fear to even swing or block with them as well. It's
okay. Yeah, it's a fine trigger here. Yeah, likely
2k.
Yeah, just going big again at this point. Yeah, just going 7 here. And just again forcing them to need to block with one of these 10 drop blockers, because then if they do, they will have to double 2k. Did we put everything on Gene?
Gina? Everything on Gina?
Maybe we're playing 7 drop Sanji. Oh no. Oh Nami.
Oh Nami.
They didn't use their leader effect, so we do get the cycle draw.
I am amazed how fast we're going here.
Yeah, I am. Amazed is one word for it. Yeah, we've been like 10 minutes deep in this game, and this is like approaching another
like Gamma Knife.
Gamma Knife. Does it really matter?
Yeah.
Because you can just block with the other one, right?
Oh, but then you force him to block, though.
Yeah, but you already used your leader effect. So, yeah, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's just the Burgess. Yeah, I don't think you need to use the Gamma Knife.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. All right, so we have 2 Teaches up here. We have 10 Dawn, no life, and we have a Dream.
Yeah, because I don't think like leader can't attack, Burgess can't attack. Like you can attack with these 10 drops, but like what are you doing? Because like those are your blockers that are keeping you in this game. I think it's just a scoop. Yeah, just scooping it up, saying, you know what, that's enough pressure, and we got Xavier going 5-0.
That is insane.
I would be surprised if he played for 30 minutes over 5 rounds with that pace. But yeah, definitely a really good showing for the deck.
Yeah, yeah, really, really good here.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I was questioning how that matchup was going to go, but wow.
Yeah, just play Fox, you play fast, you get there.
Yeah.
So,
Sounds good.
well, that's going to be it for this round. We're going to take a 30-minute break while we wait until. No, I'm just kidding. We're finding another match.
I wanted to laugh really bad, but I wasn't sure if you weren't
sure if I was serious or
like,
not. Yeah, no, we'll definitely find another game after that one. But yeah, our Foxy player, has 30 minutes to maybe reflect on that game, and let's see what other matchups we had. I had a couple of people ask for a couple other tables.
Table 2.
Let's see. People ask for table 1. It's Bonnie versus Dofi. Honestly, there's a lot of time left in this game. I wouldn't mind just going to it. I know people ask for it. We can maybe look at the black and purple player though real quick just to see how their game is looking. They are at table. Let me see.
Look, I will say table 2 has RP Luffy.
Ooh, oh, okay, never mind.
That's why I was
immediate. What am I doing here? What am I doing here?
I don't know how much life is left in this game. It can go either way. I feel like RP Luffy is kind of hard to tell. But,
it is. Yeah, lower life leaders are a little bit tougher to determine that. Let me just real quick see if the black and purple Luffy player, they should be at. I'm not seeing them in the top 32 tables, unfortunately, which makes it. Oh, they would have been at table 9.
Okay.
If they are still playing, which they are. There's another teach match. What are you guys feeling? Let's go to. I think table 1 or table 2 probably has more. I think table 1 honestly probably has more gameplay left.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Let's go to table 1. I think that. Yeah, looking at table 2 as well. So let me get that set up for you guys. And I'll fill in the details once we get there.
Yeah. All right, so we have Bonnie versus Dofi, and this Dofi player has 5 life.
Correct. They do. Yeah. When I looked at this board on the first pass, it wasn't this dire, I would say.
Don't blink.
But I did blink, yeah. But we got Cavendish. That's fine. That helps us out a little bit. But I don't know, when a Doflamingo is able to establish a board like this, it's when it gets tough. But we got the carrot as well, so that does help.
Yeah, this should be a pretty big shift here. 3-cost Cavendish as well as the carrot's really good. Really difficult for Dofi to get rid of the carrot as well.
Yeah.
So it's not looking too bad here. So we are at 10 Dawn, and it looks like Dofi player only has 3 cards in hand, and essentially other than leader only 2 swings. So now I'm not too sure exactly how many cards Bonnie has in their hand. Looks like maybe like 4 or 5 is what it looks like.
Yeah, not too many.
Yeah.
And I would say like generally this is slanted towards Bonnie's favor, right? I think most people would say so. The fact that you just have a lot of ways to you have a really defensive leader effect on top of being able to interact with 4 costs pretty successfully too. So that definitely helps. I think at this point you just use the effect to rest the leader because that always can play something like that. That just kind of negates a draw 1 a lot of the time. And then 7, we are going to take that.
Now it looks like we have maybe like 6 cards in hand for Bonnie, and so another 7K swing.
Maybe.
Oh,
maybe.
Hold on. Yep. yeah, 7K swing. The 2K, 1K, and I think if we had a cost Dofi, probably would have just taken that life.
An 8-drop kid.
Oh yeah, 8-drop kid. Yep.
Yeah, because most people, I think people are testing Red Rock a little bit, but most people at this time, Yeah, had just kind of given up on it and just said, let's just go more aggressive. So um, most times 8-drop kit is pretty successful at slowing down Dofi.
All right, 6K swing. You see a 2K counter. Are we using another 6K swing with the buggy? Yep, another 6K swing. Bonnie only has 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Yeah. Okay, so passing the turn, and now we can pretty safely almost clear this board, or at least we can try. And if we have 10 cost Dofi, that'd be quite good as well, especially with the Cavendish on the board. Do we have it? We do.
Yeah.
This is really, really good.
Yeah. So this 10 cost Dofi. It's been around for quite a bit, but in case it's your first time seeing it, it stuns 3 things that are characters or leaders combined. So I think leader effect and 2 6Ks is definitely what you'd want to see. But we also have the added benefit of Carrot and Cavendish. We can use Baby 5 to draw another card if we want to, and Sylvedon open for leader effect. Like this is pretty like this is like one of the best setups for being able to play 10 drop Dofi on the next turn.
Yep. Yeah, I say the teach has to go though.
Sure.
The teach has to go. So if I'm hoping we swing 5K into the teach, then maybe. I mean, I guess we have to get rid of Buggy too.
Yeah.
Do we?
We don't have to. I mean, we can just attack and then stun it. Yeah.
All right.
And then Baby 5 to draw 1. And hopefully,
if we get
another 10 drop, yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be really good. And it looks like Bonnie has 5 cards in hand now. So grabbing another 2K counter, Baby 5 is quite good.
Yeah. The fact that we're just not Doflamingo just systematically cannot do damage next turn, right? That's the biggest benefit of this situation here. Leader stunned, whole board is stunned, and most people are not playing Rush Usopp.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to start there. We're going to have Sengoku look top 5.
Yeah, this is really good coming from Bonnie. If we're able to establish another 10 cost or possibly another big body, grab another card off of Baby 5, like we can gain so much momentum here.
Yeah, definitely.
Now this is Dofi, of course. I mean, we can do quite a few things, starting with the Gecko Moria to grab back another 7 Warlords from our trash, which is going to be that Jinbei.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think the best play for us is just to play as many things active that are bodies on the board. So, Dofi's going to have, like, even if they have another 10-drop Dofi, you're not able to interact with the new stuff. So, which is kind of what we did. We played out Jinbei and Boa, look at top 3. Not that there's anything to really put the Dawn on to.
Mm-hmm.
But now if we've got 5 fresh attackers for the next turn, sorry, put the Dawn there, not the buggy, and we're going to pass it back.
Yeah. All right. If I'm Bonnie, I'm a little worried about the standing bodies.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for the most part, we should still be okay. We still have Carrot on the board, so we can stun Boa once again.
Mm-hmm.
And we can swing 10K into this the Weevil.
Yeah. I think our best play is if we have 8-drop kid, right? This is the time to play it out, right?
Yeah. 5K swing baiting the Boa to block.
Yeah, you just can't let this bow, like this bow is going to be active, I think, unless
we have to.
We can't really block with it. Taking a 5K attack though, man. If we
that's a little scary.
It is. I mean, if we put them down to 2 at any point, right? Like, it just puts us into a spot where like a what's his name? Not Arlong. Hody Jones. Can get there.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh, tank
ten
cost?
Tenkos Dofi.
Tofi.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
So, sorry, that's a different art, right?
Yeah, it is. It
Okay,
looks
cool.
like the original one,
Yeah.
I think.
Because we got the first one they played was from the PRB, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So we have 2 active Dawn here, and we did take the 6K swing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So maybe 5 effect.
So for what it's worth, though, like we have like, okay, that makes a huge difference. Never mind that 0 cost.
Yeah.
That's almost guaranteed 3K. This is ended up pretty tough for Dofi here.
Yeah. Even if we have a pudding, I think it'd still be kind of rough here, just because off that leader effect.
Yeah.
And then 10K swing, we have to take that as well. Okay.
Yeah, we kind of saw it. I mean, yeah, drawing the cards better. There's no blockers on board, but yeah, I mean, what's our best chance? Like it's a 10 and 11. Both have to go in. If we can't, then we just lose, I think.
I think we need pudding.
Even then, though, right?
I mean, Bonnie's been fixing their hand for the past 3 turns.
True.
Yeah. Especially with the Zerkos in hand. But no.
Yeah, I think this has to just be the way. So 10, use the leader effect to rest. Doesn't really matter. Your least favorite 4-drop.
The Gecko, huh?
Yeah. Hey, I've got flashbacks of Moria for other reasons. So one less attack from Moria is pretty fine.
10, 11.
Yeah, and we have a 0 cost in hand that we actively added. So yeah, there's no like way for them to kind of sneak anything. Oh, we're just going down to 0.
Yeah. You could just take the bluff here.
Yeah.
Make him force him to go all in, I guess.
Yeah, because like I don't think there's any like tomfoolery where like if teacher's on board, there might be like a larger swing, but now we're going to go 8, 10, 11. Yeah. Which 2 of those cards we know are added to hand already.
Dovi has like 10 cards in their hand right now.
True.
I mean, I don't know what that means, and looking at the opponent's board, but yeah.
Yeah, but we're gonna go 7 here, which is we're likely playing a boa, right? 7 into the carrot. Okay, all right. We're dreaming.
One can dream, and honestly, I don't think this is. I mean, you show me Hody, I show you a handshake.
Yeah, at this point, yeah. There's the Hody. Yeah,
there's Hody.
There's the virtual handshake with it too. So, Hody having rush, being able to rest the blocker, that is the GG. So, and Bonnie left in life. So, we have Ace Slay here being able to be 5-0, so undefeated in the first half of this tournament with Bonnie. A pretty, I don't know, what word would you use? Inconsistent. I don't even know if inconsistent is. It's just like Bonnie keeps showing up, and usually the people who do well with it have like a really good run with it, but it doesn't. Right. It's definitely missed a couple of top cuts from this meta already too.
Yeah. I think that's just the result of such a diverse meta.
Yeah.
You just have to kind of have a good run and kind of a lucky one as well. So
100%. We've got 10 minutes left in the round. One of our Foxy players is still playing, I believe. No, they're just chilling. They're just talking. I can jump around a little bit, but I think most of these games. Oh, we do have at least one Rob Lucci. I've identified one. We have another black and purple Luffy as well, which they seem like I think they just won as well. Okay. So that might be what we go into for that one, because I think they just won that one. But we should have 32 players undefeated at the end of this. I might want to spend like a little bit more time just identifying those leaders too, just so we have a better idea. Jonas just ended their game, but I don't know who won.
Yeah, just going down the line here. There's I saw just one Bella Betty right now. It's quite interesting.
Oh, really? Did their game just finish?
No, they're still playing. It's table 54.
Oh, 54. Okay, so they're likely X1.
Yeah, it's X1 territory. Yeah.
Let me just finish on these undefeateds.
Yeah.
Dofemir.
Yeah, that's why I was
Going to the end.
You got it.
And then we've got a BY versus a no. That game's about over. Oh man, we've got Darkness Dofi.
I saw that.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like the if you rely on natural light, like these tournaments go for quite a bit, so it's not uncommon. But yeah, I think I'd rather just try to figure out. I mean, table 2 with. Did we just finish? Did we? I don't know if the RP Luffy's still playing. Are they just finished too? Because RP versus Shanks. But anyways, I'll figure that out. So we're gonna take. Might be a little bit. How much time do you have left in round? Because most of these have over. I'm gonna put like 16 minutes on the timer. We'll probably be back a little bit before that when we know a little bit more of what play what's undefeated. So because we should have 32 undefeateds. We have 5 more rounds since we're at the halfway mark right now. And but guaranteed Foxy. I think 1 or 2 black purple Luffys, maybe a red purple Luffy, definitely some Dofis, definitely some BY Luffys, likely some of the Rob Lucci as well. Yep. So I'll be we'll check that out. I'll try to get that data real quick. So we're gonna take a break. We'll be back. I'm gonna say I'm putting 16 minutes. It might be a little bit less than that. We'll try to do that, and we'll see you guys then. Be right back. All right. Round 6 is just about upon us, though. We did spend that time in between rounds trying to collate a couple of the data and what leaders we have. We've got 32 left. One game is still being played. I think it's just wrapping up. And what do we have of the 31 leaders that we know of the 32 undefeated?
We have a pretty big, diverse list of leaders here. We have 11 Dofi, 4 Lucci, 3 Shanks, 2 Foxy, 2 Black and Purple Luffy, 2 Purple Luffy, 2 Star Trek 13 Luffy, 1 Bonnie, 1 Boa, 1 Smoker, 1 Teach, and 1 Anel.
Yeah. So obviously, elephant in the room. Yeah, Doflamingo is a third of the undefeated right now, but outside of that, like it's a big step size, and the fact that we have what was it, like 10, 11 different leaders right now that are still undefeated after 5 rounds, I think is still pretty remarkable.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, what's the craziest thing to me is that the deck that has the 4th most, or tied to 4th most leaders on the undefeated chart is Foxy.
Yeah. We've been tracking them since like round 4, and they've been continuing to win. Black Purple Luffy, I know people want to see that, so we'll have a chance at 2 different matches we can see from there. Only 1 Teach has remained undefeated, so we'll have to see on that side too. But it's a cool variety of decks, though. I think that's really cool. And real quick, because I know a lot of people are just jumping right back in, the undefeateds we have. Here, let me ask for. We did have from that 11 copies of Doflamingo, 4 copies of Lucci, 3 copies of Shanks, 2 Foxy, 2 Black and Purple Luffy, 2 Purple Luffy, 2 Star Trek 13 Luffy, a Bonnie, a Boa, a Smoker, a Teach, and an L.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Happy to see an L in there, along with the mix of the 1-ofs.
Yeah.
As you mentioned before, Boa's pretty cool too. And surprisingly enough, we were going through tables and we didn't see that many Lucci, but we have 4 undefeated Lucci so far.
And I was looking through a lot of the tables and I didn't see them for a long time, and then when I was looking through, I'm like, oh, there's 4 of them. So I'm not surprised that they are around. I was more surprised I didn't see any previously.
Sure.
And also, let me see, our last undefeated, I can look that up right now, was another Doflamingo. All right, so we got 12 undefeated. All right, so exactly a third.
Look, I will say the drop off is kind of it's kind of a lot.
Going
12
from
Dofi, 4 Lucci.
to the eight difference between the first and second most topping leader right now is pretty insane. So but we're gonna try to find Black and Purple Luffy. We're gonna find the 2 players and what their matchups are. We're gonna take like a mini break just to set that up and find our table. So we'll be back in like 2 minutes. Like, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right. Sorry for that mini setup, but we are here. We've got table number 2. It's going to be Boa versus Stardeck 13, and I know we promised black and purple Luffy, but what ended up happening?
It was the mirror. We just couldn't do it.
Yeah, we
Couldn't do
could.
it.
So it's good news, bad news, right? Bad news is no
Sure.
black purple Luffy this round. Good news is there's a guaranteed 6-0 black and purple Luffy, which is cool. So we'll focus on that one for next round, but we'll do this one. We have one Boa player, which is this player here, Alex T, and then we have one of our 2 Stardeck 13 Luffy players, which is Andy Rue right here on the bottom.
Yeah, and I did mention this before. I do think this matchup is favored into Boa. I think it can be quite rough, honestly, for BY, but it also depends on the start that BY has. Turn 1 Garp is normally I'm not a fan of, unless you have the Gecko Moria hand.
Sure.
If so, let it rip, you know?
Yeah, and we were mentioning this. This is probably like a better matchup for Boa compared to Luffy, right? Because we have like 10 drop Kaido does a lot. We have more removal for like Sabos, and like we're really good at like bottom decking cards in comparison to. I think that's more likely for us.
Right, yeah. So it looks like just playing out the blocker wall and then just passing. 5k swing does connect here, dropping down to 4 life. And now this is a big 6k.
Yeah.
Big
6. Is it 6 or 5? It's 5. Yeah.
Oh, it's 5.
Yeah, because
okay.
we went.
I thought there was 2 down. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so 5k into the Garp does go down, and playing out the Jinbei, the 4-cost Jinbei, being able to bounce the Law as well as the Kaya, and then drawing ourselves a card. Really, really good.
Yeah. That helps us a lot. Like this is like the fact that Boa is able to like do these balance effects, the fact that like we can be really greedy with getting out of attacks early because we know that we're going to be interacting. If we have like a 6-drop Jozu next turn, that I think is really good. Even just like a red rock to get rid of this Luffy to prevent them from being able to going down to 0 quickly, I think is really helpful.
Yeah, definitely. I also think like even if you wanted to swing an easy 5k into life to kind of just bait your opponent, like, hey, if you take this, it's possible I can just bounce this character again and go very aggressive the next turn. I already have 2 bodies established, plus possibly a Jozu. That could be really, really strong.
All right. I mean, we could also like once we get them down to 2 life, they can use like the Egghead Luffy to be able to get rid of our 4 cost, which is we have to be aware of that too. Yeah, but yeah, we're at what, 6 Dawn? Yeah, if we had Jozu, I think we. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, it took a minute, but we did get there. And I think we just pass. I mean, we could apply like a medium amount of pressure right now if we really wanted to.
Right.
But yeah, the best way in my experience to play against Black Yellow Luffy is make it really tough for them to get to 0 life.
Yeah. As mentioned before too, there's also that weird turn where you're like, I'm not too sure if I want to go down so fast, just in case they go all in. At the same time, we can't forget or ignore the fact that Boa can play 4-cost pudding.
Yeah.
And look at the hand size.
Yeah, hand size is pretty big right now. So being able to reset that would be huge. Even like mid to late game, if you can reset their hand and gamble that they don't draw into another Gecko Moria, that helps out a lot of the matchup. So it's not as consistently good, but you still have like a lot of interaction, I think, which is really strong. So,
yeah, honestly, I'd be tempted to just throw out a couple of the 2 costs out there to kind of thin out our hand a little bit. But the only unfortunate part is that if we see a Gravity Blade next turn,
we might be just trying to get all the way down to it. So we play out the Makino, looks at the takes 1 card from life to hand, looks at the other 2, and we're able to rearrange them if we so desire. Generally good for helping us find 5 costs that were just naturally in life and trying to use their effect. I don't think we changed it, but we were being sneaky about it. The double shuffle there. But yeah, we've rearranged our life and deciding what we want to do with the rest of our Dawn.
Yeah, if we have a 4-cost pudding, This can look really, really scary. Yeah, this is 7K swing going into life.
Oh yeah, we need to dump our.
Yeah, we need
Yeah,
to
we need to. Yeah, yeah.
go
Two
a little
there
slower.
and two
Yep.
there. Okay, so yeah, 7K we got out of, and then we put out two of these. If we see like a 7-drop Borsellino, which I know some people have been using, double Gravity Blade would be pretty nasty. Even though like
Mhm.
we know that I don't know, like it'd be a stronger card later in the game too. But disrespecting like pudding could be a thing, right? Because I think we went
Yep.
to 7 cards in hand.
Yeah, 5K swing. I'm actually a huge fan of this here. You kind of tempt them. They can't just go down so easily. And yeah, giving them the 5 cost Luffy. And if we have Gravity Blade, I'd be really tempted to play it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could also be saving the Gravity Blade for 2 5 cost characters, which is also reasonable as well.
Yeah. Would you do another 5K with Jinbei though? Or
I don't think so.
yeah, we think we just pause here now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we just pause it, reel it back just a little bit, but no 5K swing with the Jinbei as well.
Oh, playing
1K again.
Rebecca. Ooh,
Ooh,
okay. That's
I
a
like
card we
this.
don't normally see in this deck. Oh boy. Okay. Another Jozu. Yeah, sure. Luffy back to hand. We are at 5 cards in hand, so Bo lets us get the draw, and then we're gonna play our 1-drop blocker and likely pass from there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but this is exactly how I think you got to be playing Boa. Jozu's a really good card for the deck. Obviously, 4 cost Law from the star deck's very good. It just lets you like again get out of a lot of attacks, but still be very strong with it. So we're gonna play the Flampe for 1, take a card from life going down to 1. We're gonna play a Hiyori for 2, take the card from life, put 1 face down. Likely a Sabo. Yep, Sabo there. So
Mm-hmm.
we're down to 0. We're a 7K leader. We're going to be able to draw 2 and trash 2.
Yeah, this is a pretty good turn here for Luffy. Next turn, I believe we're at 10 Dawn. So if we have the Gecko Moria, we can do that as well. I guess my only fear is that if we set up 2 5 cost characters, like we keep mentioning before, the Gravity Blade could be quite difficult to deal with. Just because if we only have 1 Sabo in our hand or in trash, then not possibly seeing a Sabo for a little while is kind of rough. And I think we pitched 2 Kuzans.
Yeah, so that's off the Sabo effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kuzan at this game, like you play it on curve, and then usually you just get rid of it afterwards. But
Mm-hmm.
we could kind of like we can't play Moria, right? We've
Right.
got I think like 5 or 6 Dawn left. We're gonna pitch a Egghead Luffy, put 2 Luffys into our life face up, and then we do have a 2-drop Luffy, which I think we returned 1 to hand earlier, right?
Right. Yeah.
So not too
Yep.
surprising. Using the effect, you're going to play the Rocket Luffy. And then we can either use it to pop the Jinbei or the blocker or neither. Yeah, going to use it to remove the blocker.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're playing just being like a 9K leader for the rest of the game, I don't think we even have to prioritize the Jinbei, to be honest.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely think it's not needed. But I do see the Garp looking top 5. We definitely need to see a couple more 5 cost characters, or 2 cost Sabo isn't too bad either.
Yeah.
So a big 9K swing into life does connect. Drop it down to 3. And with one open, we just pass.
Yeah, and we don't really. There's generally nothing to use that 1 Dawn with for that. Just just using the numbers a little bit differently, but it's what it is.
Mm-hmm. All right, 10 Dawn. What is the play? I mean, we have looks like 5 cards in hand, so not too many.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that if we do end up having like the 10 cost Kaido, that'd be super strong here. I think we have too many cards in hand if we were trying to return them to hand, so we wouldn't get like our additional draw. But just establishing like a 10K is nice, or 10 drop 12K. But Luffy just has ways to use cards you put back into their hand too, with like leader effect and and others too.
Yeah. Honestly, I might Gravity Blade here if I have it. Go Gravity Blade, attach 3 Dawn to Jozu. Then they drop down to 4 cards in hand. Right, looks like Bo just taking a quick second. I mean, this is a pretty pivotal turn here, so I totally understand why we're kind of taking a second.
Yeah.
No reason to play pudding anymore.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to, you could, right? Like you get one card out of their hand, and they just cycled with Sabo, so likely they have a Mori in hand, so you can make them, do a good shuffle for it. But
sure,
you kind of also want to put them down. Like if they can continue to be, 9K with 1 life, that helps a lot because perfume can invalidate a lot of this too.
Yeah. Ooh, Red Rock. Ooh. This is a really expensive way.
Uh-oh. Well, they're I think they disconnected, unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe the internet went off, or
yeah, we should both jump out of this call though, just because they cannot fit in there because there's too many people in it. But we'll see what ends up with that one. Yeah, unsure if
hi everybody.
Hello, it's us. Hey. Yeah,
we're back.
Yep. Maybe a little bit quicker than expected, but I'm not sure. There was a judge watching. I'm not sure if their internet died. Head judge jumped in there, so let's just jump into another table. Yeah, I mean if our Boa player doesn't come back, it's our Luffy player. But it looks like they had, unfortunately, some technical difficulties. So, regardless if they are playing or not, I'm just going to jump to another table. I don't want to influence any more of that.
Sure.
But yeah, unsure what happened there. Let's see what's. I know table 1 is one of our Foxy players. Sure, so we can see what they are doing. I think they're done though.
It looks like. Oh yeah,
it looks like they are done. All right. Yeah. What else do we have? What other unique players do we have? Again, Black Purple Luffy is they're playing against each other. Table 6 just ended. We might have to just free ball into.
We have table 9 with Lucci versus NL.
Okay, that's generally Lucci favored, but.
Yeah, I mean, this is our only NL player.
True.
Undefeated. But the board is a little.
Yeah, a little one-sided.
Yeah, a little one-sided.
Same with table number 16. It's another Lucci player, but they it's I don't know. I'm gonna go to table 6. It's really interesting. Shanks is at like 5 life still, so I think that could be something that can get there.
You said table 6?
16.
16.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot to be in. So we've got Rob Lucci on the top. And then we have Shanks on the bottom. With, again, still 5 life, which is crazy for how long this has gone.
Yeah. Yeah, and in most situations, I'm actually, if I'm the opposing player, I'm quite scared. Just because the 10 cost Shanks, a lot of the bigger buys can just go drop after drop after drop, so that can get a little scary.
Yeah, let me get these names for you guys too real quick.
All right, and it looks like Shanks has nothing on the board. Be able to remove that off of the Rob Lucci there. So this is a 9K swing going into a 5 life leader, taking first life there. And it looks like Shanks also has like about 5 cards in hand too, so not even too bad. And looks like we're going to go ahead and just drop another 4-cost Lucci. So 2 4-cost Luccis. We have the Brook, the Blocker Rebecca, as well as the 8-cost Gecko Moria.
All right, so we've got Michael is our Rob Lucci player, and we've got J2 Cold as our Shanks player. All right, so Marco, to be able to get rid of the card there, we're going to go 6 into likely lead. I mean, they're at 2 life. We could definitely, pressure for game over 2 turns.
Yeah. It looks like Lucci has 5 cards in hand now, or so 3 cards left.
Yeah.
And then tapping for a Lucky Roo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually a really big fan of Lucky Roo, especially for the fact that Rob Lucci doesn't really play too many Sabos anymore as much as they used to.
Mm-hmm.
So that is actually pretty impactful.
Yeah, because this is going to kind of go like 2 for 1. You block here, you use it to likely pop the Lucci. You could also use it to pop the Brook if you're afraid of that doing any damage. So I like the decision. Oh, neither. All right, yeah. I'd be really tempted here to block and get rid of the Brook.
The Brook, yeah. I'm also curious to see if we have protection, if we have an extra event card for our 5-cost Marco.
Sure. Yeah, which is, Shanks doesn't play that many events. So, it's kind of, you have to call their bluff if they have it or not. A lot of the time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just surprised how many cards in hand for Shanks and still life total, right? So this is going to be 7. Ice Age Rebecca hitting the trash there.
All right, so getting out of that with a 2K, and now we have the 9K swing, which most likely will connect. Yep.
And then another Moria, likely. Yeah, another Moria.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. For a second, I forgot we joined a Lucci match.
And do we have the Helmeppo? Yeah, Helmeppo and Spandine would allow us to try to get rid of the Marco. If we have another event in hand, obviously we can save it. I kind of like the idea of starting with the Moria to do that. And then if they do, we can pressure the Marco instead, but it's fine. Because they can just start an event, right, and save it for next turn.
Yeah, but they might not have it. Yeah, I think they're gonna.
No, they
do have it.
They do have it. Yeah,
nice.
There's 0 cost.
0 cost. Mm-hmm.
All right. 3 life to 2. 1 card board versus 5 card board. What would be your plus? Honestly, if we had a Silvers right now.
Really?
Yeah, I think Silvers would be best.
Yeah.
I would use the effect to make both the Luccis probably smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Get rid of the Rebecca with the pop effect, and then just go like 6 and 7 at leader.
Oh, at leader.
Yeah,
okay.
I think at this point, like, we have to like put them into the fact that they have to respect that we can go for game.
All right, 1K counter, and now we see a 6K swing. Ooh, what's
that generally means 10 cost Shanks.
Which one?
True.
Okay.
A new one.
Yeah, the rush one.
If we didn't see the other one earlier, I would have said like, either, but
yeah,
there goes the Rebecca. Man.
Okay, this is not the worst. These are 5K Rob Lucci's, but we are facing 2 8 cost Gecko 8K Gecko Morias. Now, do we have an Ice Age? Looks like we might just have it.
Yeah, I mean, whenever my opponent taps 1, it's Tempest Kick or Ice Age, right?
Yeah, yep. So, I pray it's always the Suru.
Yeah, Suru. Yeah, Suru definitely feels it's the least amount of reduction for 1.
Yeah,
and they lose a 2K in hand. So you're like, yes.
I'm always wrong, but I hope it's the Suru.
Sure. All right, it's the Tempest Kick. It's the medium option, but does allow for some cycle.
Yeah, replacing itself is pretty good. Tapping. Oh, do we have a
Oh
Kaido?
boy.
Yep.
That's all cards in our hand though, which is a little terrifying. But like if you can just, I mean, if you get rid of Marco, you just can't lose though.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think
we're going for life.
I think this just sets us up for failure. I don't know. I would just go
Let's get rid of the Marco,
Marco,
right?
yeah, because like with 2 life,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. I have 0 cards in hand. There's no 2 rush cards for 5.
Dragon here would be really good.
Oh, okay.
Oh
This is
no.
huge. So Red Hawk has a effect, gives something minus 10k till the end of the turn. So Gecko Moria, one of them is a 0 cost. We're going 6 into likely Marco now. I
Did
don't.
we pivot?
Yeah, we use leader effect. I'm guessing to get out of it.
Do we have enough to get out of it?
Or do we have a?
I think we do.
Oh, we do.
Oh
Okay.
man.
Oh, we have to top deck a rush card. That is it. If we
Oh,
top deck Dragon or 10-drop Shanks, we
it's
get there.
over.
What do we get? What do we
Did
get?
we get it? 5K swing, Shanks, 6, 5, 6, then 10 or
Yeah,
12.
yeah.
Oh, we didn't get it. We
Mm,
didn't get it.
I think unlikely.
Oh no.
Yeah. So unfortunate. Yeah, and
I would
I
cry
think
if it's just a Hongo or something.
yeah, exactly. Silvers,
Okay.
okay. Card
I
draw's nice,
mean,
but
blocker is fine. At least we can get rid of the Gecko and the Rablucci.
yeah, right, because they're guaranteed swings.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Dragon would have felt a lot better.
Oh yeah.
Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
Dragon would have won us the game.
Yeah.
All right, 9K.
And now we're just
Now we just have a dream.
yeah, just simple man. I mean, hey, we could have a second Red Hawk there, right?
Sure. Yeah. 7K swing with Rablucci.
Leader effect 2k, leader effect 2k. It was a
Okay.
Hongo, you called it.
Oh no.
Feels bad. All right, taking the 5. No trigger. Yeah, it's just another silvers.
Yeah.
So super close.
Yeah.
I think Michael was playing a little bit on the edge there, but was able to get there anyways.
Yeah. Definitely.
So all right, well that was table 16. So Michael's going to be going undefeated into round number 7.
Mm-hmm.
Again, like I don't know, I love watching Shanks games because there's almost always like do they have it, if they have it kind of thing. It goes a lot of back and forth. I think they can be really, really close.
Yeah, do they have the lime juice? Do they have the rush? I mean, so many different options, so many different ounces the deck does have. So
Let's see.
Also,
Marco only gets the on play on your turn when you bring it back. I'm like 99% sure. Because I remember seeing like it's like one of the weirder like on your on play effects, because you normally don't see on play your turn with your turn on play. Yeah, so we couldn't get the Rebecca back after the KO.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have a couple games left. Table 2 with the Boa, I believe they're still playing, so I'm guessing they got a warning. I don't want to jump in there though, just because they are having issues. I don't want to exacerbate them. We've got Smoker versus Dofi, and I think Smoker's going to take this. It's looking on table 15, like to the point where if we jump in there, it's just going to be over. Table 13's over. We have a Teach versus Bonnie. Oh man, they've got like this. I don't know. I just want to go to this table just because it's such a unique board state. That doesn't mean it's good, but yeah. So this is our only undefeated Bonnie player left, and I think our only undefeated Teach player left too.
Yeah.
So we've got two Eustace kids on the board. One of them assumedly is stunned with the 10-drop effect, which is like a double whammy because you can't like use the protection effect.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I think they're figuring that out. You can't even rest the card, which means you can't use the effect for it. Because
Yeah,
you can't, it's stunned for the next turn and you can't block with it, you know, like the next turn. So it puts it out of commissions for like 2 turns.
right.
No, yeah. Can you
All
rest it? Is there a
right.
way for you to rest it? Because your effect is negated, right? Yeah, the effect is
Yeah,
negated.
that's true.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, and you didn't leave a Dawn open for Bonnie.
We attached the Dawn. Wait,
I mean, but they attached it
we
already, right? Are they gonna?
we did. Are we gonna let him take it back?
No, yeah,
No.
that's
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean
it
that's the fairest thing to do, right? I mean, that's you. That was an action you took.
yeah,
You did so.
and it's just like
That
not being
is.
aware. Yeah, once you get hit by that, it feels so bad. Like it you just get super countered with 8-drop kid. So
Mm,
you still have the Rosinante. You obviously would have felt a lot better to have one Dawn open for your leader effect, but if they have another 10-drop kid that turns off the leader effect anyways, so it's not like
mhm.
huge. But you still have like one 8-drop kid still around.
Yeah. Plus, you have 7 cost kid as well, right? Another really good blocker.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Which I it's very interesting to see this card pop up again. It's one of the oldest cards in the game,
yeah.
and it's just continuing to see use.
Look, I'm a fan. I think the card is actually really good. I think it's really good against Dofi. Just being an 7K body that restands every turn is really good.
Yeah, a card that can protect and attack. Yeah, super strong.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're using stage effect there, pitching the Van Augur to grab ourselves yet another stage. Now, this most likely will be pitched off of our leader effect, but it's regardless still looking kind of rough here for Teach.
Yeah, I think Bonnie has the advantage here,
Mhm.
but again, this is such a weird matchup to navigate, right? Because Bonnie gets to go wider on board. Like it doesn't look like there's been a lot of removal. You have to be aware of like 10-drop, Dofi coming down. If they don't like use their leader effect from Teach, we have a way to interact with Burgess as well with our carrot.
Right.
There's a lot going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. If we have 4 Dawn for Liberation, right? You
Oh
mentioned
yeah.
before we can get rid of, or we can make the effective kit negated.
Mm-hmm.
So then we have 3 swings. We can swing 11, 12, 12. But the only issue is, the only fear that I have is that the Bonnie player has like 8 cards in their hand.
Mm-hmm.
They have an enormous amount of cards in their hand. So looks like we are using leader effect to pitch the stage, and let's see how this Blackbeard navigates. And this is the what really separates like some of the more experienced Blackbeard players, is the fact that once we swing with Teach, we just swing with our character Teach. That's it, right? That blocker is gone. At this current point, we have, okay, we're playing it safe. And I don't mind this. We put the 3rd copy of Teach. We're going to be able to most likely hit the ACOS kit once again.
Yep. It's nice that we have a second copy, a second one hanging around, but yeah, not having this Dawn open right now to be able to rest one of these 10-drop blockers is pretty brutal though.
So this is a 5K swing, and I think at this point I'm gonna give you a 1K counter just out of fear.
Yeah, because you have to be, because you have to, because like otherwise these 212 drops start swinging, right?
Yeah,
You've got no
yeah.
blockers, no nothing.
I mean, unless we just have a ton of counter.
Yeah, are we taking the bait?
It's a free block. Why not, right?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what they're saying.
Unless they did the other, I don't know. There's no real way to see what they use the 10-drop effect on. And just passing. Okay. They could have gone. I don't know. I think they could have gone for game. I would have been.
You would have swung.
I would have been really
12, 12?
tempted. I would have been tempted 12-12 with both these. Like, are you going to get a better situation to go for game anytime soon? Is kind of like the next question.
With 2 ACOS kids, I think you're right.
Yeah, they're rapidly approaching overtime now too.
Yeah, can we win this turn? I don't think so.
No.
But we could do a good amount of damage. It looks like each player only has one card in their hand. We did use our leader effect as well, so no on plays do activate. Can use cards like Hody or things like that, or 10 cost Dovi.
Yeah.
So, and what's really good about this matchup for Teach is that those cards are just dead in the hand. Unless you have a 0 cost event card, there's no real way to get them out of your hand. So,
no, this is just like a tricky situation to be stuck in, though. There's just sometimes, I don't know, if you play chess and then like you watch like the mid game, you're like, man, there's so much going on. There's like so many things attacking other things. There's like protections and stuff, and that's kind of what's happening right here. So starting with the 7k attack though means that they have to block or go down to 0 because they only have one card in hand. Some people are playing like Electric Luna and stuff, which would be able to stun one of these. There's also like Bonnie, which can show up 5 cost, which would be able to rest one of the Teach, which is really good too. But taking the 7, okay.
Wow. All right, 2 cards in hand. Yeah, if we're able to stun the board again with Electric Luna, that'd be an insane turn.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go... I mean, technically we have enough attacks to go for game now, right? Only one of the kids are stunned. We definitely want to put one Dawn underneath one of the 8 costs. This would be 9 to 5. They have to block that. You put another Dawn underneath one of the 7s. I mean, you could unironically go for game with Rosie, but yeah, going for the first.
We still have 4 blockers though, right?
Oh yeah, sorry. There's the Vasco shot. You're right. You're 100% right. Yeah, I missed that one on the end there.
Yeah, it's funny how sticky that character is, being a 2-cost character.
Yeah, when all your on plays are gone, right? Like it starts becoming pretty relevant.
Yeah. All right, looks like an 8k swing.
If we have our on plays too, if we have a what's his name? If we have Hody Jones, no, we just used our 7th Dawn, our 4th Dawn, so we can't play 7 cost. Yeah, Hody Jones would be able to win.
Yeah, we did also use a leader effect too.
And then we put 5 on here, so 13, which means just Vasco shot gets the block, right?
Vasco shot, yeah.
That are block 2k.
Man, I don't know. This is tough for Teach. Even with such a huge board, I mean, we're kind of hoping we have...
It has to be Black Hole at this point.
We need it to be Black Hole.
Yeah, if we don't have Black Hole, I think we just lose.
And we get the resend plus 1 Dawn active. All right, here we go. We can still search it with our stage as well. That's quite good. And yet, remembering that our Burgess is stunned there.
Yeah, Carrot does a lot against that card. Yeah. It's crazy.
I mean, if we got it, you got it. Did we forget to unrest our kid?
We sure did. Yep.
I'm pretty sure that's mandatory.
That is. Oh, and we get the Black Hole.
Oh, no way.
Oh, no.
There's no way we forget. There's no way it's not mandatory, right?
Let me reread the card.
Yeah.
That would be incredibly... I mean, I get it. We've been playing for like 5 hours, right? But...
All right, we play Black Hole. Oh, yeah, it looks like... Yep, okay. Wait. No. Oh, double Black Hole.
It is...
Doesn't matter.
Oh, it's double Black Hole. Okay.
Double Black Hole.
Yeah.
It
is mandatory, though.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't say you may. It's strictly set, so you should be able to get there. But yeah, double Black Hole though.
We Black Holed the Rosinante though instead, I think is what it looked like.
No, I think they just took the block with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not quite there. Yeah.
Oh man. Double Black Hole.
Yeah, double Black Hole is super good. Yeah, so we got rid of the Rosinante. We got rid of the 8-drop kid, and really, really strong finish there. So, we don't got much time left in round because it's overtime. We're just going to skedaddle to a quick break here. It's going to be like 8 minutes. I'm going to see what 16 leaders we have left undefeated.
Yeah,
One teach.
funny
Sorry.
enough, I found out that Bo lost.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
So
and they were able to play it out. They got a
yeah.
warning for their disconnect,
Hmm.
and BY was still able to win that too. So
Yeah.
but yeah, we're gonna take our break. It's gonna be like 8 minutes, so should not be very long. We'll be back. We have at least one Stardeck 13 Luffy, one Rob Lucci, one Teach, one Black Purple Luffy because there was a mirror match. Maybe some
Sure.
Foxies. We'll figure it out. We'll see what our
Yeah.
top 16s are. And we will get there in a couple minutes. We'll see you then. Bye bye. Okie doke. We are on the cusp of round number 7 of Core TCG's online OP09 One Piece Treasure Cup. I've been with Sos for the last 5 hours and a bit, and he's still moderately sane, it looks like.
Yeah, we are here. Yeah, we've had a lot of really good games, and you crunched a couple of numbers
Yeah.
while we were away.
Yeah,
So.
very crunchy. And for you guys who are interested, there are no live pairings. It's only for players. It's on TCG Plus. But I do have our 16 undefeated leaders, which are 6 Doflamingos, 3 Rob Lucci, 2 Star Deck 13 Luffys, a Shanks, a Teach, a Purple Luffy, a Smoker, and what we're watching finally after delaying it for like 2 rounds is going to be the Black and Purple Luffy.
Yeah. Honestly, a lot of the one of decks made it. I think all of them, but the Boa.
Boa did. Both Foxies got their first loss this round, which is unfortunate or fortunate depending on personal opinion, I suppose. But still a lot of Doflamingo, and even though like these are just the leaders that are undefeated, these are still the leaders that are in contention for this for getting first place. There's still a lot of room for getting a top 32 finish for these leaders and many others too. So I'm curious to see who's currently on like the X1 bubble or who's able to get in, X2 with some good tiebreakers. So still room for a lot more like leader diversities too.
Yeah, it's very possible that we see a Foxy make top 8 technically today. I mean, there's, it's very much so possible. At this point, in the previous round, we had 11 Dofi undefeated. Now we have 6 Dofi undefeated.
Yeah.
So the numbers are kind of dropping drastically, almost half.
Yeah.
So at this point, it's kind of like Dofi versus the world, but there's actually a lot of the world left. So
yeah, and I would argue that a good amount of the world left are good against Dofi, or like they're at least comfortable with the matchup, so that does help a lot. And I think that there can be a lot of different it's anyone's game. It's anyone's game to win this too. So well, we have the pairings up. Give us like 2 minutes to get that set up. It will be starting very soon, but we'll get people are asking for Jonas, people are asking for Black and Purple Luffy. Guess what, they're playing against each other, so it's the best of both worlds. Whoa. So we'll get that set up. We'll be starting that off. It's going to be Jonas versus Black and Purple Luffy, and we'll see you guys in like a minute and a half. Like, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Right back. All right. I told you we wouldn't be gone for long. We've got our Black and Purple Luffy Miguel G versus Jonas Abraham on our Doflamingo. Should be, honestly, I'm really looking forward to this match.
Yeah, I mean, this is round 7, and honestly, I think Black and Purple Luffy has a chance.
Yeah, we've been seeing. I mean, this is one of our newest leaders, right? It got a lot of support for Purple Straw Hat leaders, which perhaps some other leaders took advantage of better than it. But it still has a lot of good supports. The fact that it can use Gum Gum Giant, the fact that you can be a little bit more aggressive leaning because you get like extra Dawn every turn. I think is really strong, and I know a lot of people are still putting a lot of effort into this. So, using the Eggman dice.
Nope.
Uh-oh. Guaranteed loss. Yeah, against
Yeah.
when Eggman's in the channel. Ooh, boy. Unlucky for
Yeah.
that one. But we'll get that set up for you guys. And yeah, who you think Black and Purple has a good chance though? Or what's your thoughts?
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking
And don't
Black and
let
Purple
the
is
fact
gonna.
that you're playing against Jonas skew it, right? Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
one of the most decorated One Piece players of all time,
yeah,
right? So
yeah.
despite that,
Yeah. I mean, looking past world competitor, I think Black Purple Luffy has a pretty good shot of winning this. I think that's one of the main reasons why people are kind of on this deck. Being able to see like your ideal curve with Black Purple Luffy is pretty big. And unfortunately, you already are kind of off to a bad start. Having Dofi go first is not where you want to be. You
mm-hmm.
want to play your 3-cost Zoro on curve, but we'll see if we can do a couple things in this matchup.
Yeah. And in case you guys don't know what this leader does, one, he has this one effect that I keep forgetting. I think a lot of other people do. If you have one Don underneath your leader, all your characters get +1 cost, which does kind of mess up with some removal tools. But then also your turn once per turn, when 2 or more Don cards on your field are returned to your Don deck, add up to 1 Don from your Don deck active and 1 rested. So if you lose 2 Don, you get 2 back, and then you get to kind of reset one of them, which is really nice.
Yeah, so we saw the 7K swing going into life using leader effect, grabbing out the Jinbei to go ahead and play out the Weevil, your ideal turn 2 curve as Dofi. So it looks like we're going to go from 2 cards, a 2K, 1K. Looks like that is the Frankie as well as the
Black Maria.
The 2K Black Maria. That's the one. Black Maria.
Yeah, and so Black Maria is generally like kind of our backup, Dawn gainer, because as long as if your opponent doesn't ramp, you get like 1 active Dawn 2. But it looks like we're gonna use the Gum Gum. Is it Jump Rope? I can't remember.
I believe it's like you KO a character that's like 6K or less.
No, you bottom deck, you Dawn -2, so you get the Dawn back, and then you bottom deck a 6K or less. I just forget which flavor of Gum Gum it is. It is Lightning. Nice. My apologies. It's Gum Gum Lightning.
Well, it looks like we did put the Jinbei in trash.
It is KO. You're right.
Yep. So playing out the 1-cost Sengoku to grab the 2-cost Teach, an insanely good card, especially at this moment since we have 4 Dawn active. So looks like we're going to tap 2 to go ahead and play that character out. Using a Teach effect, we can put a card at the very top, attach 2 Rest to our leader, swing a big 8K into life, use leader effect. What are we placing out? We're placing out another Weevil.
Yeah, another card draw. So again, Jonas knows this deck pretty well, knows a lot of ways to be able to generate card advantage while also establishing cards on board. And, Luffy has yet to play a character this turn yet. So, which, you are a little bit behind, and we haven't been able to ramp either, which is a little bit sinky. But we've got our Frankie here, which I do like this card especially for this deck compared to other purple leaders, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's really nice about this is that you mentioned it before, is that with the Dawn attached to our leader, that's a 5-cost body. So you're unable to bounce it with 4-cost law, which is quite relevant. So this is going to be an AK swing going into most likely the Weevil. And Jonas has 5 cards in hand. I'm pretty sure we're going to go ahead and save it if we can.
Yeah. So it's a 2K, double 2K to get out of that. Mm-hmm. So that is fair, but again, as mentioned, like if he has a Trafalgar Law, you have to be really careful because that currently cannot bounce the Frankie back to hand.
Yeah. Oftentimes, a lot of people do misplay that as well. You just kind of forget, like, oh hey, my Frankie's a 5-cost actually.
Yeah. We're gonna start with a simple 7.
Yeah, fortunately for this Black Purple Luffy player, that they only have essentially one target, one character that can attack this turn. Of course, our other characters can attack, but a little less likely. So, 2K,
another
1K
2K,
once again.
1K, yeah. Black Maria is for countering out of attacks. That's its feature of this matchup. Okay. Looks like we're going to get a Gecko play to add a Weevil to our hand. And that's pretty good because we do have the Teach. We can use the effect to put, again, 2 there. We can make an 8K attack and then be able to play Weevil. So we're not even like losing out on card advantage by establishing board like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is one of the things that I think a lot of people have told me that they kind of complain about is there's cards like Jinbei and Law, but also Teach.
Yeah.
Teach is just so good in building advantage.
Yeah, it's funny because like we've been, like Rob Lucci's been one of the best decks for the last 6+ months, right? And
Mhm.
that deck is really good at getting rid of two costs. And so generally they're not like a big deal, but if you're playing anything else, like that Teach just stays on the board for the rest of the game. It like gives your leader another ability essentially, and
Mhm.
it's quite insane.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Funny enough, too, you can also use Teach in other blue decks too.
Yes,
I mean, you could use it in Marco if you really wanted to.
yeah. There's I could I could go down the rabbit hole of all the decks I've tried with it. It's really tempting, even just to be able to quote unquote put a card on top of our deck for no cost. There's a lot
Yeah.
of cards that help us do that, but
Mhm.
yeah, it's a really cool generic card.
Yeah. So it looks like we are at 8 Dawn finally as Purple Black Luffy. Ideally, you probably want to play an 8 cost Gecko Moria this turn. I know we were mentioning a little bit before. The only issue with Purple Black Luffy playing Gecko Moria is that it's always a defensive Gecko Moria.
Yeah,
So it's still good, but unfortunately, it's just still defensive. It's a defensive play. So
yeah. I mean, if we're gonna play Moria this turn, I would have blocked with Frankie so we could bring it back too. So maybe we have like a Sanji 5 cost. Oh, maybe we do with us using 3 Dawn here.
mhm. So 8K swing going into this Weevil
Yeah, if we've
does
got
go
Sanji, that'd
down.
be. I think that's what we have, and that would be pretty strong here.
Yeah. Do we have it? We do. All right. So almost a board clear. Almost.
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 Yeah, getting rid of two 6K Weevils is actually pretty strong in a spot
Mhm.
like this. So I think it's a good trade there. So Jonas is definitely running out of a little bit of steam here, right? Not a lot of cards in hand, not a lot of big attackers on board, and 2 life and a blocker is quite nice.
Yeah, I believe Yona should be at 5 cards in hand. So we'll see.
Yeah, 4 or 5.
Yeah. So do we have the Gravity Blade? Oh no,
Oh
that's not Gravity Blade. That's Jozu.
no, it is
Oh,
Gravity
Gravity Blade.
Blade.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gravity Blade. And even with the cost increase, the Sanji just gets hit by that, right?
That's huge. Huge tempo shift there. So we see the 1K counter from the law. Using Teach Effect, putting another character back at the very top, attaching 2. This is going to be a 7K swing using Leader Effect. Do we have a Jinbei? We
Yeah.
do have a Jinbei.
And Croc. Oh, I love this play. So we're using the crocodile
Mm,
effect. We're gonna add a Sengoku back to our hand for later, and also establish another 5K. And yeah, man, honestly, I think our black and purple Luffy player is doing a really good job at like interacting with board and forcing some weird
right.
trades. But Jonas has been, all fantastic at finding the right answers at the right time.
Yeah, Jonas is having complete control this whole entire game, honestly. As you mentioned, Purple Black Luffy doing a really great job to kind of keep up, but um, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I think at this point, 7K swing over the Jinbei does connect. And then the defensive Gekomori, which we did talk about earlier, grabbing the Frankie as well as the 1 cost law.
Yeah. So this is gonna likely net us like advantage of 2. It's also gonna let us end the turn with 1 Dawn active, which would be good for a Gum Gum Giant. So
Mm,
for the most part, I think Miguel's had generally the best card for most situations too. Honestly, just being able to have Moria draw 2 like this is pretty tough to set up early game and as fast as we did. So
yeah.
we're at 1 Dawn, 1 life, 1 blocker, and our Frankie is again a 5 cost, so we can't Trafalgar Law it back to hand.
Yeah. And I think Purple Black Luffy has like 7, 8 cards in hand right now. I think
Mm-hmm.
if we had put him, we probably would have played it right now. So
Yeah, I agree.
yeah. Yeah. 7K swing could be baiting the giant, but no.
Yeah, 2-1. Another 7. Yeah, biggest thing is that if we're able to get them down to 0 and they have to play around Femur for the rest of the game,
Mm-hmm.
it's pretty strong. Now, I will say that black and purple Luffy or any purple Straw Hat, they're one of the few decks that can still, get out of a 15k femur with the help of Gum Gum Giant. But we've got the boa.
Ooh.
Super strong here.
Yeah. Okay, attaching the Arrestodon to our leader.
And a third 7k attack. Top card of our deck was a Mihawk. So just another 2k buy. Frankie's taking the block there and passing back, but still, it's just a lot of pressure. But I think Jonas has what?
Yeah.
3 cards in hand? Yeah. With one
3
of
cards
them,
at...
Son Goku, we know.
Yep, and hopefully we did not forget 5 life.
That's true. It's always that's always like the most like they lose that life pretty quickly at the end of the game, but like for the majority of the game, just no damage on life. It's
Do we have another Gecko Moria?
Pretty miserable.
7k swing here, most likely into the Gecko.
We're gonna block 2k, which I really like this play.
Yeah. It's really good.
If you think they're gonna play another Gecko, right? Like they only get the removal of 1 card, but you still have 3 attackers.
Right. Yep. Do we have another 2-cost character? We have Robin.
Which is a blocker, which sure we can get use of later.
Yeah.
I mean, Teach will get like the free attack into it, but then you could like lose the Teach later, so.
Yeah, I'm curious if we survive though.
We have to discard it. Did we discarded that off of
we discard first.
Yeah. The jump rope. There it is.
Yep. All right, passing the turn here. We have 3 5k bodies on the board. I think another thing to note too is that the Mihawk can cycle as well. So.
Yeah. We can draw 2 trash too. I'm kind of surprised we didn't start with that, because if we saw something like a Red Rock, or not Red Rock, a Gravity Blade, it'd be pretty strong. Oh, we take
Femur.
it. Oh wow, yeah, that's insane.
No Femur. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, 2k, 1k to get out of that one. 3 into the Robin. Yeah. 7, another Mihawk.
Yep.
We might not have Giant because
I don't think we do.
Yeah, at this point, even though we've cycled so much, we might not be able to have it.
Yeah, 3 cards in hand. We come with the block. Yeah. Okay, big 8.
And then, I mean, if we could use Teach to make it a 9k if we wanted to, but.
Oh, we do have it.
Yeah. Okay, we do. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't just
make it a 9.
Yeah, make it a 9, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I don't think Jonas is too worried about losing this turn.
No, but making them go down to 2 cards instead of 3.
Yeah,
I'd go like 1-for-1 card trade. All right. I mean, 2 more is on board. That's in most other games I've seen in my life, that's usually the winning position. But when an opponent has 5 life,
yeah, we're just praying that we don't have a Femur.
Yeah, because Perfume Femur will just. I mean, again, Lo, if you have like 2 Red Rocks, right, or 2 Giants, you can very quickly get out of a 15k. But now that we're going for board, right? Like, sure, yeah.
Okay, do we have a blocker?
Are we going 6 on?
Tapping 4 for another.
Yeah, another Frankie, sure.
Frankie, wow.
Oh,
but she's a giant.
Wow.
That is interesting.
Yeah. I mean,
I guess
I just giving it up. Yeah.
Yeah, we just scoop it up. Yeah.
Yeah. That's super fair.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Miguel played it really well, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Even I think it just more shows just like how aggressive Dofi can be. Jonas had, I'd say, like an average game, right? Maybe like slightly above average, but saw a good amount of pieces. Finding the Red Rock when you did was super big, and yeah, I think he played the best that he could in a matchup like this one.
Yeah. And if you saw that matchup too, Jonas didn't. I didn't feel like he even took a second to think about his decisions. He
Yeah.
knew the game plan. He literally was like, okay, action, action, action. You know, he knew exactly what he wanted to do when he wanted to do it. So,
Yeah.
pretty insane.
I think the biggest thing for whenever I play against Jonas, like it is half his moves are just automatic, and that is just intimidation factor on top of it. So.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But we've got how much time we got left in round? I've got 20 minutes. Let me see some of our other top 8 tables real quick and see how they're doing. Table 8 just finished. Table 6 is approaching the end game. I think is it a purple Luffy mirror match? Did I get one of these players wrong? I might have. I guess so. Whoops.
Yeah.
We have Rob Lucci versus Dofi on table 5. Table 3 is Smoker versus Dofi. We could sneak into table 4 for a second. This might end a little bit, though. It's hard to say. Cool. Yeah, let's jump over there.
Yeah.
Let's see, playing the Rebecca. It's 1 life to what looks like 3. I think we only have like a 1-drop Prona on Dofi's side, so we might have kind of stabilized. We see the Kobe's on the board too, which we don't normally see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this I think this matchup is a little rough for Smoker, but I mean, it looks like Dofi player only has 2 cards in hand right now. We have the blocker up. I mean, Prona can swing, but I think Smoker's just done a really good job on starving Dofi of resources.
Yeah. Also, I think I know what happened. So we had 5. We didn't have 6 Doflamingos. We had 5, and we had 2 purple Luffys. One of the purple Luffys who won, I marked as Dofi won. So
okay,
that's and so our 2 purple Luffys are playing against each other. So guaranteed 7-0 purple Luffy. That's how you gotta do it.
Back again. Yeah. So this is 7K swing.
Yeah.
A 7K swing, and then we just give him a 9K swing next turn.
It's a bit of a trap, right? So you can counter out of this, but then you can like law for 4 to bounce Rebecca back to hand.
Sure, yeah.
And then you go 6, and if they don't have like again going to 0 life is very scary against Doflamingo.
Oh yeah.
There's just so many ways. Okay. They're
Easy
only
6.
doing 6. Okay, block and then 4 for Moria. Add back. Likely law. Yeah, law.
Yep.
All right. I mean,
this is pretty good. You're setting yourself up for next turn, right?
Yeah, but this is scary. If they can remove the Moria, which we don't have a Brook on board anymore, but if they remove the Moria, I think you lose the game.
Yeah, we also only have 2 cards in hand right now.
Yeah. All right. 2 into Perona. Yeah, not saving.
Yeah, you got it.
3, 4, 5. Yeah, Tashigi would win you the game.
Okay, 5K swing going to life.
Pudding. Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Pudding's not doing anything anymore. Plus, like, Pudding's not optional, so like you don't want to give him like 3 extra cards, right? All right, 6K. Yeah, and then if we have another Tashigi in hand, yeah, that will likely just be the game. Yeah, that's very strong here.
Using leader effect.
Yep. And then use that to pop the Moria, and we're 7K on the lead. And with 1 life, it just means that they can't, unless they play Usopp, they just can't go for game next turn. So
all right, 1 card in hand.
Yeah. So it's looking like Smoker. Wait. Let me not say nothing. Let me just continue to observe.
This is really close. This is still really close.
Continue to observe real quick.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, even though we have 2 Tashigis on the board, I mean, for the rest of the board, it's pretty, smaller characters. We have 4 to 5 cards in hand now since we did take a couple of our life there.
Yeah, I think this. I'm trying to think what would be the best play for Doflamingo right now, right? Because we have to kind of if we have Gravity Blade to get rid of 2 Tashigis, and then we can like attack 7K or like 8K with leader to put them down to 0, maybe a chance.
Yeah, Gravity Blade here would be insane.
Yeah.
Gravity Blade here would be insane.
That or like maybe like a Teach, and then Gravity Blade 2-drop Teach might be the best play. Because we got a good amount of cards in hand too. Because then we'd be able to play another body out and 2 more bodies, probably pressure down the Kobe or something, and then just kind of go from there.
There's just no way this Smoker player isn't just a little nervous. you know. If not, I'm nervous for him. So.
yeah, for real.
I mean, it also depends too on our top of our deck there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one thing about Dofi as a leader is that even though you don't know the top, you can always just kind of gamble it.
Yeah,
and it just pays off sometimes. It's just all right.
Yeah, like to a lesser extent. Sometimes with BY Luffy, you got to be like, I hope there's a Luffy at the top of my life because I lose otherwise. Play this 2-drop boy, see what happens. But
yeah,
like 1 Dawn to like check if you miss or not is generally worth it. Okay, we're gonna play Jinbei.
Oh,
Jinbei effect to play out Boa.
Oh, this is really strong.
Yeah, don't mind this.
Yeah.
And then we can. Do we attack life or do we attack into Tashigi?
Tashigi.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Tashigi we lose. And we still have enough. We have 5 Dawn active as well. Or 4 Dawn after the leader effect too.
I mean, if we have double Boa, right?
So 4 cost law. Oh man.
we are allowed to get double Boa. Woof.
What were you saying earlier?
I said nothing. You see, I hesitated to say anything, and I guess was rewarded. Yeah, that's a really good play. Now, and additionally, we added the extra one there. 3 cards in hand. We've got some attackers, right? The 2 blockers are pretty insane.
Okay, I just want to clarify. At the beginning of this turn, the board was empty.
It was completely empty. Correct.
Completely
empty. And we played.
Like we had 1 card in our hand, and we took like 3 cards from our life. We drew for the turn.
We played 4 4-drops, so that's 16 worth of Dawn for 2 cards. Because we were able to. Moria drew us a card, and our leader effect drew us a card, right? Like we lost 2 cards in hand. And we played 4 bodies worth 6K, and now we're in top deck mode for Smoker.
Well, there is an undefeated purple Luffy still in this.
I said nothing. I'm so happy that I'm like, you know what? I've been so many games look over, but Dofi can get there. Dofi's the king.
Yeah, 7K swing going into life.
Likely life, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we know he has at least a 1K for law. So, yeah. Oh, we take it.
Ooh, that's huge.
No. That was the quickest flip I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
All right.
Now what? Yeah, bottom deck. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, can we even do 3 5Ks?
Okay, what if we have a removal?
We could, right? Like if their hand is dead. Their hand is dead. But then they wouldn't have played the Jinbei, right? If
we know he has law.
That's true, yeah.
We know he has law. Okay, so 4.
Because we could have been able to make 3 6Ks if Kobe stayed around, right?
Right. I'm trying to think if we have like a card like finger gun to, but then even then what does that really get you with brand new?
Yeah. If Kobe was around, we could have made 3 7K attacks.
Mm-hmm.
With Smoker, brand new, and Kobe, I think, if my math is right, because it's 4 plus 3, which is 7 plus 5, is 12, and then you have 9 Dawn available, so it's 21 divided by 3. Yeah.
So even if we have maybe Gecko here,
I don't think it's enough.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's strictly a double boa and in Gravity Blade in life is just too good.
I mean, even if that card was a 1K counter, do we even need the Gravity Blade?
No, but it's definitely more thematic, right? It's definitely more.
Yeah.
Right. I think it had to be a
Yeah.
2K, right? With the knowledge that there's a 1K law in hand, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, this is
All
just
right.
tough.
2 in hand. Okay, even if we have Kobe in our hand, that's our whole hand gone.
Mm-hmm.
Tapping 2. What do we have? Brand new.
We're hoping, but even then, like
Yeah.
what can we find? Okay, sure. If we go for board though, it's the same as like going for life at this point though,
Mm-hmm.
because we just have to defend a 5K.
Yeah. So is this a 7, an 8K plus blocker?
Yeah, because like you can, I guess,
Yeah.
guarantee the boa gets removed, but then, oh boy,
Okay. So it looks like he has an Ice Age in hand. So it's Ice Age and the Borskin we just picked up. So I think we're just gonna go ahead and scoop it. Yep.
yeah, unfortunate.
Ooh. Oh, he had two 2Ks in hand?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So they were just good no matter what, but
Yeah.
man, what a yeah, that double bow. So I think we don't know if they knew if there was a Mori on top of their deck, right? Because there could have been like some previous cycling, but the Mori
Sure.
I think won them that game. The fact that they could Mori into a second boa, that's what clinched it in my mind.
Right, yeah. Because he went Jinbei Boa, right?
Yeah,
Reorganized it, swung, got back. Oh man, I just
yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Crazy game, crazy outcome as well. So
Yeah.
our smokers currently 6-1, but they still have a couple more rounds. They still have contention in that X1 finish. So I think honestly, that's super close game, super duper close game.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I know Dofi's one of the best decks in the format right now, and I know there's a lot of Dofi players, but that was really entertaining to watch. That
Yeah,
was literally can gone either way. You know, we're still not in Sakazuki time, so
yeah, yeah.
you know what I mean. So
I honestly like once it gets down to the grind, right? When
yeah,
um, sometimes it's rare, right? Sometimes Dofi just blows it out. Sometimes Dofi gets all their stuff removed, or they just have a start where they don't get to see their pieces. But a game that's really grindy to the end like that is definitely one I prefer to watch and commentate.
yeah.
So, but we do have just a couple more minutes left in this round. All of our undefeateds are finished for right now too. We have 8 players undefeated left, including one Dofi and including one of the two Dofis and one purple Luffy, since the 2 purple Luffys are playing against each other. So actually I think we got one more table still going. They might just be talking at the end though. Oh, it's Dofi versus we can check this out. We can go over there.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, it's Dofi versus Rob Lucci. So it looks like 2 life apiece. We're going for board control. We got a Rebecca on the board. We haven't used our leader attack yet, so seemingly without changing the outcome of the match, right? Seemingly, it's looking like Lucci is starting to stabilize, but
Yeah,
with no more like free removal, like if we have like a 7-drop Jack, I think that'd be really strong right here. The fact that we already have Rebecca is really good. We can go like 8K with leader.
yeah. This it's not looking too bad here for Rob Lucci. I know this is a matchup that one of the main reasons why a lot of people are playing Lucci right now is because of Dofi.
Sure.
Most people think this is quite favored for Lucci. I think it really all depends on your curve, of course. But 8K swing, we're going to use the effect there. We're going to get, middle of top 2. Getting Rebecca in there is quite nice.
Yeah, and going 8 to, so yeah, this likely means we have like a jack. And so here's like the weird, like, do we block if they gave the -1 to Boa? Do you block right now? So here's the reasoning, because then if you don't block, if you do block, they can't get rid of the law, right? I guess they can get rid of the Sengoku, but they're kind of forcing them to have the removal for it.
This could also be a bait, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly, right?
You could be baiting your opponent that you have it when you really don't.
Mm-hmm.
So
you can also do like the middling play of block 2K.
Yeah, very possible. Looks like we have 4 or 5 cards. Oh, we're gonna go ahead and take it. Do we have a trigger?
Is it another gravity?
Draw one?
Gravity Blade is going crazy today.
Wild.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. So
that's big.
I mean, that Rebecca blocker was not super stable, but we gave the minus to the Trafalgar Law. Wow.
Huh. Okay.
I guess we were expecting them to block that and just let it go. Mm-hmm. But now we're not straight up losing, right? 2 life and 3 attackers, so it's very unlikely that you can just win by attacking in. But
right,
you definitely would have expected, wanted that Rebecca on board, right?
I do think I kind of feel like we almost kind of have to go for game here. I don't know.
I think we're deciding the same thing, yeah, because I wouldn't say adding Dawn to Sengoku is not normally a sign of power, but with 5, 6, and 2 added together is 13 plus 10 is 23. So we can do something like 10, 11, 12 if we so desire.
Oh, that's crazy.
Is that right? No, not 10, 11, 12. Sorry, 23 divided. That was 33 divided by 3.
Yeah.
20, it's but just for 7, 8, 8 or 7, 7, 9, I think.
Yeah, I mean, just regardless, going all in it's kind of crazy regardless. But I feel like I agree. We kind of have to. I mean, 2 Morias plus the Jack. The Jack is the real issue here.
Yeah. The fact that we can just get rid of the Boa for free. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You got it.
Yep.
Yep. And you know what? Lucci always has a counter. Lucci always has a counter.
I disagree. When I have him sleeved up, never. 6 cards in hand. Yeah. I have 82K. That's it. So.
Yeah, I'm not venting or anything, but they always got the counter. I swear, as a green player, they always got it. I don't know.
Yeah, but that will be the end of round number 7. We'll see what 8 players are undefeated. 2 Dofis guaranteed, a Rob Lucci and a Purple Luffy. We'll see what the other 4 are. We'll try to get some of the more unique matchups. I don't think Teach might still be undefeated. There might be a black and yellow Luffy still undefeated. Maybe a Shanks. Yeah. So we'll find that out. We'll be back in, I'm going to say it's not going to be lengthy, right? Yeah, we got 2 minutes. I'm going to put 10 minutes on the timer. Likely not even that. So we'll be there. We'll be back and we'll see you guys in round number 8. All right, we are back. We've got round number 8 back for us for our 10-round tournament today. And so what do we got left undefeated?
We have, that is a great question. We have 4 Dofi, 2 Starter Deck 13 Luffys, 1 Lucci, and 1 Purple Luffy. So
yeah, maybe trying to find the Purple Luffy match, right? That one might be the one I'm thinking about, because table 1 is a Dofi mirror match. Table 2 is a Dofi. Oh, 2 Dofi mirror matches. Okay, so those are out of the way. Is table 4 a Star Deck 14?
I think it's table 3.
Yeah, table 3, which they're playing against Star Deck 13 Luffy, and then table 4 is Star Deck 13 Luffy versus Rob Lucci. So yeah, I think table 3 is the way.
Yeah, it's Luffy versus Luffy.
It is, but it's one of the least mirror matches for us today with all that. So let me get that set up real quick. And I think generally it's understood that Purple Luffy has kind of the advantage in this matchup, right?
Yeah. I know a lot of BY players think that this is BY's one of its worst matchups.
Mm-hmm.
So and that's quite telling.
Yeah.
Especially with like Bonnie and like Blackbeard in the meta, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'd say I think Bonnie's left the meta a little bit more from where it was in like OP08 and OP09 or OP08, but in OP09, Purple Luffy's way more present in comparison.
Yeah, I think the issue is with Bonnie against BY now at the current meta. Even though we lost Ace in BY, Bonnie also lost 9 Zoro, which was one of the biggest things in that matchup. When you saw 9 Zoro, you're like, all right, handshake, here you go, you got it. But now that's not the case anymore. And
you got to play around their leader effect because it was one of the ways you could interact with Sabo back then too, which the fact we have Usohachi, the fact we have like the 7-cost Rush Sanji, there's a lot of ways for you to do that. And kind of the biggest thing is if you can kind of force Black and Yellow Luffy to go down to 0 life before 10 Dawn, that's pretty tough for them as well. Yeah,
definitely. I do think that Purple Luffy in this matchup, there's just so much aggression that Purple Luffy can just decide to pull at any point, that sometimes you can catch a BY player off guard, and that's really where it is. And also depends on the kind of the hand you're kind of drawn into, right? So for BY, there's not too many ways to grab Gecko Moria, although there are a ton of draw in the deck, like Sabo as well as Kuzan. But regardless, you just need to see your pieces at the right exact time. So
yeah, and looks like we are getting set up, and we've got Funny Guy on the top there with our Star Deck 13 Luffy versus Mauricio on our Purple Luffy. And again, if you're just joining us, we have left in the tournament undefeated 4 Doflamingos, 2 copies of Star Deck 13 Luffy, a Rob Lucci, and a Purple Luffy that we see here.
Yeah, so this is the only undefeated Purple Luffy in the tournament left. So if you are a Purple Luffy stand, you have you're really hoping that this guy takes it.
Yeah, and so table 1 and 2 are both Doflamingo mirror matches, and then table 4 is Black Yellow Luffy versus Rob Lucci, which is typically in Black Yellow Luffy's favor, I think, traditionally.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like we're still setting up just a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect this to be a game that... I mean, Black Yellow Luffy does definitely have the chance to go later into the round, but Purple Luffy generally is the opposite of that. You can decide who wins pretty quickly.
Yeah, so it looks like Purple Luffy, I think, won the die roll as well. Being able to go first is really, really strong. So one Dawn pass, and for BY, I don't really think there's a need to play anything. You don't have
Hmm.
the fear of thinking of putting or anything like that. So now I'm really interested to see, do we see a 5K swing here?
Yeah, no, just deciding to not even like use
Fast,
the leader effect.
yeah. Oh wait,
Um,
hold.
maybe. Oh, sorry, they just said go ahead, right?
Oh, I see. I
Yeah,
see. Yeah.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, they just didn't draw for
Okay.
turn. Yeah, I
All right. So
I saw the hand movement. You saw the hand movement, right?
yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
man, not you. Yeah, they must be playing a super slow version of Purple
Yeah.
Luffy. No.
Yeah. So 5K swing connects, and then we use leader effect going up to 4 Dawn, taking on life. And we see the Zoro on curve, 7 cost Luffy. Do we see it? Top 5. Also, another possibility is Sangoro. If we already have 7 cost Luffy in hand as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing about Purple Luffy. It's very, we know our plays. I mean,
Yep.
there's really okay. 7 cost Sanji is quite good too. In case we need a pivot for a 4 cost Kuzan. Quite good.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, like the thing is that like Sanji just rests things, which is good because not only like can you go for game, but even if you just need to like bully cards that are on the board that you wouldn't be able to interact with anyways, I
Mm-hmm.
think that's equally good as well.
Okay. 8K swing. Normally, I would say anything above 7K, Purple Luffy always takes.
Yep.
And yes, we see that here happening. Dropping down to 3 life, tapping 1. See a Garp or a Flambe.
No.
Oh,
Oh,
search.
my least
You
favorite now.
love this card. Oh,
I love to talk about it, I
right.
suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say I think the card's good. I it's been a bit of a joke in my community for a while, but
Mm-hmm.
it's strong. You get to find a lot of your pieces.
No
Maybe.
way.
Oh no
No
way. Oh no, the
way.
Eggman
No, don't let him have
influence.
this.
Oh man.
That is
See, if this was
wow.
you can always be in my crew, you get at least a card draw, but yeah, bottom decking 5. Half of those are Morias too. That is unfortunate.
Yeah.
In a matchup
Using
that you're
leader
already a
effect.
little bit behind into.
7 cost Luffy. We definitely have it. There's no way.
Yeah, Luffy Taro here
Yeah.
and another Sangor. Yeah.
Sangoro.
Yeah. This is pretty tough all of a sudden.
Now, I maybe don't agree with the pass. I know we want to build a really big board, but I think a 5K swing would have been pretty safe here.
Yeah, I would have done the 5 to put them down to 2 because
Yeah.
at least get one card out of their hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So 6K swing. We're gonna go ahead and give most likely a 2K counter. We have plenty of cards in hand as well. So
Yep.
that's the Kamazo 2K counter. Then tapping 5. Which 5 costs do we have?
Ooh, Sabo. Okay.
Ooh, Sabo.
That's pretty good. We don't see that card as often.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's tacked at like one copy or two. Generally, like 5-drop Luffy is the play there, but this is I think actually kind of better. It does both things, right? It gets rid of a card, and it gets us a little bit closer to 0 life. That helps us a lot.
Yeah. And honestly, we have quite a few cards in hand, but if we really wanted to push the aggression here, we could swing 5. If
Mm-hmm.
we swing 5K, then we're kind of telling our opponent, look, if you don't counter this swing, then we can just go all in.
Yeah, we got some pretty large. Oh, we're going down to.
Oh, wow.
Oh, do we have Linlin? Linlin putting Sabo bottom. Oh, is huge. Love this play.
Ooh, yeah.
Love this play. Yeah, I play. When I play Red Purple Luffy, definitely play this card as well. And when it stinks that you are giving them. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're just making them bottom deck that. That's fine too. I think that's fine too. You keep them at
Yeah.
2 life, but you just keep a Sabo out of rotation.
I mean, if we have 2 cost Sabo in our hand right now,
I mean, we've got
it'd be
other
quite.
attacks to get rid of it too, right? Yeah. I think we
Okay,
just
there you
pass
go.
from there. Yeah. Yeah, going to 10 Dawn next turn.
Yeah, I guess the fear is if we go Hiyori, 5 cost Luffy, take our last life, we could possibly be at 9K with an extra life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we're thinking if we want to attack with Luffy Taro, right?
Yeah.
because they're going. Yeah, I don't know. Like if we. Yeah, it looks like we are just passing. I think at this point, yeah.
Yeah, there's that weird moment where we have to either push the aggressive or just kind of hold back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think deciding to pull back there could be a good play. I mean, we are sitting at 8 Dawn, so during the 10 Dawn range, it gets a little scary.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think this is kind of the pivotal point of do we have just blockers to be able to gain advantage, right? We already kind of went -1 already earlier. We lost the Sabo too, which I think the Sabo trade was perfect. I think that was a good deal for both players, but
Yeah.
um, yeah, it's gonna be a tricky turn here because this is kind of like the turn that makes or breaks it, right? Are they gonna push us enough advantage and pressure next turn where even if we don't lose, we just don't have ways to win later in the game?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could also go ACOS Moria, grab back the Kuzan. Um,
Oh, but
but
we're
no,
okay. We're gonna use the
we're going
Flampe.
all
We're going
in.
to go down to 0 life on our own accord this turn.
Yeah. You have a Hiyori. We could also go 2 5s. No, we can't do that. We can go 5 cost Luffy. It has to be another 2K counter character.
Yeah, it has to be like a Hiyori.
Yeah.
Flampe would
Or
be
another
best. Machino
Flampe.
would be fine, even though if you don't have the Emporio would be nice. I think
3?
that's Emporio.
Oh,
Yeah, I like this.
yeah. Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate. That always happens.
It does, yeah.
I feel that happens way more than it should. So, but you want that Rocket Luffy anyways because that gets rid of the Zoro too.
Yeah.
But yeah, this Emporio. When I topped with Black Yellow Luffy, I definitely played this card. I think it's really
Yeah.
helpful for situations like this to get to 0 life, but also establishing a blocker.
Mm-hmm.
Peak would be able to be a 9K leader here with 1 life and Sabo to protect the Emporio, but I think this is a really good situation to be at 7K leader with 2 life and getting rid of that Zoro.
Yeah, my only fear is that if you go if you set up the 2 life and if Purple Luffy has another 9 mom,
Mm-hmm.
you can put Emporio back at the very top.
Yeah,
That'd
that's
be
why
pretty
Emporio is kind of
good.
scary because you get some really rough situations. But now we're going 9. And it's hard to kind of identify this too. Like Purple Luffy's been the aggressor the entire game, but they're only at 2 life themselves. You can very quickly lose if you're not careful about your defense as well.
Yeah, so I think the only issue here is if we counter out of this attack. If we decide to swing with our other characters this turn, we also need a counter for those. But no, getting out of this 9K swing.
With 2K, 2K, 1K, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Now sitting with 5 cards in hand. Finally at 10, our leader is 7K.
Yeah, and I think any another Lin would be pretty nasty here.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of pass the turn with them having like the Emporio kind of stuck there. 9-drop Luffy is also really good just for like another 10K body that's going to be able to pressure your leader, get another attack in.
I also wouldn't mind a 7 cost Sanji,
Sure.
Rusty Blocker, bottom deck both of those characters that he might need.
Yeah, because we haven't resolved a 5-drop Sabo yet. Yeah, the Sanji that we added earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I like this play. And this just kind of tells you, look, you probably want that 5 cost, both of those 5 cost Luffy's in your hand, or being able to cycle off of Moria. But
yeah, just starting with a 7, ideally into life, right? Like this can go into
yeah,
Emporio too. But yeah, 1K. Okay, you want that Sabo in your
okay.
trash anyway, so that's fair. I mean, our magic recipe, right? We still need to find a 2-cost Sabo and a Moria for next turn since we are going to 10.
Right. And we just kind of hope we have another 5 cost Luffy in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, this might just have to be where we lose the Luffy.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, I think that's one of the more important Luffy's as well.
Yeah. And, we stacked it in that direction.
Yeah.
But yeah, there he goes.
All right, 3 Dawn up. We could leave up. I don't think there's a real need to leave up Giant. I mean, I guess if we want to protect one of our other bodies.
Yeah. Sanji, wouldn't be too upset if I lose. Luffy, Taro, or Linlin, I definitely want to try to protect those two.
Yeah. So 3 Dawn up. Was that 5 cards in hand?
Yeah.
Oh man, that is rough.
I mean, yeah, for the other thing too, like you don't really want to put them down to 0 life because, you want to force them to have like a Moria or 2-drop Luffy.
Yeah, but I think we do have to swing 9 just to, because we have Kid Luffy in trash already.
Yeah.
So no matter what, worst case scenario, they can go Gecko, Kuzan plus Luffy, go up to 7K, get an extra draw, set up another 2 life,
Yeah, we also yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. So double Sabo there, cool, but we need a 2-drop Sabo, which we have yet to see.
There's no way you take your own life to swing 8, right?
I think we just get rid of Emporio at this point.
You don't think it's worth going 7 to life?
It's tough.
Lose another card out of their hand. They only have 2 left.
Well, with them putting Sabos in there, right? Like, I with 3 cards in hand, I want to force them to be able to go down to 0 life, right? Which they generally, I don't think they have a way out of life. Like, if they Gecko Moria next turn, it's doing nothing because they don't have a 2-drop Sabo in there. I don't think there's a Self Awakener, or not Self Awakener. Go down to 0, like take our own life. I think we just go. I'd probably go 7 to Emporio.
Because I mean,
6
if we go,
want to keep one open.
Because if we do go Gecko, we get out Kuzan, we grab out Luffy. 7K swing.
Sure.
They can be a 7K leader with 2 life.
Sure, but then they end with a blocker open though, too, right?
Yeah, that's true. 7K swing. I think this has to be to life. There's no way he's thinking this hard for Ivankov.
I guess we're just thinking, like, we must just have like another Sanji or Usohachi in hand then, if we're doing it like this.
That's true. Yeah, and this is what Stardeck 13 Luffy strives on. We need to have a lot of cards in our hand in game so that we can survive. But it looks like Purple Luffy doing a really good job.
Yeah,
in this matchup.
And like, if we're able to establish like a 5-drop Sabo on curve, that solves a lot of issues by drawing 2 and trashing 2, just getting more cards in rotation. But with how it's been like now, it's just you're on a very tight timeline to be able to set up. And we do bottom deck another 5-cost Luffy, and looks like the pass will be happening.
All right, let's see what happens.
Yeah, this is really tough though.
All right.
All right. 2 on lead, pretty quick. I mean, 1, we could technically go for game. I don't recommend it, but 3 attacks and 2 life could happen.
Flambe?
Yeah, could happen.
That is true. I think okay, we can go leader effect, pitch, kid character, Sabo, put 2 Sabos in our life, Gecko, go Kuzan plus Baby Sabo, 7K lead, 2 blockers.
All right.
Oh,
discarding a Luffy to put 2 Sabos in there. So likely have a 2-drop Sabo in hand. Yeah. So that is helpful. And it shows that we had the 2-drop Luffy and the 2-drop Sabo. So
sure.
It looks like it would have been, we were able to get the card out of life. Yeah. Hey, that card's getting out of my hand immediately. That's for sure.
My lesson.
All right. Currently a 9K leader, and we still have 6 Dawn to work with. Our leader, or sorry, all our cards can't be KO'd by effects. Not that Luffy really cares about that. Purple Luffy doesn't really do that.
Mm-mm. No, I'm just at this point. If I'm BY, I'm just thinking about Usohachi being a possibility here.
Yeah. I mean, it's silly. I think we put the rest of Dawn on Flampe, and then leader attack and just put him down to 0.
Well, I think you're right.
It seems silly, but you have to set it up so they have to be afraid of losing next turn.
I mean, look, he's a funny guy.
You're right. You got me there.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but yeah, 7 and 9. I would super like it actually. Yeah, 6 on Flampe. Do it. No. Oh. I mean, getting rid of like Lin guaranteed, right? That's fine. That's fine. But
yeah,
I don't think we're winning. I don't know.
Okay, but are we losing?
Yeah. Hey, I said nothing about losing. All right, I'm not.
Yeah. Unfortunately, just 7. Even if without attaching any Dawn, just 7 and 8 is so strong with 2 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm. It really is.
Just show me the Usohachi, man. Another 7 cost. Sanji wouldn't be the worst either here.
No, it'd be quite good actually. I think you'll find.
Yeah. Yeah. Resty Ivankov.
Yeah, Usohachi, yeah, would be very good as well.
Unfortunately, we just have so many outs. Like, there's so many opportunities, different scenarios that we can use right now.
Mm-hmm. And this is like why I think Purple Luffy is like it just has so many ways to interact. But yeah, okay, simple 7. Why not? I mean, you can if you get
out of your hand,
likely aren't losing next turn, or this turn, but still, like you have so few resources.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just 1 card out of hand.
Yeah, that honestly take a Sabala rotation, or you lose your Emporio.
It's all bad.
Yeah, it's no real good decisions here. Oh, just 8. Oof.
Just picking up the Dawn for no reason, just to swing 8.
Yep, that's 10 Dawn.
Yeah.
Confirmed.
Look at funny guy. This is 10 right here. 8K swing. Honestly, I'm thinking we have just kid characters in our hand right now. Yeah, 2 cards in hand here. I'm sorry, 2 cards in hand for BY. We have 5 for Purple Luffy. I wouldn't even be mad with the 9 cost Luffy right now. Honestly, you get rid of one of the Sabos, so it'd have to be Luffy Sabo, even if you have Gecko.
Yeah, like 9 cost Luffy's not even that bad right here.
Yep. 9 cost Big Mom isn't even that bad here. Putting Flampe back.
Oh yeah, if you put Flampe back, like you're in shambles. What do I do?
Wait, this isn't law. What's going on?
Yeah, okay. Looks like we're gonna do this and then likely play like a blocker or something.
9K. Yep. Goes away and very unfortunate. And what do we have? 4. Nami?
Yeah, yep. There's the Onami. Sure. Getting rid of a Zoro, which, yeah, not doing much in hand anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and a second blocker. Woof. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should probably be it.
Yeah. Unless we got Ace plus Flampe, let's do this.
Yeah, most people just don't have room for Ace anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah. On top of the fact that we have 2 blockers plus 2 life.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah, we're not thinking about that.
Don't ignore the impossible situation, right? Just let's talk about the maybe situation. Sometimes people forget to block. It's just, and they look at you like it's your fault. Like,
5K swing. I guess I gotta take it.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yep.
Do we need Gecko? I mean,
Is Gecko even best case? Gecko gets us like 2 blockers.
yeah. And honestly, this is where 3-cost Nami comes into play.
Yeah.
If we had a 3-cost Nami, we would net ourselves a card, 7K, an extra life plus Sabo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That is that costs a little bit less than 8.
yeah. All right. There's Luffy.
That you can use that to get rid of Onami, so that's something.
Sure.
And still get the card draw.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna play that for 5. Use the effect to
Oh,
get
wow.
rid of the Nami. Why not? And let's see if we get a 2-drop Sabo, I guess.
I mean, 2-drop anything I think is better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah. Got me there. There goes
All
the
right.
Moria. Using that. We've got left.
All right, what do we have here? Luffy Sabo. Do we have actually another Sabo? We do.
Yeah, seems like it. So using 2-drop Sabo, playing that out, using the effect, everything can't be KO'd. We are attacking into likely the Nico Robin and passing from there.
Yep. And then it's just simple math. It's just three 9Ks.
Yeah, 3 9Ks should be able to get there.
Yeah, which we get there. Yep.
Yep. 1, 3, and then 7. Yep. 1 there,
there's a math.
2 there, and then there's a 7.
Yep. Yeah, honestly, this match was a little faster a little fast, but at the same time, it we kind of went the distance as well.
I mean, it took 25 minutes, right? Like we are here.
Wait, what? Game of 2K?
Yeah. Sorry, so used to being a 9K. Yeah. Not that it matters. Yeah. And then the number. There it is. So Mauricio being able to go 8-0 so far with Purple Luffy. Going to be able to get into our last 2 rounds undefeated, or at least into round 9 undefeated. Our 2 Doflamingo matches have finished. So 2 Doflamingos, a Purple Luffy. And here, let's go to us real quick, but we'll jump to see what table 4 is looking like as well. So there's that. And on table 4, it was Stardeck 13 Luffy versus Rob Lucci. And honestly, Lucci's not like in a super terrible spot.
Yeah.
Let's just jump. Let me get this fixed real quick.
I think
I think Black Air Luffy still has the edge, but
BY just might win right now. We'll see.
Potentially.
Right, yeah. No blockers up. This is 11K swing?
Yeah. At least 11. Yeah. Because I think we're we get out of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 8 plus 5 is 13. I think actually one of those, a 1K.
Yep.
Yeah.
The broke, right? Yeah.
Do we leave 1 Dawn active?
We did.
But why?
1 cost shockwave. No, not too sure. I think he might be playing a Garp or
there's some conversation going on right now.
Yeah, I think we're trying to make sure that the BY is at the correct amount. But this, I believe that should be a 7K leader.
1, 2, 3,
we
4.
only have 2 Dawn rested. And we have 3 attached to 5 cost Luffy, so I don't think it's possible to be a 9K leader. Especially with 2 life.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. So
yep.
I'm curious what the decision is then. Yeah, because we need to get out of, unless like he wasn't attacking at leader, right? But at this point, you just always, because it's the smallest number.
Yeah, I guess the only reason why you wouldn't is because you might not be able to make it Okay, so 0 cost event card. Getting rid of a jack. It's 8K. That's if it's going toward leader.
Yeah, but then at this point, yeah, if we can make 3 9K attacks, which 1, 2, 3, I think we can do. I think we can do
We
that.
need 4, right?
Yeah, 4 9 because they're only
4.
and there's one in hand. I'm not sure what we're leaving the extra Dawn open for, but um,
L4?
I maybe you know what? You're right.
I look.
You're right. You're right. When you're
It's
right, you're right.
possible.
When you're right, you're
I
right.
mean, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, come on.
You're right.
Hold on. Okay. Oh, 2 in hand, actually.
Okay, that does make a big difference.
That's huge. Yeah, that's a big difference.
So then what?
Don't
You try
play
to
the
go
garb.
3 10s, which because I don't think you can do. Sorry, 4 10s. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, you have to hope that it's not double 2Ks. Otherwise, you lose.
I think we have a garp in hand. I think that's why we have one up.
Yeah, but Garb can't find any 2Ks with our current
No,
card
it
pool.
can't. I don't think they'd play the long game, or they just go for it, right? I mean,
Yeah.
making them check their trash there. Oh, are you thinking about a 7K swing?
Sure.
Yeah, I think this could be a 7K swing. 2 cards in hand. There's no way you survive. I mean, at this point,
Yeah, right. Like if you
I might go for
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Oh,
You have to have double 2K, right? Otherwise, we have 3 10s.
yep.
Because as far as we know, yeah, I don't think Sabo was played this turn.
No, yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, if you go Ice Age Rest, also does a job.
Mm-hmm.
There's Ice Age Jack, or you can even go. Yeah, we have a lot of options.
Yeah, definitely. This is probably your last turn of the game, right? No
Yeah.
harm just doing the math, trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
But based on my understanding, what we have a 2 9s, an 8, and a 5, so that's 31, and then 10 Dawn is 41. So it's 4 10s, and one of them's technically 11, but there's no way for Luffy to get more counter in hand, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even if we have a 0 plus Jack, I mean, there's so many options here.
Yeah. Yeah, because like 9-drop Kaido doesn't do anything. We don't have any ways to rest it. Right? Like I think we just gotta let it rip.
There's no way they have double 2K though, right? I mean,
Yeah, because
no
one was
way.
a top deck, right? One was just stuck in
Yeah.
hand. One was a top deck.
Yeah.
No way they have El Thor, right? Like just
No.
that one
I mean, I
Dawn is
think
suspicious.
the L4.
Though I
Look out.
now that I can tell that Sabo can attack, I don't mind it, right? Because it would have made a 7K attack.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
it's the same numbers anyways.
Yep, there it is. Yep. Rest the Jack to get rid of the Sabo. Yeah, now if I'm the BY player, I should have swung 7.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
Ooh,
but it
10K.
it ate a Jack attack.
10K, you swung 10K.
Yeah, it's 10K. Yeah.
Oh,
Which
yeah,
is the
yeah,
right
yeah,
number.
yeah.
Yeah. So they can tie
Yeah,
it at
okay.
7. Yeah.
Well, we showed our card.
Yeah, we showed her. We have a
hand
2K,
already.
1K.
We showed our hand.
Yeah.
And I think at that point
I mean, you lose to those numbers anyways, right? Like.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
We bought him.
I'm not sure what the conversation is yet because it's
Yeah. There's a judge in there. So
yeah, but they're attacking 10, right? And so they
have to do something.
and they got 2K, 1K, yeah, and then you have 2 Dawn here, and then just the rest of the numbers, yeah, yep. Only way to really get out of that was double 2Ks. So there it is. Yeah. All right. Lucci was able to make it. Yeah, pretty close, honestly. Just kind of the power of one, like Kaido being able to be around to make them lose a card and likely just remove a Sabo. But if you're able to get like some higher power bodies on the board pretty consistently and be able to bully a 9K body consistently too, you do get the value that you're kind of missing in some other things. So looks like a 2K. So a couple cards down, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think a matchup that a lot of people say is BY favorite, which I do agree with. I think with the new additions of Kaido, a couple of cards that actually help against the Blackbeard matchup actually also helped against BY. So congrats to the Lucci player making it past that one, staying undefeated.
Yeah, pretty tough matchup. I will say that BY's had to adjust its card pool, which I think has made like the Lucci matchup a little bit worse for it, but not like outrageously so. Just something that brings it more into where Lucci is like an obtainable win. Is obtainable to get a win as Lucci a little bit more often.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there's so much give and take. Like we took away Sabos from Lucci, which made the BY matchup a little better. 5 cost we can KO Rebecca's consistently and things like that. But at the same time, it's a give and take. So
yeah, and we're going to take our it's going to be like another 8 minutes or so. We are in time right now too, so. Our final 4 are going to be 2 Doflamingos, the Rob Lucci we just saw, and the Purple Luffy we saw as well. So, where do we want to? Do we want to keep following the Purple Luffy? What are we thinking?
I think so. I think enough people have seen probably Rob Lucci play, and it's
yeah.
since it's come out, I wouldn't be opposed to another Purple Luffy.
Cool. Yeah. So that'll be the plan for round number 2, especially if the 2 Dofi gets a mirror match again as well.
Yeah.
So. That's what we got left. We got 2 more rounds. Thank you guys for staying around as much as you have. We'll get ready into round number 9 in a moment, and we'll see you guys then. Be right back. All right, we are ending this tournament pretty soon, right? We've got 2 more rounds left of the Core TCG One Piece Treasure Cup. I'm joined with Sos, and we've got 4 players left undefeated. What are they playing today, Sos?
We have 2 Dofi, 1 Purple Luffy, as well as 1 Rob Lucci.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. We started the last round with 4 Dofis, and both tables 1 and 2 were Dofi mirror matches. Table 3 was a it was black and yellow Luffy versus against purple Luffy, and then table 4 was another black and yellow Luffy versus Rob Lucci. So both BYs ended up taking the L on that one, and so we've got 1 purple Luffy, 1 Rob Lucci, and the 2 Dofis. And honestly, it's maybe not so surprising. It's looking like Dofi's in a good spot to win this whole event today.
Yeah. I think, I mean, no surprise, right? I did mention at the very beginning of the day that I think BY had a really good chance of winning today. Still think that could have been the case all the way through. I know, obviously, one of the BYs had a rough matchup against Purple Luffy, as stated. But of course, the Rob Lucci, it just happens sometimes, depending on how you draw, things like that. So, but overall, a really diverse tournament today, honestly.
Yeah, and if you're just checking in, you have to just take our word for it, right? And we'll have the top 32 out in the next 48 hours, less than that actually, so we can see what leaders were able to do well. And again, there are over 1,000 players today, so I think we're just under. I think we did cap, so it was 1024, and so guaranteed 10 rounds. We're getting that set up, and we're just waiting for round number 9 to be paired here. But I think we decided, depending on the pairings, right? I think we want to follow Purple Luffy. And that helps us, that matchup will likely end a little bit faster, and then we can kind of look at the other one that we have on the undefeated side, right? Obviously, if it's another Dofi mirror match at table 1 or 2, right, we probably don't want to start with that one. And then I don't know, we don't see a lot of like Purple Luffy though against like Rob Lucci, I guess, as much, right? How do you think that matchup is if we end up getting that one?
Yeah, so as a longtime Purple Luffy main, I think that matchup isn't that bad. I don't know, honestly. I think it can be kind of favored on your side. The only issue you kind of run into is turn two, like on to turn 3, double Ice Age with Brook. It's nasty work.
Yeah, the 3 cross Brook I think helps that matchup a lot for Rob Lucci. It's very obnoxious.
Yeah, as soon as the Brook goes down on the board, you have to get rid of it. And then by the time you do get rid of it, they got the Gecko to just bring it right back.
Yeah.
So it just really all depends on how Lucci's drawing. But for the most part, I think Purple Luffy has a fighting chance. I know Purple Luffy against the Dofi matchup is pretty bad.
It's pretty tough, yeah. I don't think it's impossible for that one either, but both decks want to try to race their opponent down to 0 life, and Purple Luffy is helping Dofi get there, right? So that's where a little bit of the difficulty is. But in general, Purple Luffy is really tempo based, right? It's definitely where, if you're able to see your pieces on curve, like just the persistent 5, 6, 8K attacks really add up through the course of the game, right? Every additional turn you get them is fantastic, which conversely means every turn you miss it, you really feel it too. So it just depends on like if Doflamingo is able to get a strong start, or if like Rob Lucci is able to get your early removal on your like Luffy Taros or your Sanjis and Zoros. So I think that's like the big deciding factor for those matchups.
Yeah. I think in that matchup, you as Purple Luffy, you have to see 9 cost Big Mom. You have to see preferably 2.
Yes.
Just because you have to kind of stall out the game long enough to kind of catch up to your opponent. But it definitely is very possible.
Yeah. So I think the other thing too is that Purple Luffy outside of that doesn't really have a lot of cheap removal outright. We have ways to like disrupt them, right? We can play like the new 7 cost Sanji to rest something and attack into it. But even then, like Dofi can usually get out of an early 7 or 8K swing pretty harmlessly, and then you don't even feel like you were doing that much with that attack, right? Like your whole turn, rush Sanji attack into Weevil, doesn't really force too much of a disruption from Doflamingo compared to other decks.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm really excited to see how the matchups go. I mean, it could be the mirror for Dofi. We just don't know exactly yet. Really all depends. It could be also like if both Dofis win, It could be a mirror in the final. So
if they're
a
on
lot of
table 1s and 2,
possibilities.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think like not only does Dofi have like the number wise, but I think the two other undefeated decks are generally even plus for Dofi, which helps him out for that one. And we'll have to see. We do have a good amount of X1 still. We've got 2 rounds left, but I don't 100% confirm, but I believe like we've had some Foxies and purple and black Luffy's do pretty well so far. So I think we still have some of those that are X1. Some Teaches, I think I would still expect Teach to be in the top 32, maybe not top 16, but definitely the top 32. And just a couple more. I haven't seen any red purple Luffy's on my immediate radar, which trust me, I'm searching, but not immediately seeing them.
Let it go.
No.
But I think touching back on Teach a little bit, I think the issue with Teach is that this is 10 rounds.
Yes. Yeah.
10 rounds of performing at peak Teach is very difficult.
Very difficult. Yeah.
So especially with the matchups. So
yeah.
Hopefully we get one in top 16. Hopefully, but we'll see.
Yeah, and it was paired, so it looks like on table 1 is going to be Mauricio, our purple Luffy player, versus Michael, our Rob Lucci player. So table 2 is going to be a Dofi mirror match, which is the least wanted of the 2 matches we have, I guess. I'll say it like that.
In the finals, guaranteed
Dofi finals, but not a mirror match in the finals. So at least we gotta pick our battles sometimes. But let me just get that set up, and we'll go over to table 1 real quickly. I won't go to a BRB. You're just gonna be stuck on our faces for a little bit. But
hey,
so we kind of mentioned this matchup a little bit already, but any additional kind of insights are. Who would you want to be, Purple Luffy or Rob Lucci in this matchup?
I mean, look, like I said before, previously I used to play Purple Luffy, so I'm rooting for Purple Luffy in this matchup. It can be kind of difficult, but it really all depends how Purple Luffy's drawing. We mentioned this earlier in the day, like RP Luffy. Sometimes you play Purple Luffy and it's the best deck in the format in your hands. You see the ideal curve. It's fantastic. And there's some days it's like, why did I pick this deck up?
Yeah. Like you're just like, where, I don't know. When there's a deck that is just like so focused on consistency, right? Like I think Purple Luffy's been able to really put a lot of consistency cards. When you miss it, it just feels 10 times worse, right? Like,
oh yeah, you feel it.
Yeah. You're like, man, I had so many opportunities to have a chance this game. And my deck is like, nah, why are we playing? Why are we playing this right now? Like, you should just go to the next one. So, but yeah, we do have the setup here. So we have Miguel on the top, our Rob Lucci player, and our Monkey D. Luffy from Mauricio. Again, our last 2 undefeated is Rob Lucci and Purple Luffy. And then table 2, we have a Dofi mirror match of Jonas versus Miguel. Oh, actually, this might be. Let me double check. This might not be Miguel. This is Michael. Sorry, my apologies.
Michael. Yep. So it looks like we are just still setting who goes first or second. Didn't catch who won the die roll on that one, but ideally, Purple Luffy always wants to go first. It's pretty rare in some matches, but honestly, I don't even think there is a matchup where you want to go second.
Like maybe like against BY or some or like Teach where you want to take them off their even curve, but even then, like being able to attack on
go aggressive,
attack first, play Rob Lucci into like 7-drop. It's just so strong.
Sure, yeah. Yep. And this is I mean, we know Rob Lucci. I mean, this deck has been with us for quite some time now.
Yes, yeah.
So we know the possibilities. We also know Gecko Moria.
Yeah, we do. we've seen, how many buddies Gecko Moria has, right? Like he's got a lot of friends.
Very popular lad.
Yes, yeah. Tons of party goers and just ways to put cards on the board.
Yeah.
And combos to do it with it. So it's looking like Purple Luffy's deciding to keep their hand and Rob Lucci's trying another go at it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you're a Purple Luffy, you're very happy. I'm trying to think of a really good start for Rob Lucci here. Probably anything with Brooke. Brook plus anything sounds pretty solid, but
yeah, I agree. 4-drop Lucci's not terrible, though you do need to combo with it a little bit more. I know some people are playing like 5-drop Kaku at a couple copies, which with leader effect can get rid of a Zoro, so that's strong.
Yeah, that'd be really strong if this Rabluchi player was running Kaku.
Which you're neither confirming or denying, right?
Yeah, no, we're just saying.
Sorry, just the way you said it, like it made it sound like, if he was, but yeah,
I know, I don't
we
know.
have no idea.
Yeah, no idea. So, we have the ideal turn 1 with the Trafalgar Law hitting the board, looking at the top 4, getting a Straw Hat, grabbing that 7-cost Sanji. It's not a Zoro, Sangoro, or a 7-cost Luffy, but it is a target.
Yeah, it's like our backup plan, right? Like if we don't have Luffy Taro, at least we get a 7K rush card.
Yep, so no turn 1 here, just passing the turn. Using leader effect, going down to 4, ramping a Dawn, and then just dropping the 4 costs. What do we have? Bonclay? Yeah, I think a card that I feel like not too many purple Luffy players are still playing. It's a little,
which a lot of people are happy about, since it is a little rare, and it's a little bit of a rare card, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So this is a 6K swing going into life. We are going to go ahead and take it, drop it down to 4, and then just passing the turn. Now, how much of a difference do you think it is not seeing Zoro turn 2?
Zoro turn 2, you're fine. Like Bonclay is like our backup, so that's fine. Sure. And we have our backup as well with the 7-cost Sanji, but generally like Zoro is fine as long as you have like the 7-cost Luffy Taro. That's usually okay. But
yeah,
if we had Zoro, but then we had to play Sanji, like that's, I think, a little bit worse. Playing 2 bodies is just really strong.
Yeah, I mean the good and bad thing about this is that we don't have to take our own life next turn.
That's true.
So yeah, big 9K, and we are allowed to take this because we did ramp by Bonclay. I think that's a huge benefit here.
Yeah,
because if we didn't, we'd have to take our own life again, going down to 2. But in this case, we don't have to.
All right, so we are at our 7 Dawn. If we want to go to 8, we can. I don't know if we should, but we could.
It's a possibility.
The fact that we didn't play anything with Lucci means that this Bonclay can't really pressure anything, which is good too.
Yeah, quite a few cards in hand here since we have been taking our life. And going down to 8, or going up to 8, going down to 2 life.
Yeah. So either that means we have like a 10 cost, I guess, that we'd want to play next turn, or we just don't have anything worth playing right now.
Yeah, we could go 5K with lead and then double drop Zoro. That's a possibility.
Sure.
Or if we have another Bonclay, we can go 5-cost character instead. So Bonclay plus 5 cost. It's a possibility.
Yeah. It could also just be, so we could play Sanji this turn and give the rush while still being able to play a 9-cost next turn.
Yeah, Rabluchi has quite a few cards in their hand.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I'm really surprised we're deciding not to play the Sanji, because we know that's in hand, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Zoro here.
Oh, man. If we were able to find another Zoro, we could have gone double drop Zoro, too.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing where, like, I mean, there's sometimes they play the finger pistol, right? But I guess, I don't know. Being able to pressure them at an 8K, or sorry, at a 9K is still strong, but just depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, look, Purple Luffy loves to go fast, so very possible just going as aggressive as possible, knowing that, look, if I am not going to win the long game. There's just no way, so.
No, 2 4-drops is something that Lucci is like known for being able to remove. And if we have 5, oh man, if we have Soap Sheep, Rob Lucci, like that is such a strong play right here.
Yeah. Yep. 2K counter off that 6K swing. And
it looks like we just have the Kaku. Oh no, Sabo. Oh, okay, no removal. Man, we rarely see Sabo hit the board with Lucci anymore, huh?
Now, I really don't know if we're in a good position or a very bad position as Rob Lucci.
Yeah, we both seem to have like mildly bricked.
Yeah, I mean, we see the Uta hitting the trash, so we could grab that later on with the Giga Moria.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like this is a 6K swing going into life with the Bon Clay, 2K counter, 6K swing with the Zoro. Yeah, we're going a very aggressive.
Yeah, at this point, yeah. Now that they kind of gave you the go ahead a little bit, yeah, I think it's ours to take.
Oh, 5K swing. I think it's a free block here.
Yeah, but then 9 for Luffy and attack into it. Yeah, that Luffy's so good.
Mm.
Yeah, I think at this point, yeah, we just honestly though, I think we could have afforded to go 6th and 10.
6. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say
we're
I
not
don't see
really need
why.
to keep one open for
Yeah,
Giant. Yeah,
and based on the way we've been playing, this is 10 into life. But no, yeah, solo.
yeah. It's not like they're gonna go like 8 on Lucci, like right, like
Yeah.
they're gonna just attack into the Bond Clay anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really see a real reason to keep the Don active.
So the only way I could see is that our hand is so bad that we'd rather just draw 2 cards just to be able to see more.
Hmm. Yeah, that's fair. Unfortunately, even then, we'd have to give him another card as well.
Yeah,
to keep Bon Clay
yeah. If they're
alive.
attacking Bond Clay, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily hate it, but yeah, I don't know. If I was the Lucci player, I'd be very surprised if that happened.
Yeah. 5K swing, most likely into the Bon Clay. Okay,
Oh,
minusing the Luffy.
oh, okay.
We are.
Oh, we're saving the Bond
Wow.
Clay.
Okay.
All right, getting rid of a Trafalgar Law, drawing a card and a second one, and then we need one more to get out of it.
Need a 1K.
And
Yep.
2 laws. Okay, all right.
Huge. Okay, now do you pivot? Now are we going just for the 2/4 costs?
Well, I also there's no dice, but we don't know who they minused one either. Doubt it was the Bond Clay though.
Yeah, it looked like he did tap the Luffy, but we'll see.
Yeah, if that's so, Luffy's currently an 8 cost, so like Ice Age and some some removal can get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
But that Bond Clay is staying around.
Ice Age plus Jack, but then you're fearful of the Bon Clay staying on the board.
Yeah, because then it just turns into an 8K now.
Yeah. And now there's it's a little tough. All right, looking pretty good here for Purple Luffy, but we are going to see the 1 cost coming down, giving -3 cost to. It has to be the Bon Clay.
I don't know if has to is
Has to.
could be. It could still be into Luffy, right? Then it's a 4 cost. But then I guess, yeah, if we have Jack, it doesn't get the removal.
Mm-hmm.
What a weird spot to be in.
Kind of has to be. Yeah. That's the really great thing about Rob Lucci is that you have so many options.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So many different routes you can dig.
It's just like you almost always have a way to clear things. It's just, is it worth, discarding 6? Oh, a double Tempest.
Oh
boy. All right.
all right.
So currently costing 3. So leader effect minus the Zoro, double Tempest here. So currently what should be costing 2, right?
Yeah. Right, there you go.
Yep. Oh, 4. Okay, so
4.
we did. Okay.
5. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. 5. Okay.
Oh, plus Ice Age.
Okay. Cool.
Right,
Yep. And then
right.
Lucci to get the double remove.
Luch. Yeah.
Gotta be.
Gotta tap 1 for the Ice Age. Yeah.
Oh, Spandam. Yeah. Find our third Tempest kick. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just get the Lucci.
What's our other target?
I don't think it's Helmeppo, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I think they're just checking to see if they already had Helmeppo. And then you need
Brook.
Brook or Spandine. Yeah, okay. That's
Oh,
fair.
okay, okay,
Yeah, that's
okay.
fair. Yeah.
So many
Just
options.
just cause
So many.
just have another body on board
Yeah.
to likely try to just bully the bottom clay next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Then what are we using that extra Dawn for?
Another searcher.
I don't know. It's so funny, like how rare it is
Okay.
to find like to actually see Spandine just played for 3. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
9 times out of 10 it's brought back with Rebecca, right? So
Yeah.
it always catches me off guard.
Okay. So at this point, are we trying to clear the Rabluchi, or are we just going face? I think we're going
I
face.
think we have to just continue to commit to
Yeah.
going for game. I mean, we know that Luffy has a 7-drop Sabo left in hand, right? Looks like we're going, big 6.
6 into 5. I have like 6 cards in hand. We could be going 9 mom as well. But 9 mom in this matchup seems so bad.
When they know that they have like another Rob Lucci in rotation, oh, they're taking it. Wow. Okay,
6? No
another
way.
6. Okay, then what are we doing for 8?
Wait, are we taking it?
Oh,
Dropping down to 1?
dang, going down to
Oh, this is
1.
huge.
And then what? Luffy Taro for 7, keeping 1 open for Giant, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, go down to 1 like that. I would love to see what their hand looks like right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Just 7 Gecko Morias, you know? All right. So going to 10 done here. We have the Rabluchi on the board. We also have a Rabluchi in hand as well. So clearing the Bon Clay.
All right. Back to thinking. that's the easy attack. Now what? And I mean, I think we have, there should be a good Gecko play that will let us get rid
Clear
of,
both.
yeah, clear both, I think.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the Lucio player definitely has an Ice Age in hand as well. So we definitely have to counter out of this 5K swing.
Yep.
Yep.
Another Bon Clay.
Yes, it's such an interesting path that we had to take to get here as the purple Luffy, you know?
Yeah, again, like both decks, right? I mean, Purple Luffy, I think eventually found like its high end pieces, but Lucci still looks like it's searching for him.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like we're going Gecko. We don't have the reduction, just getting rid of the Sangoro.
Yeah, like I think there's Helmeppo Brook off Rebecca. If we have it.
Ooh, 2 2Ks.
Oh, Ice Age.
Oh,
Okay.
we do. All right.
2 and 4. So, yeah. Do we have another Rob Lucci in there though? Because I know we have one in hand, but I don't think we have another in trash.
We don't.
No, because we decided to play the Spandine instead. So,
Mm-hmm.
but we can rotate them in, right? Yeah, we'd be able to rotate them in because we have another Spandine in trash, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this will get Helmeppo.
Right? Do we?
Yeah, we have another Spandine there. Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Maybe we have one in hand.
No, because we'd only be able to get the removal of one thing.
Oh, you're right.
Yep, Spandine for Spandine.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, we get rid of the 1-drop law on the Luffy, right? But we obviously would have loved to get rid of that Sangoro.
Yeah.
And
The extra card draw is quite nice as well.
And I think we still know. I think there's still a 7-drop Sanji in hand for Purple Luffy. Like, I think that's a known quantity.
Mm-hmm. All right. This is a little scary for Rob Lucci. If we have 7-cost Rush Sanji, which I think we do,
Yeah.
we grab that out quite early, but they have a ton of cards in their hand.
Yeah, but the fact that we were taking those like 1s and 2, like, unless there's like the extreme bait, right? I would say that their hand is not super great. Because what do we have off Spandam?
I'm not sure, but this Sanji, we got 2 Sanjis on the board.
Yeah. Well, technically.
Technically 1.
We have 1 Sanji and 1 Sangoro, all right?
Yeah.
But yeah, you are correct.
3 7s?
It's not guaranteed right now.
No, it's not.
We can do like 1-8 if we want to by taking a card from our life.
Yeah, if we really want to. I think we go 3 7s. We don't need the Dom. We have 2 life left. We have like 6 cards in hand now, thanks to that Sangoro. Next turn, we pressure with another rester.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going down this turn.
Yeah, no, there's no way. I definitely think we counter out of this and take the last 7K.
Yeah, because I don't know. Like it just depends. Like if we we need to protect and stuff, but
don't do the 8, please.
Yeah, it's a decision though, right?
Don't let it be you. There's no way that he has like, I think they have like 7 cards in hand right now. At least 5.
Yeah, I don't think it's. It just depends. Like Rebecca's going to be still there, right? We still have to respect it as a blocker. If we have another 7-cost Sanji in hand, likely we just go for a 7, make them pitch 2 cards. But I don't think we're losing next turn as Purple Luffy, unless our hand is just awful.
No, I don't think so either. I think the biggest fear is that if you go 7 and the next turn they counter out of the 7, and the next turn they set up like 2 more or like another blocker on top of Rebecca. That can be kind of scary, as well as clearing out the board. This also could be just a 6K swing, kind of a little afraid of the Gecko Moore getting rid of the Sangoro. So definitely a lot of different options here. And this is, 6K swing, an easy 2K out of that.
So I think the only other thing I would say is I wouldn't be upset about attacking into the Rebecca just to get the guaranteed removal of it. Because I think it's clear at this point you're not going to win this turn, right?
Right.
So what's more important, getting rid of a blocker guaranteed or getting a 2K out of their hand? I don't know the answer, but I think being able to guarantee this Rebecca dies to a 6K is a little bit better than just asking for 1 2K in hand.
I mean, it's also possible too. We don't have another Rebecca in trash, so we might have to play over it.
Yeah, but like that still like ends it with 1 blocker, right?
Yeah.
So I think that, I mean, like if you have like another Sanji in hand, you're probably good to go. You're probably not worried anyways. But I think forcing them to have like another blocker, or they're taking a 15K next turn is a little bit more impactful than that. Just little 6K this turn.
Yeah, I do know that this one of these characters has to survive this turn. I think to have a good shot. So 5K swing going into life, we have to reduce one of these characters by 1. I imagine the Sangoro. Even if we have Ice Age, you can hit Ice Age onto this Sanji. All right. Okay. Hitting. Yep. Yeah, hitting the Sangoro. Making it a 4-cost character. 1K counter out of that. We have 4 cards in hand now as a purple Luffy player. We have 1 Dawn active. If we use the effect of Giant to get 1 out of a larger swing, we will be at 9K once again. I mean, 9 Dawn the following turn again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just real tight. Like we're entering, we've surpassed 7 hours of this tournament, right? Like you've been doing the same math all day, and you have to try to walk that line of like removing enough bodies on the other board where you don't lose, but also put yourself in a position to be able to win next turn too.
Yeah. So there's a 7K swing with the character Rob Lucci. If this is going toward life, I think we take it. I think if it's going into some girl, we have to counter out of it, even with the reduction. I think it's still worth it.
Yeah. Oh, 2K. Oh, that was
into
at
life.
lead. And
This
only
is
2 cards in
scary.
hand. I thought we had more. That's a little bit scary.
Yeah, getting rid of the Usohachi as well.
Yeah, because that could have just, I don't know. That just kind of cements my idea that we should have just attacked in the Rebecca the last turn. If we had Usohachi in hand, the chances of them establishing 2 blockers, I think, is pretty low.
Yeah. So 9K swing here. This is into Sanji. Let's it go.
Oh,
I mean, if there is any time to use Giant, it was now.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think this could have been a pretty big misplay coming in from the purple Luffy player, but I mean, we're setting aside 8 Dawn, most likely have another Gecko Moria. I'm not too sure if we have another Rebecca, doesn't look like it, so we can just play over it.
Yeah, so it's still just 1. Yeah, so I mean, you're again passing with 1 blocker up and in a clear board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, if we had the Giant, like it's so wild to me that we've been pretending to have Giant for so long, where if we didn't have it, yeah. All right, so 8-drop Moria once again. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess we don't have to refresh the Rebecca, but I think that means we miss out on a card draw, right? No, not really. It doesn't really matter. Unless we thought we had like another.
No, I think we need a Helmeppo then, right?
Oh, we need a Rob Lucci in there, which we don't have. I mean, okay, we can do it the long way, where we replace the Rob Lucci and then we play Spandine and then play Spandine to play Rob Lucci, right? Like, there's a way to do it still, I believe, but.
Oh. Okay, Khalifa and the Spandam. This doesn't get rid of.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
bizarre.
I think this was a misplay.
Yeah, because it's either they played Gecko over the wrong thing, or
2K.
Or they're worried that.
So the Sangoro lives.
Yeah, it seems like it. Unless there's a card I don't know
2
about.
jacks. No, wow,
Okay.
that had to have been a misplay there.
Yeah, either they thought they had resources that they didn't. I think at this point, if we have an Usohachi or a 7-drop Sanji, we win on the spot.
Yeah, or they have they do have a lot of cards in their hand.
Sure, you're right. I don't want to.
And plus the Khalifa cycle.
Yeah, to get rid of 2 jacks in hand too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if we have Usohachi, we go. I think no matter what, we go all in. I don't think we survive another turn, even with 9 Mom. I mean, I guess.
No, I
don't think we have it though, right?
It'd be 10 and 11. if we want to be bold, we start with you know, like a 3 Dawn on Sanji to make it a 9, draw a card. Maybe we see Sanji 7 drop, right? Maybe we find
Mm-hmm.
Usohachi, but if they block, then we just go a big 12 with leader, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think what they could have done is they could have played the Spandam and the Spandine to get rid of the Lucci. But if they didn't have enough 3 drops in trash, they would have been in a rough spot.
Yeah, and I totally understand the nerves. I mean, this is going into the finals. Whoever wins this, it's going to go ahead and play a Dofi match. So for winning the whole thing. So I totally understand. You know, sometimes people make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
So
And it's not even like it's just like minor optimizations, right? It's not even like
yeah,
strict. You know, I there are strict plays that I think are super mistakes, but yeah, at this point, if we don't have any way to rest that Rebecca, I think we just have to go big numbers because us surviving the next turn when there's 2 Morios on board is pretty low. We're going to start 7 with Sanji, hoping we find something.
ooh, doesn't even look at the card.
Yeah, I mean, we could be playing with our food a little bit here too, like maybe seeing if we can bait out a block beforehand.
Yeah, so we saw a 0 cost event card, getting rid of yet another Jack. So I think you were right. I think he just had a ton of dead cards in his hand early on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and only having 1 Rebecca in rotation is a little bit rough. Oh, 5.
5? This has to be 9 mom.
Yeah, either 9 mom or Sanji. Yeah. But you would have started with Sanji anyways, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we could go. Are we playing defensive?
No, I think we're playing Sanji, right? Oh no, we are.
Playing
Wow.
defensive. I think I rather would have played the 9 mom instead.
Yeah.
Swung 6K, get the extra draw, leave 1 up.
I mean, if we got double Onami, right? Like and Zoro with
Oh man.
one Dawn open.
Oh yeah.
What a rough spot. Like this is
Yeah.
both just want to be able to win this game. They're so close, but they just aren't committing to it.
Both of these turns, I just feel like back to back, I'm just kind of puzzled what happened, you know?
And we don't have full knowledge, right? Like we don't have knowledge of hands, right? It could be the best play for what their hand is too.
Yep.
Because I think Rob Lucci, I think they legitimately had like 1 or 2 cards of counter in hand, right?
Yeah.
So just over prioritizing the fact that they needed more cycle than anything else.
Yep. So 5K swing going into life. I don't think this Sangoro is going to live this turn. So, yep. Give him a 1K counter. Now we have 2 ACOS Gecko Morris to deal with. That's possibly 2 9K swings going into life or into the Sangoro. Really all depends. But we are going to block this 9K swing. Our second 9K swing, 10K swing. No, 5K first. 5K first. I think we have to. I mean, we take this, yeah. No, this is rough.
Yeah,
this is rough. I want to take this just because why not? We find extra cards. We don't have another turn to live after this, right? There's just no way. And if we're going 9K into life, that just means that we can clear.
Also, I mean, Spandam, right? You go 9 and then you can go 10, but like again, just having 1 Dawn open is just so intimidating, right?
Sure.
And you're not even like in like Moria's not even in like a better spot than where they were at the beginning of the turn, right? Like,
yeah,
likely only 1 blocker. You gave Luffy more cards to find. Even if I have to like over counter, if I don't have a way to interact with Rebecca, I'm probably using Giant if I end up seeing it, just to maybe draw into Sanji or Usohachi.
Yep, 9K swing going into Possibly life.
Yeah, at this point, right? Like, I mean, you can go into
Yeah.
Songoro, but yeah, but it's just
Life.
yeah,
Yep. So
life
that means that we have the removal.
or nothing, right? Like, there's just so
Yep.
much we could or couldn't have.
Yep.
But we're gonna use Tempest. We're gonna cost 2.
Gecko
Gecko Moria.
Moria.
Did we find another Rebecca? We did.
We
Okay,
did.
that's pretty
Yep.
huge.
Yeah. Trashing a gecko is crazy.
It is crazy, right? But it's the
That's a
right
crazy.
play.
Yeah.
It's the right play.
Just, yeah.
And then yeah, I guess Spandine. Not playing oh yeah, we did play the Helmeppo. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this will get a double removal here. All right. Sanji with Luffy effect. I mean, we're at 0 life, so 7 and 8. If they have 2/2Ks, they win.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we have 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, 5, and I think we still need a draw for turn. Yeah.
4 cards for Rabluchi. That's what I meant to say. Sorry.
So yeah, if we have double Usohachi, we go 9 for lead. If we have Sanji, we go 7 and 8 for lead. But they get the block on the 8.
Yep.
The only other thing I can think of is like if they play 10 drop Luffy, this is the time to play it.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. But I think at this point, if we had 10 cost Luffy, we would have used Giant if we had it the previous turn. To still be at 1 life, so we could be able to ramp 1, use effect, swing 6. Yeah. Yeah, Purple Luffy in a really tough situation. The double blocker kind of feels like the nail in the coffin for Purple Luffy, but I mean, anything is kind of possible here. I mean, look, Rabluchi only has 4 in hand. That's not that many.
Yeah.
So.
All right, Usohachi for one of the Rebeccas. 7 for Sanji.
No, yep.
Okay, so this is our best shot. We don't have any life left, so we can't get it. So it's a 5 and 7. So they need to have 1K.
They need to have 2 dead cards to lose, right?
I think so, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or 1Ks. Oh no.
Yeah,
and they need to have 2 dead cards. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, 2K. And then double 2Ks. Oh, no such luck. We were able to find it. What a close game.
No way.
Yeah, no way at all. That is no Giants ever.
Please,
okay, we finally just saw one. I think they top decked it. They must have. What a crazy game.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. We've got Mauricio in finals with Purple Luffy, narrowly beating Rabluchi, I think, in a real nail biter. Just went into time in round 2. And we've got one more round left for us today.
Yeah, I am dying to know what was the 3 cards in his hand.
I don't think he's gonna that they're taking it with his grave, right? Like we're not gonna be able to see it. So pretty fun match. Pretty tense, and we're pretty much done for this round. Yeah, since we're in overtime too. So we've got one more round. It's gonna be Luffy. Purple Luffy versus Doflamingo. We'll get that set up for you guys. I'm going to say there's like 8 minutes on the clock there. Might be less. We'll see you guys when we get there. And we'll be back for the finals. Be right back. All right, we are back. We've got the finals starting in just a moment. We're getting that set up for you guys. But who we got? So what's the finals looking like?
We have Dofi versus Purple Luffy, a matchup that's honestly I did not expect at all.
Yeah, Dofi a little bit less surprising, but I agree with you. Purple Luffy's been doing just all right. Nothing crazy, not terrible either. But I think the ratio of people on the deck versus people who are topping with the deck are not in its favor verbatim. But we've been able to make it this far. Maurice has been playing very well with it. A little bit of a shaky round 9, but we were able to get to the other side. And now all we have to do is beat Jonas in finals, which that's an easy feat. I think most would say, right?
Yes.
Right.
But
easy,
you know
easy
what?
feat.
I think Purple Luffy player has seen a really good luck today. And honestly, it just kind of comes down to for Purple Luffy is do we see our pieces? Do we see our curve? That's what it comes down to pretty much in every matchup that they have. So
yeah,
I have I have faith that this is gonna be a really great match, regardless.
So
So
you are saying that Purple Luffy's going to win, right? Is that what I can
that's
put
not
you
what that's
down
not
for?
what I said. That's
I
not.
I I think you will find.
Do not do that to me. Do
I
not.
think you will find. No. Yeah. I think both of us agree. It is uphill for Purple Luffy. We had a little poll in the chat too. Most people saying Doflamingo is the stronger of the two. Actually, let me go back to us. We're still waiting for our other player to put their camera on. There it is. So, but yeah. Okay. Ooh, wait. Okay. Oh, we're here. All right.
We're back.
We're back. Actually, let me just check a DM real quick. All right. Yeah, cool. We're fine. All right. Yeah. Let's go back.
Yeah. This is going to be a very exciting match. Of course, if you're barely tuning in, this is finals for the Core TCG Treasure Cup, and we are currently rolling dice here to see who goes first.
Yeah. I think this dice roll. 3. Oh. Okay. And 8. Did Jonas ask his opponent to roll for him? I guess so.
I think so. Yeah.
You just can't find those dice, huh?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
no, I think the dice roll is more so. Does Purple Luffy have a chance? You know what I mean? If Purple Luffy needs to have a chance, they need to go first, right?
They need to go first. Yeah, this is huge. Dofi, an already hard, difficult matchup for Purple Luffy, and then when Dofi takes it away, their ideal curve it gets a little rough. And honestly, I think the perfect curve going second for Purple Luffy in this matchup is probably on 4 Dawn ramp, 5 Dawn, go to 5 cost Kid.
Yeah.
Following turn, 7 cost Sanji to kind of pressure the board a little bit, try to get cards out of their opponent's hand, and then go into a 9 Maul. It's literally, it's kind of written what you need to do here. The question is, can you see all those pieces? So definitely could be rather tough, and I believe Jonas did win the die roll.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, and I would assume going first, especially because Doflamingo, if we have like a buggy or a 1-drop Perona, right, we can have like a really explosive odd curve as well. And it looks like we're just making sure that we are good to go. Yeah, timer has started. And yeah, we're just gonna start. Yeah, no 1-drop though. Okay, that's what you like to see as Purple Luffy.
Yep.
No 1-drop on the other side.
Oh, that you do not want to see.
Yeah,
that's also something you don't want to see.
Blind. What's the top card of the deck?
Never fails.
Oh, it's a Jozu. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
This is a little bit of a slow start. That does give Purple Luffy a bit of an advantage. We are actually getting out of it with a 2K, 1K with a Sangoro, so kind of tough for Jonas right off the bat.
That's quite surprising. This tells us we probably have the 5 cost Kit already in hand. So 5K swing, we are going to go ahead and take it. Dropping down to 4. We have a trigger. Draw 1.
Getting that Jozu to hand. Oh yeah, this is all right. Like just immediately, like no bias, but yeah, this is a pretty good start for Purple Luffy. Getting the Eustace Kid on curve is fantastic. Jonas having no real plays early. It's turn 5 and nobody. This is the first time we've hit something on the board. I don't think he's out yet, but this is definitely the start that Purple Luffy would love to see if they need a chance for this matchup.
Yep, so far so good. And as mentioned before, on 7, I think you ideally might want to go into a Sanji just to try to like starve your opponent of cards out of their hand a little bit. At the same time, I definitely don't mind a 7-drop going to drop into 2 characters, of course.
Yeah, but I like this play because it just kind of forces Purple Luffy, if they want to attack anywhere, it has to be at the Luffy, the leader. You could play Sanji though here, if you want to like rest a Jinbei to get some more value. But Zoro for 4 still really good. We're gonna lose a Dawn and gain it back with the Kid. Deciding on what we're getting to see, but also just being this late in the game and still being at 4 life is almost unheard of for Purple Luffy.
Yeah. Yep. Then after this search, looks like Purple Luffy will be at 4 cards in hand with 1 active Dawn, which is quite nice. The active Dawn could be good for a 6K swing.
So. Yeah. And I doubt we'd use it for like a giant, but maybe. Or
Oh.
if we have like a 1-drop Trafalgar Law, we'd play it here too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're actually getting out of this. Oh, we're going 7 with Kid. Interesting. If we do that.
Yeah. We might want to just keep the kid up for a free block for the Jozu, if that does happen. But all right, 4 cards in hand. Thinking, do we want to swing 7K or even swing with the kid at all?
Yeah, I don't mind taking a break, taking a pause here. 6 cards in hand for Jonas. Again, kind of like the deception is that like Purple Luffy generally likes, or not, sorry, Dofi doesn't really mind taking some early hits because unless they're in the mirror match, they don't get punished for like a larger hand size.
Mm-hmm.
And but we're just gonna pass here. We've got what looks like 7 Dawn. Gravity Blade would be moderately good here.
Yep. Yeah, Gravity Blade would be pretty insane here. Then swinging 2 5Ks plus a 6 would be really good. Even with the standing Luffy Taro, still pretty good.
Yeah. 1-drop in Jozu to get rid of the Eustace Kid wouldn't be upsetting either.
All right, 6K swing. I think at this point we have to give 2K. We could also take this, but no, yeah, giving the 2K Usohachi. Only 3 cards in hand now.
What's our best play then? With 7 Dawn? Yes, still like Gravity Blade is good. This is still a blind activation, right?
Oh wow, blind. Yeah, this is blind. Oh, teach.
Technically, yeah, you could play it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Yona's definitely getting a little bit unfortunate with the situation. And 7 going in, that's fine. 4 to play out, maybe a Law. Oh, Jinbei into. Ooh, okay, yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
Yeah. Now, obviously, like that Eustace Kid, the longer it stays on board, like it just generates more and more Dawn, which is sometimes tough to deal with. But with only 1 rested card for Jonas to be attacked into with the new the Weevil, we still have a bunch of 5Ks. Like he's not out of it.
No, definitely not. Especially with 6 cards in hand as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that teach is definitely one of the bigger key pieces to find in this matchup. I mean, oftentimes you even want to play the 7-cost Sanchi just to get rid of it. So I imagine this is an 8K swing going toward the Weevil.
Yeah. And I kind of think we have a lot of cards in hand, so we could get out of it.
Yeah, I definitely think we want to get out of it, but no, letting it go.
I think one of the alternative here is that they kind of have to attack. Oh, but the Sanji here, a very key piece.
Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and rest the Trafalgar Law. We're able to ramp 1 Dawn just based on the 5-cost Kid. So 7K swing going into 5. 5 does go down. And this is another 7K swing with Kid.
And they want to try to play around Gravity Blade, right?
Right. Okay, worst case scenario for this Purple Luffy player, Jonas hits the Gravity Blade. But even then,
we're going
6K swing.
Yeah, so 6 and then 7.
Take the 7.
It is the Gravity Blade, so played around it correctly. But yeah, that's probably the first piece of luck that Jonas has probably seen in this match, right?
Mm-hmm. So we know we have Teach in hand as well, so I think we have about 5 or 6 cards in hand. Probably 5 cards. And so this is a 7K swing going into life. We do have one Dawn active. I know getting rid of the 5 cost kid was quite unfortunate, but our board is pretty tall right now for Purple Luffy. So,
Yeah.
yep, taking that life there.
And yeah, it just depends. Like again, we've apparently seen no like one drops or additional searchers here, right? We're going 7. You know, giant wouldn't be a terrible play here. We would go down to 7 Dawn to start next turn with 9.
Mm-hmm.
And then like our next attack's going to be, I believe it's going to be 9 with Doflamingo.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a teach
Yep.
plus 4 cards in hand. Oh,
Oh, okay. All right. We do have a little bit of luck.
yeah. So possibly not needing to play out the teach this turn.
Yeah. I mean, if we see a boa on the top here, we're still able to attack 9K with leader.
Mm.
So that's still pretty strong. Oh, bottom decking.
Bottom.
Wow.
Okay, so we're now relying on teach, so which is fine. We have that possibility, right? So,
Yeah.
teaching the board, using the effect, adding a card to the very top, attaching 2 rested on to our leader, adding a third. So this is an 8K swing going into life. And what do we have? We have a
Ooh.
Weevil to
All
draw a
right.
card.
Yeah. So if they have the giant, which they do,
Yeah.
brutal.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm gonna pass from there. 3 life for Jonas. Yeah, not seeing any copies of Boa early, and I like 4-drop Trafalgar Law. I don't think is as impactful, but yeah, getting something off that for a swing would have been nice.
Yeah. Yep. So now this is where Purple Luffy likes to kind of clean up the board a bit. We can go 7 with Sanji into a Jinbei, 8 into the Weevil. And if we have another 7 cost, that'd be pretty big here.
Yeah, we're gonna get rid of the Jinbei immediately. Gonna go 8 into. I'm gonna say likely Weevil, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely 8K into Weevil.
Yeah, we're gonna save it 2
Ooh.
and 1. Oh, that Sengoku is usually so valuable.
Yeah. 2 cards in hand now for Jonas.
And another 2K to save likely the Jinbei, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're taking the
Leader
Dawn.
effect.
9
Okay.
for
9 mom.
either 9 mom. Yeah, no, I
Mm-hmm.
love this play
Yep.
because you're not even like losing the. You're just getting cycle at that point.
Yep. Going back up to 4 life for Jonas. And then just passing the turn. We do have the Jinbei still up. So if we were able to clear the Weevil, that probably would have been better for Purple Luffy, but not too bad. It looks like we're sitting at 3 cards in hand, 2 cards in hand for Jonas.
Yeah, we definitely been kind of bullied this game. So, um, yeah, what's our best play? 4 for hopefully Bo would be pretty strong. Just being able to play cards inactive, right?
Yeah, I think we're at the point that we have to try to get Purple Luffy down to 0 as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So rearranging the top 3, see what we have. Hopefully we can leave these at the top so that we don't have to lose a card off of Teach Effect. Attaching 1 to lead. Second, so 7K swing going into live using the leader effect. What do we have? We have another Boa.
Okay.
So this could be an 8K swing, or we can attach a Dawn to our Jinbei. Yeah. And we're just getting a little bit more value doing it this way just because of if we have another giant.
Mm-hmm. Which we might. We're hovering over 2 cards, right? But I don't think we're going to put everything on Jinbei. It's looking like we're probably going to try to play another 4 cost of sorts.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
2K, 1K. That's
2K,
huge.
1K, yeah.
I mean, what are we playing over though, right?
Yeah. It's like, do we do 9 here or 10 here? Get the guaranteed removal of, like, hit them pretty much guaranteed, right? Not purely guaranteed, but likely guaranteed. Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. And we know the card we're drawing. And then do we go 6 with Jinbei just for them to get the cycle? I think we.
I think so.
It's so tough.
Oh, using leader effect.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're going 2 5s. Okay, I like this play. 5 and then 6. I really like this
5 and
play.
6. Yeah, saying look, if you got a giant, you got to use it now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Oh, no.
taking the 5.
And yeah, 6 with Jinbei. And 2K with the Uso
Okay.
Hachi, which is an expensive 2K.
Yeah, a very valuable one too.
And this is a pretty tricky end game spot, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have a blocker. We have if they need to like establish 2 rush cards, right? If they have Rush Sanji, they can probably clear board, but then they wouldn't be able to establish a blocker. Like these are some tough decisions.
Yeah, this is really close, honestly. I think definitely making both of these players work for the win.
Yeah, yeah, I
Yeah.
100% agree.
Now, funny enough, I think obviously the caliber of both of these players being so high, most of the time when we see this matchup, it's a lot more one-sided either way. But this is very close. Jonas has 4 life, 0 cards in hand right now.
Yeah.
We do know what the top card of our deck is as well. So I think at this point, we're hoping if you're Purple Luffy, you have another 9 Mom.
Mm-hmm.
You try to clean up as much of the board as possible, and then you guarantee you can't lose the following turn.
Yeah, if we had another 9 Mom, I think would win us the game, or get us pretty close, because then we would be able to only have Weevil on the other side of the board. Get 2 damage in, and
Right.
it'd be pretty tough for Jonas to stabilize, but not impossible.
If we have 7 cost Sanji here, we can go 7 cost Sanji, leave 1 Dawn open. We can go 7/7.
Yeah, we can remove
8,
everything
9.
but Weevil again.
Mm-hmm.
We just be at 1 life instead.
1 life with 1 Dawn open with 2 cards in hand. I mean, there's also the possibility of playing very defensive here. We have 4 cost Nami, 5 cost Kid, a ton of different options that Purple Luffy player has. That this is not going to be an easy decision, regardless.
Yeah, I think that also. I mean, for what it's worth, if we had another Uso Hachi in hand, I'd be really tempted to play it. We'll get the
Sure.
it converts into a guaranteed removal on something on the board. Attacking into the Teach. Teach has been KO'd.
Yeah, I definitely think Teach needs to go. Too much value, even with 1 card in hand, or with possibly 1 card in hand next turn. So, yep, 7K to get rid of that character, 8K over the Boa, 9 into life first.
This is quite the call out.
This is the, I think, worst case scenario coming from Purple Luffy.
Yeah, no blockers.
Dropping down to 2 life.
Man, yeah, this is.
Honestly, I'm going 7K if I'm Jonas. Test the waters, but no, 9K.
I think 9K is fine.
I mean, because if you go 7K, we bait out the giant.
Yeah, but then
And then they can't giant.
Sure.
If you give a 2K, 1K, right?
Yeah. And then what's the rest of our Dawn? 8 plus 5 plus it's 19, so 9 and 10. That's probably fine too. Yeah, seven might be.
Yeah, I think you go 7, 7, 7, and then the rest on Boa.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
He's agreeing with you.
Play. Yeah.
Because then they'll be down to 3 cards, and then unless they're 2K, 2K, 1K, you're able to 5 and 6 plus 9, 20. Yeah, you can go double tens or you can go 9 and 11, which
Right.
I think double tens at that point is probably just better. But
yeah. Now we did draw a card off of 9 cost Luffy, so we could have gotten another 2K or some sort of counter. And to be honest, I am at the edge of my seat right now. This
same.
Very, very close. I'm like, my breathing starts to get heavier a little bit, Yeah. This is some really good One Piece gameplay here. Honestly,
okay, we're gonna do the giant.
We're doing the giant. Okay.
Yeah. We're gonna go draw 2 cards. And I think it's either 9 and 11. And if they have 2K, 2K, 1K, they're stronger players.
Yeah.
Or it's 10 and 10. And if they have 3 2Ks over 4 cards, additionally, or 2K, 2K, 1K, 1K. But yeah, we'll see what he decides to do. There's obviously situations where one would win and not the other, but
I'm going 9. I'm going
You're
greedy.
going 9.
I'm going 9.
All right, 9.
No way, right?
No way. Yeah. Okay.
No way, right?
6 on leader 11. And he right,
takes it.
right.
Yeah.
Double check.
Yeah,
See the cards.
There's a giant.
Okay.
There's a giant. There's a 1 cost. Yep.
Yeah. Jonas narrowly taking that game.
Wow.
That is incredibly close.
Insane.
Yeah. And giant 2 1Ks, and I don't see the last card, but it doesn't look like it. No. What's the last card?
It's 2 1Ks and a Sangoro.
Oh, it's Sangoro. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, 5 cost Sangoro. So 3 1Ks in hand.
Crazy.
Insane. Yeah.
Man, and that was such a close game. I think, beginning of the match, everything was going right for Mauricio.
Yeah.
Jonas started a little bit unlucky, but then the Gravity Blade in life came at the right time, helped him gain a little bit of momentum and was able to, clutch it out.
Yeah, I have to congratulate Mauricio for making that extremely close with such a difficult matchup, and and also going second too.
Yeah,
let's not
that's true. Jonas did win the dice roll, so that
he did win the dice roll. Yeah. But yeah, obviously congratulations to Jonas for winning today's Treasure Cup with a fully packed Treasure Cup. On top of that, 10 rounds.
And I think he made some really heads up plays too that were, not on your typical like flow chart, right? That you're able to get a little bit of extra advantage too. So just like the, just going down to 0 cards and deciding that, using the teach to get one more, ping of damage was more important and definitely paid off.
Yeah, definitely.
So
huge.
That will be all right. Yeah, we're changing scenes. So there it is. All right. Well, that's going to be the end of our coverage. That was 10 rounds of Core TCG's online One Piece OP09 Treasure Cup here. And thank you so much to Sos. I really do appreciate you joining the call, hanging out with us, and helping me stay sane and while still keeping your own sanity.
Yeah, sure.
It's again a tough balance, but I think you make it work. You make it work.
I made it through. Yeah, honestly, very happy to be here. It's such an incredible day, incredible matches.
Yeah.
If you have a chance to look at some of the previous matches while you're watching later on, definitely do so. Really, really good games with a really good diverse day. So
yeah, for sure. And real quick, so Jonas did take it with Doflamingo, Mauricio with an X1. So depending on tiebreakers, I think almost guaranteed top 8. Don't want to make that wrong, but should be a really good standing for him. So made Purple Luffy very strong today. And a couple of shout outs though before we head out. One, thank you again to Core for not only hosting this event but for letting us do the coverage. Thank you guys for being here too. I really appreciate it. You guys can find the full VOD on YouTube to watch if you guys want to. It will be there. You can see all the matches. And then Monday morning, I should have the top 32 deck list and hopefully leaders. We'll see. Should be on my YouTube and on Eggman Events on Monday morning too. So thank you to the judges too and making this easy and working with us. All of this is extraneous, right? This is extraneous stuff. for running a tournament, but I'm happy that we're able to offer this coverage. I know a lot of you guys are interested and to follow and keep up with it, and I'm happy to provide that for y'all too. So, redeem points. Yes. yes. So let me not forget that Doflamingo ended up winning that one. Definitely. Yeah, Jonas added Jozu today, and since it it whiffed on the finals, who knows if it's gonna stay there? Who knows? So
Jozu, take it out. You don't need it.
Yeah, we'll see. If you're playing Boa, you gotta play 4 Jozus, but Dofi, who knows?
Yeah.
So anything else from you, Sos, before we wrap this one up?
Nope, nothing at all. Thank you guys once again, everyone tuning in, checking the stream. Really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it.
Cool. Well, looks like Luffy TV, I think he's continuing his run, so we'll send him you guys their way. Make sure to wish him a good luck on his final round. 7-2, he's got to get into that 8-2 top 32 bubble. So deck list will be out Monday morning. Monday morning. So Josie was in the deck list though, because we saw it during the finals. So anyways, join the raid. Appreciate you guys being here, and we'll see you guys. Oh wait, let me add the T, not he Luffy TV. There it is. All right, join the raid. Let them know where you all came from, and I will see you guys later. Bye. Thank you guys. Bye bye.